Isn't it strange how sometimes the thing that gets you banned from everywhere respectable is exactly what prepares you for places where respectability would just make you a target? I was 24 and living in a bedsit in Newcastle when I got permanently banned from the last mainstream poker platform that would accept UK players. Not for cheating, I wasn't good enough at the game to cheat successfully, but for what they politely called persistent antisocial behavior in chat rooms. Turns out that calling other players idiots when they made obviously stupid moves violated community standards, even when you were demonstrably correct about their lack of skill. After about 18 months of warnings and temporary suspensions, they decided I was too disruptive for their family-friendly environment. The problem was that I'd gotten addicted to the thrill of high-stakes games against players who thought they were cleverer than they actually were. Losing access to legitimate platforms meant either giving up poker entirely or finding alternatives that operated outside normal regulatory frameworks. The dark web had plenty of gambling sites that didn't care about your previous behavior on mainstream platforms. Anonymous rooms where you could play against people from around the world without worrying about identity verification or community standards. The sort of places that attracted players who'd been banned elsewhere or preferred to keep their activities private. I started with straightforward poker rooms that functioned exactly like legitimate sites except for the lack of regulation and player protection. The games were often higher quality than mainstream platforms because everyone there was serious about gambling rather than just casual entertainment. But the anonymous nature of these sites meant they attracted more than just poker players. People shared information about other hidden services, discussed activities that wouldn't be tolerated on the regular internet, treated the whole dark web like a private club for people who didn't fit into conventional online spaces. After about 6 months of regular play, I started hearing about rooms that offered more than just card games. Places where you could bet on real events happening in real time, often with the ability to influence outcomes through collective audience participation. The concept seemed like a natural evolution of online gambling. Instead of betting on the outcome of artificial games with predetermined odds, you could wager on genuine events with unpredictable results. The sort of authentic uncertainty that serious gamblers were always seeking. One player I'd gotten to know through regular games mentioned that he'd accessed rooms where you could watch and bet on what he called live action streams. Events broadcast from various locations where viewers could place bets on outcomes while they were happening. He was deliberately vague about the specific nature of these events, but his description suggested they were considerably more intense than typical sports betting or casino games. The sort of content that would explain why they needed to operate through hidden services rather than legitimate platforms. After proving my reliability through months of regular poker play, he offered to share access details for one of these live action rooms. He warned me that the content might be disturbing for people who weren't prepared for genuine uncertainty and real consequences. I should have asked more questions about what exactly I'd be watching and betting on. But the thrill of accessing something exclusive and potentially profitable overrode my caution about getting involved in activities I didn't fully understand. The access process was similar to the poker rooms I'd been using, just with additional security measures that suggested the content was more sensitive than card games. When I finally connected to the live action room, the interface was more sophisticated than anything I'd encountered before. Multiple video feeds showed different locations, each with associated betting options and viewer participation features. The quality was professional rather than amateur, suggesting serious investment in equipment and infrastructure. Most of the feeds showed empty rooms or static scenes, but one was obviously active with something happening in real time. A basement or converted garage space with someone strapped to a metal table in the center of the frame. The betting options were unlike anything I'd seen before. Not simple win-lose propositions, but complex wagers on specific outcomes, duration of events, audience participation effects, the sort of sophisticated gambling mechanics that would appeal to serious players rather than casual observers. I placed a small bet on the duration of the current event, thinking I was wagering on some kind of performance or staged competition. The other participants in the room seemed experienced, placing larger bets with the confidence of people who understood what they were watching. About 30 minutes into my observation, someone entered the video frame and began making preparations that made it clear this wasn't a performance or competition. This was real violence happening in real time, with an audience betting on specific aspects of what was going to occur. I should have left the room immediately and tried to forget what I'd seen, but the gambling mechanics were genuinely engaging, and I found myself placing additional bets despite being disturbed by the content I was watching. The other participants treated it like any other form of gambling, discussing odds and strategies with the clinical detachment of professional players. Their casual approach to extremely disturbing content was somehow more unsettling than the violence itself. Over the next few weeks, I found myself returning to the live action rooms regularly, not because I enjoyed watching violence, but because the gambling was unlike anything I'd experienced before. Genuine uncertainty combined with immediate results and the ability to influence outcomes through betting patterns. The rooms hosted different types of events on different schedules, all involving real people in real situations with unpredictable outcomes. The production quality varied, but the gambling mechanics were consistently sophisticated and engaging. What bothered me most wasn't the violence itself, but the gradual realization that some events appeared to be happening locally rather than in distant foreign countries. Background details that suggested British locations, architectural features I recognized, even glimpses of packaging or signage that looked familiar. I started paying attention to local news reports, looking for incidents that might correspond to events I'd seen in the live action rooms. Without specific dates or clear geographic indicators, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained incidents than you'd normally expect. One case particularly caught my attention because it involved someone who'd gone missing from Newcastle, not far from where I lived. They disappeared after leaving a pub in the city centre, and despite extensive searches, no trace had been found. The physical description and age matched someone I thought I'd seen in one of the live streams, though the poor video quality made it impossible to be completely certain. But the timing and circumstances were consistent enough to be disturbing. The possibility that people from my own area might be involved in the events I'd been betting on made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. This wasn't abstract gambling on distant events. It could be involving people who lived in my city, used the same pubs, walked the same streets. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. Former poker player claims to have found evidence of live violence streams while gambling on illegal platforms. They'd probably assume I was making up stories to deflect attention from my own illegal gambling activities. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people running these rooms discovered that someone was connecting their content to real-world events. I'd been participating regularly for weeks, placing bets and contributing to room discussions in ways that could potentially be traced back to me. I decided to be more cautious about which rooms I accessed and how much personal information I revealed through my betting patterns. But I also found myself unable to stop participating entirely, partly because of the gambling addiction, but also because I'd become fascinated by the mechanics of how these rooms functioned. The betting systems were remarkably sophisticated, suggesting serious technical expertise and financial investment. The video quality was professional, the streaming was reliable, and the audience participation features worked flawlessly, despite the obviously illegal nature of the content. Someone was running what amounted to a high-tech gambling business based on real violence, with all the infrastructure and technical sophistication you'd expect from legitimate online casinos. The sort of professional activity that required significant resources and long-term planning. About 2 months after I'd started accessing the live action rooms, I received a private message from someone who claimed to be interested in my betting patterns and analytical approach to the events. They said they'd noticed my consistent participation and wondered if I might be interested in additional opportunities that weren't available to casual participants. More exclusive rooms with higher stakes and more sophisticated gambling mechanics. The offer felt like a natural progression from regular participation to VIP access, the sort of reward system that legitimate gambling sites used to retain valuable customers. But something about the tone of the message made me uncomfortable. It suggested they'd been monitoring my activities more closely than I'd realized, tracking not just my bets, but my overall approach to the content. The level of surveillance implied either sophisticated technical capabilities or dedicated human observers. I didn't respond immediately, telling myself I needed time to consider whether I wanted to become more deeply involved in activities that were obviously illegal and potentially dangerous. But I kept checking for new messages, worried that not responding quickly enough might be interpreted as rejection or disrespect by people who demonstrated they had access to considerable resources and weren't constrained by normal legal boundaries. The next evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my door while I was out buying groceries. Inside was a single piece of paper with information that made my hands shake as I read it. It was a printout of my betting history from the live action rooms, showing not just the amounts I'd wagered, but detailed analysis of my patterns, preferences, and successful predictions. Information that should have been private, but had obviously been compiled by someone with complete access to the room's records. At the bottom of the page was a handwritten note with a simple message. We should meet. No signature, no contact details. Just those 3 words that made it clear someone wanted to discuss my participation in person, rather than through anonymous online messages. The note was accompanied by an address in Newcastle city centre and a time the following evening, a location I recognized as a legitimate business area, rather than anywhere obviously dangerous or suspicious. I spent the rest of the evening trying to decide whether to attend the meeting or disappear entirely from the dark web gambling scene. Either choice felt risky. Meeting unknown people who demonstrated extensive surveillance capabilities, or refusing contact with individuals who clearly had significant resources and few legal constraints. In the end, curiosity and concern about the consequences of non-compliance made me decide to attend the meeting. But I also made arrangements to have someone check on me if I didn't return home by a specific time. The meeting location was a coffee shop in a busy part of the city centre, the sort of public space where nothing obviously threatening could happen without witnesses. I arrived early and positioned myself where I could observe the entrance while appearing to read a newspaper. The person who approached my table looked completely ordinary. Mid-30s, well-dressed, the sort of professional you might see in any business district. Nothing that would make them stand out in a crowd or suggest involvement in illegal activities. They sat down without introduction and began discussing my participation in the live action rooms with the casual familiarity of someone reviewing performance metrics with a valued employee. My betting patterns, analytical skills, ability to predict outcomes that other participants missed. The conversation felt like a job interview disguised as social interaction. They were evaluating my suitability for something more involved than passive participation, though they remained vague about what exactly that involvement would entail. After about 20 minutes of discussion, they made an offer that confirmed my worst suspicions about how deep I'd gotten into something I didn't understand. They wanted me to help select participants for future events. Not directly involved in violence, they assured me, just providing input about which types of people would create the most engaging content for gambling audiences. My analytical skills and understanding of what made events unpredictable would be valuable for improving the quality of their streams. The offer was presented as a natural progression from successful gambling to behind-the-scenes involvement, with financial compensation that was considerably more attractive than my current benefits and part-time work income. I told them I needed time to consider the opportunity, hoping to end the conversation without committing to anything, while also avoiding outright rejection that might have immediate consequences. They seemed to accept this response, mentioning that they understood such decisions required careful consideration. But they also made it clear that my previous participation had already made me part of their community in ways that couldn't be easily undone. As they left, they handed me a mobile phone and explained that they'd be in touch about my decision within the next few days. The phone was for communication purposes only and shouldn't be used for any other activities. I took the phone home and spent the evening trying to process what had just happened. My casual gambling on illegal platforms had somehow evolved into recruitment for activities that went far beyond passive participation in online betting. The phone remained silent for 2 days, during which I convinced myself that maybe they decided to pursue other candidates and I could return to normal life without further complications. Then it rang. The voice was different from the person I'd met, but the message was clear. They'd selected a potential participant for an upcoming event and wanted my input about whether this person would create engaging content for their audience. They provided an address and asked me to observe the location for a few hours, noting daily routines and habits that might be relevant for planning purposes. Nothing directly harmful, they assured me, just gathering information that would help them make better decisions about content development. I should have thrown the phone away and moved to a different city immediately. Should have contacted the police despite the risks, to myself, and tried to prevent whatever they were planning. Instead, I found myself walking past the address they'd provided, observing someone who looked like they could have been me in different circumstances. Someone living alone, following predictable routines, vulnerable in ways they probably didn't even realize. I never reported back about what I'd observed, and I never answered the phone when it rang again over the following weeks. But I also never threw it away or tried to escape the situation entirely. Because part of me knew that people who went to such lengths to recruit assistance wouldn't simply accept non-cooperation as a final answer. And another part of me was curious about how far this could go, how much control they really had, whether someone like me could find a way to benefit from association with people who clearly had resources and opportunities that weren't available through legitimate channels. The phone is still in my flat, charged and waiting. Sometimes I think about what would happen if I answered it, what they might offer now that enough time has passed for them to assume I've had adequate opportunity to consider their proposition. But mostly I think about the person I observed and whether they're still following the same routine I documented, still unaware that someone has been watching them with professional interest. I shouldn't have gone. That's the thing I keep coming back to. lying awake at 3 in the morning with my heart doing that uneven flutter it's had ever since. I shouldn't have gone, but I'm getting a little ahead of myself. It started with accessing the dark web. Not for anything extreme or twisted. I wasn't looking for any trouble. I just wanted some cannabis. My usual source had dried up after he'd had a scare with the police, and I'd been without for a couple of months. I wasn't gagging for it or anything, but I missed having something to help me sleep, to quiet my head down in the evenings. A bloke I vaguely knew mentioned, sort of offhandedly, that you could buy practically anything on there these days. He made it sound mundane, like ordering from Amazon. So I looked into it, watched a few videos, read some guides. It was easier than I'd expected, if I'm being honest. Within an hour or so, I was browsing marketplaces that looked surprisingly ordinary. Product listings, star ratings, customer reviews. The whole thing had this weird legitimacy to it, like someone had built eBay for illegal goods. I found what I was looking for pretty quickly. The seller had decent feedback, hundreds of transactions, people saying the quality was good, and it arrived discreetly. The listing said postal delivery, which seemed ideal. Low risk. Just wait for a padded envelope to arrive, and that would be that. But there was another option at the bottom, one I almost scrolled past. Local collection available for buyers in certain areas. I clicked through out of curiosity more than anything else. There was a list of cities. Mine was on there. The price for collection was about 20 quid cheaper, which wasn't the main draw. What interested me was the speed. Delivery would take nearly a week, maybe longer. Collection could be arranged within a couple of days. And there was something appealing about the human element, strange as that sounds. It felt more real, less like I was doing something properly dodgy, just meeting someone, a quick exchange, then home. I think about that logic now and want to shake myself. I spent a day deliberating, kept opening the listing and staring at it, trying to decide. The rational part of my brain was saying to just go with postal delivery, that meeting a stranger was asking for trouble. But another part kept pointing out how many successful transactions he'd completed, how the reviews specifically mentioned collection going smoothly. One person had written that the seller was professional and quick, in and out in under a minute. Another said they'd been nervous, but it was completely fine, nothing to worry about. I read through dozens of these reviews. Looking back, I was probably trying to convince myself, seeking validation for a decision I'd already made. The cheaper price and faster turnaround were factors, sure, but mostly, I think I just wanted to prove to myself that I could do it, that I wasn't as risk-averse and boring as I sometimes felt. Stupid reasoning. Really, genuinely stupid. The seller's username was something forgettable, just random letters and numbers. I sent a message through the site system saying I was interested in collection. The reply came back within a few hours, brief and businesslike. He asked what area I was in, and I told him. He said he could do Thursday evening if that worked. I agreed, perhaps too quickly. We arranged the specifics through a series of short messages over the next day. He suggested a car park behind a row of shops on the outskirts of town, the kind of area that's busy during the day but empties out after dark. I'd driven past it hundreds of times without really noticing it. 8 o'clock on a Thursday evening. He'd be driving a dark blue Vauxhall. I should approach the passenger side and he'd hand it over through the window. Simple enough. I'd been overthinking it, clearly. The days leading up to Thursday had this strange quality to them. I'd go about my normal routine, but my mind would drift to the meeting, running through different scenarios. Most of them were fine. A few were disasters, but I pushed those aside. I didn't tell anyone what I was doing. It felt like the kind of thing that would sound worse when said aloud, that would invite questions and judgment I didn't want to deal with. Thursday came around and I spent the whole day feeling slightly sick. Not scared exactly, just apprehensive. I kept telling myself it was fine. People did this sort of thing all the time. The reviews on his page were genuine. This was just a transaction. In and out in 2 minutes. I left the house around 7:30. Told myself I was just popping out. Kept it casual, even though there was no one there to perform for. The drive over took about 15 minutes. I had the radio on, but couldn't focus on what was playing. Just background noise to fill the silence. I arrived deliberately early. Wanted to scope the place out. Make sure it felt safe. The car park was tucked away behind a discount furniture shop and a tile warehouse, both closed for the day. There were a few other cars scattered about, probably belonging to people who lived in the flats nearby. A white van with faded lettering on the side, a small red hatchback that had seen better days, a silver estate car that looked abandoned, one tire completely flat. Streetlights cast everything in that sickly orange glow. It was drizzling slightly, that fine mist that doesn't look like much but soaks through your clothes. The kind of evening where you can't decide if you need your wipers on or not. I parked near the entrance and waited, checked my phone obsessively, looked at the other cars, trying to work out which one might be his. There was a blue Vauxhall in the far corner, but it looked lighter than he'd described, more grey than blue, and no one was sitting in it. The minutes crawled past. I watched a cat slink between two wheelie bins near the back fence. A couple walked past on the pavement outside, arguing about something in low voices. A bus went by on the main road, almost empty. 8 o'clock came and went, then 15:15. I was starting to think he wasn't coming, feeling that weird mix of relief and disappointment, when a car pulled in. Dark blue Vauxhall, just like he'd said. It drove slowly past me and parked 3 or 4 spaces away, backing into the spot so it faced outward. The engine cut out, headlights off. I couldn't see much through the windscreen. The driver was just a silhouette. I waited for some kind of signal, but nothing came. No flash of lights, no wave, nothing. After a minute or so, I decided to just get on with it. And their staring at each other was pointless and weird. I climbed out of my car, locked it out of habit, and walked over. The drizzle was heavier now, proper rain starting to form. My jacket wasn't waterproof, and I could feel the damp seeping through. The passenger window was down about halfway. I bent slightly to look inside. The driver was younger than I'd expected, maybe mid-20s, tracksuit, hood up despite being inside the car. I couldn't see much of his face in the dim light. He didn't look at me directly, just stared forward through the windscreen. I said hello, tried to sound casual. My voice came out thinner than I'd intended. He didn't respond, didn't even acknowledge I'd spoken. Just reached across to the passenger seat and picked up a small plastic bag, the kind you'd get from a corner shop. He held it out through the window. I took it and glanced inside. It looked about right. A small clear bag inside the carrier, some green material visible. I reached into my jacket pocket for the cash I'd prepared. 3 20s folded together. That's when things went wrong. As I pulled the notes out, his hand shot through the window and grabbed my wrist. Not hard enough to hurt, but firm, controlling. His other hand appeared holding something I couldn't quite make out in the darkness. My brain was trying to process what was happening, still a step behind. He told me to give him everything. Wallet, phone, keys. His voice was flat, matter of fact. Like he'd done this before. Like it was routine. I just stood there for a moment, stupid with shock. Some part of me was still trying to make it make sense. Like maybe this was some kind of test or misunderstanding. Maybe I'd misheard him. Maybe this was how these things worked and I was being naive. But his grip tightened on my wrist and he repeated himself, more insistent. Give him everything, now. The thing he was holding was a screwdriver. I could see it properly now, the metal shaft catching the streetlight. Long, maybe 8 inches. The kind you'd use for heavy-duty work. He wasn't waving it around or being theatrical about it. Just holding it steady, pointed vaguely in my direction, making the threat clear. My first thought, bizarrely, was about the reviews. All those people saying it went smoothly, that he was professional. Were they lies? Part of the setup? Or was I just special, the unlucky one he'd decided to rob? I should have just complied, given him what he wanted. It was only stuff, nothing worth getting hurt over. My wallet had maybe 40 quid in it, some cards I could cancel. My phone was a year old, nothing special. The car keys were the biggest loss, but even that was just inconvenience, not disaster. But something in me panicked, and I yanked my arm back hard, twisting away from his grip. The plastic bag fell from my other hand and scattered on the wet tarmac. I stumbled backward, and his car door flew open, slamming into me and knocking me further off balance. He was out of the car fast, faster than I would have thought possible. I turned and ran. I don't remember deciding to run. My body just did it. Pure instinct. I sprinted back toward my car, but he was between me and it now, cutting off that route. So I veered left, toward the back of the car park where a footpath led between 2 buildings. I could hear him behind me, not shouting, not saying anything, just footsteps slapping against wet pavement getting closer. That silence was worse somehow, more frightening than if he'd been yelling threats or demands. The path was narrow, barely wide enough for one person. Walls on both sides, brick on the left and wooden fencing on the right. It was darker here, away from the street lights, and I couldn't see properly. I was running on adrenaline and terror, my breathing already ragged. The path curved, and I nearly lost my footing on the slick ground. I put a hand out to steady myself against the wall, felt the rough brick scrape against my palm, and kept going. Behind me, his footsteps were still there, relentless and steady. He wasn't gaining on me, but he wasn't falling behind either. Just maintaining the same distance, like he knew he could keep this up longer than I could. Why was he still chasing me? I dropped the bag, left it behind. He could have just taken it and gone, unless this had never been about the cannabis at all. Maybe the whole listing was a setup, a way to lure people to isolated spots. Maybe he'd done this to dozens of others. Maybe some of them hadn't got away. These thoughts were flashing through my head in fragments, none of them fully formed. Mostly, I was just focused on running, on the burning in my lungs and the sound of him behind me. The path opened out into a residential street. Rows of terraced houses, cars parked bumper to bumper on both sides, lights on in some windows. Normal life happening just meters away, completely oblivious. I thought about screaming, banging on someone's door, but I was gasping too hard to make much noise, and he was right there, close enough that I could hear his breathing. I ran down the middle of the street, my shoes slapping against the road, looked back over my shoulder and immediately regretted it. He was maybe 10 meters behind, hood still up, face in shadow. Something about seeing him in the open like that, in this normal suburban street, made it worse somehow, more real. This wasn't happening in some dark alley or abandoned building. This was happening in the middle of ordinary life, and nobody was noticing. I turned at the end of the road, took a random left, then another right, trying to lose him in the maze of identical streets. My chest was screaming and there was a stitch developing in my side. but I didn't dare slow down. I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears, could taste copper in my mouth. After another turn, I risked another glance back. The street behind me was empty. I kept running anyway, not trusting it. Took 2 more turns and then ducked into a front garden, crouching behind a car. Tried to control my breathing, listening for footsteps. Nothing. Just the sound of a television through someone's window and distant traffic. Someone laughing inside one of the houses. A dog barking a few streets over. I stayed there for what felt like 20 minutes, but was probably closer to 5. Slowly, my heart rate came down from its frantic hammering. I pulled out my phone with shaking hands, realized I had no idea where I was. The streets all looked the same. Victorian terraces with identical front doors and tiny gardens. I'd been running blind, taking turns at random. I opened the map and tried to work out a route back to the car park. My hands were trembling so badly I kept mistyping. Eventually, I got it sorted and started plotting a path. The walk back took me nearly 40 minutes. I went the long way round, sticking to main roads where there were people and lights. Even then, I felt exposed, vulnerable. Kept checking behind me every few seconds. Every car that passed made me tense up, certain it would be the blue Vauxhall circling back to find me. I passed a pub, warm light spilling out onto the pavement, people smoking outside and chatting. I thought about going in, hiding there for an hour or so, but the idea of being around people felt impossible. I couldn't imagine making small talk or pretending to be normal. So I walked past and kept going. My clothes were soaked through by now. The rain had picked up properly and I was shivering, though I couldn't tell if it was from cold or shock or both. My legs felt weak and unstable, like they might give out at any moment. When I finally made it back to the car park, his car was gone. So was mine. I stood there staring at the empty space where I'd parked, my brain struggling to process this final kick. Of course he'd taken it. I'd left the keys in my jacket pocket, and he'd had plenty of time while I was running in circles through the estate. Probably drove straight back here after I'd lost him, let himself in, and helped himself. The plastic bag was still there on the ground, dark and soggy with rain. I left it where it lay. I walked to the main road and called a taxi. Stood under the awning of the furniture shop while I waited, dripping and shaking. The driver who picked me up gave me a look, but didn't ask questions. I was grateful for that. I reported it to the police as stolen, left out the bit about the dark web, obviously. Said I'd parked up and someone must have taken it while I was walking around. They were polite, but clearly not that bothered. Gave me a crime reference number and said they'd be in touch if it turned up. Asked if I'd seen anyone suspicious. I said no. It did turn up, about a week later. Burned out in a field just outside town. Completely gutted. The police said it was probably joyriders. I didn't correct them. The insurance process was tedious and humiliating. They asked all sorts of questions about where I'd been, why I'd left the keys in the car, whether I'd locked it properly. I stuck to my story. Eventually they paid out, minus the excess, and I bought a replacement. Nothing special, just something to get me from A to B. I think about that night constantly, not in a dramatic, traumatized way, just little flashes throughout the day. Seeing his hand shoot through that window, the sound of footsteps behind me in the dark, the empty space where my car had been, the screwdriver catching the light. Mostly I think about the reviews, all those positive comments on his listing, people saying the transaction went smoothly, that he was reliable. Were any of them real? Or were they all part of the setup? Fake accounts building credibility? Maybe some were genuine and I was just unlucky, the one he decided to target. Or maybe everyone who left a bad review simply never got the chance. I went back to the dark web a few days later, once I'd calmed down enough to think straight. Wanted to see if his listing was still there. It was gone. The whole account had vanished. I tried searching variations of the username but found nothing. Like he'd never existed. I don't know. I'll never know. I don't go near that stuff anymore. Hardly even drink these days. The whole thing taught me that the normal rules don't apply once you step outside normal channels. There's no customer service, no protection, no recourse. You're just vulnerable, and some people will exploit that without a second thought. The worst part is how ordinary it all was. No masks, no weapons really, just a screwdriver. No abandoned warehouses or dramatic showdowns. Just a rundown car park and a residential street and a bloke in a tracksuit. That's what real danger looks like, I suppose. Not cinematic or exciting, just squalid and frightening and pointless. I still live in the same town. Sometimes I see dark blue Vauxhalls and my stomach drops before I can remind myself it's irrational. Sometimes I'm walking somewhere at night and I hear footsteps behind me and I have to fight the urge to run. Sometimes I drive past that car park and feel my chest tighten, my breathing goes shallow. I never saw him again, never heard anything. It was like it never happened, except for the insurance claim and the nightmares I had for a couple of months afterward, and this jumpy, paranoid feeling that never quite goes away. I was lucky, I know that. It could have been so much worse. He could have caught me. He could have used that screwdriver. I could have hit my head when I fell, or run into traffic, or any number of things. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if I'd tripped during that chase, if I'd gone down on that narrow path with him right behind me. I don't let myself think about it for long. But knowing you were lucky doesn't make it feel any better somehow. It just makes you realize how close you came to something terrible, and how easily it could happen again. How thin the line is between normal life and absolute disaster. How quickly things can spiral out of control. I've never told anyone this, not properly. Partly because I'm ashamed of how naive I was, but mostly because I don't want to hear what they'd say. That it was my own fault, that I should have known better, that anyone with half a brain would have seen it coming. They'd be right, of course. I should never have gone. Looking back now, I can see exactly where I went wrong, though at the time everything seemed perfectly reasonable. It's funny how decisions that feel sensible in the moment can turn out to be the worst mistakes you'll ever make. I'm not someone who takes risks generally, quite the opposite really. I tend to overthink things, research extensively before making choices, prefer the predictable and safe over anything that might go badly. Which is probably why what happened feels so violating, because I did everything right according to normal standards of caution, and it still went catastrophically wrong. I should explain what I do for context. I'm a music teacher, working privately from my flat in Leeds. Piano and guitar mostly, teaching children after school, and some adults in the evenings who want to learn as a hobby. I've been doing it for about 12 years now. Built up a decent client base through word of mouth and occasional advertising. It's good work when you've established yourself. Flexible hours, reasonable income, and I genuinely enjoy teaching most of the time. The flat I work from is a 2-bedroom place I've been renting for around 5 years. Nothing particularly special, but it's in a good area, close to several schools, which helps with client locations. And the landlord doesn't bother me much. Living alone suits me, always has really. I like the independence, the quiet, being able to keep my own schedule without having to negotiate with anyone else. After a day of teaching, which involves a lot of interaction and energy, it's nice to come home to space that's entirely my own. No flatmates, no partner, just me and my instruments and the comfortable chaos that accumulates when you're the only person who has to deal with it. That comfortable chaos was actually what started the whole situation that I'm still dealing with now, more than a year later. Last spring, my sister contacted me to say she and her family were planning to visit for a long weekend. They live up in Scotland and don't make it down often. So when they do come, I try to make everything as welcoming as possible. The problem was my flat had deteriorated into a state that worked fine for me, but would be embarrassing to show to guests who maintained actual standards of cleanliness. I'm not naturally inclined toward housework. Never have been, probably never will be. I can maintain basic hygiene and tidiness, but deep cleaning feels like a waste of time that could be spent on more interesting activities. The result is that things gradually accumulate. Dust on surfaces, clutter on shelves, bathrooms that are functional but not exactly spotless. It doesn't bother me because I live alone and no one sees it except clients who come for lessons, and they're focused on music rather than whether my skirting boards need attention. But hosting my sister's family for a weekend meant I needed the flat to be properly clean, the kind of clean that requires more effort than I was willing or able to invest given my teaching schedule. I'd been meaning to do a proper deep clean for months, kept putting it off because there was always something more pressing or more interesting to do instead. With the visit approaching rapidly and my flat looking increasingly disreputable, I decided the sensible solution was to hire professional cleaners. I'm generally careful about these things. I don't just pick the first result that comes up or go with the cheapest option. I spent an evening researching cleaning services in Leeds, reading reviews, comparing prices, trying to identify companies that seemed legitimate and trustworthy. I eventually found one called Sparkle Clean, through a website that connects people with various household services. They had dozens of positive reviews, reasonable prices that weren't suspiciously cheap, and availability that matched my schedule. Everything suggested they were a genuine professional service. The booking process was straightforward and professional. I filled out a form with my address and contact details, selected which services I wanted, general deep clean with focus on kitchen and bathroom, and paid a deposit through the website's secure payment system. I received a confirmation email within minutes, providing details about what to expect and how to prepare for the cleaner's visit. Everything about the transaction felt legitimate and reassuring. The confirmation email mentioned I could either be present during the cleaning or leave a key in a secure location if I preferred to be out. This is apparently standard practice for cleaning services. Most reviews mentioned that the company was trustworthy, and many customers regularly left them to work unsupervised. I had a piano lesson scheduled across town on the afternoon they were coming, and I didn't particularly want to spend 3 hours awkwardly hovering while someone cleaned my flat. The reviews suggested it was perfectly safe to leave them alone, and it seemed more practical than cancelling a lesson or trying to reschedule. So I made the decision that's been haunting me ever since. I decided to leave a key under the doormat and let them get on with the work whilst I was out. Just a simple, practical choice that thousands of people make every week without incident. The sort of thing that seems entirely reasonable based on positive reviews and professional communication. I genuinely thought I was being sensible, hiring a reputable service rather than attempting to clean the flat myself, or leaving it in an embarrassing state for my sister's visit. I'm a music teacher, working privately from my flat in Leeds, and also visiting clients' homes for lessons. I've been doing it for about 12 years now, mostly teaching piano and guitar to children and teenagers, some adults who want to learn as a hobby. It's decent work when you build up a steady client base flexible hours, and I enjoy it most of the time. I live alone in a 2-bedroom flat that I've been renting for around 5 years, nothing fancy, but it's in a good area and the landlord doesn't bother me much. Last year, I was expecting my sister and her family to visit for a long weekend. They live in Scotland and don't make it down often, so when they do visit, I try to make everything as welcoming as possible. The problem was my flat had deteriorated into a state of comfortable chaos that works fine when you're living alone, but becomes mortifying when you're hosting guests who have actual standards. I'd been meaning to do a proper deep clean for months, but kept putting it off because I'm not naturally inclined toward housework, and I can always find more important things to do with my time. With my sister's visit approaching rapidly and my flat looking increasingly disreputable, I decided to just hire professional cleaners and accept the cost as necessary. I found a company called Sparkle Clean through one of those service websites where customers can book various types of household help. They had good reviews, reasonable prices, and availability that matched my schedule. I booked them for a 3-hour session on a Tuesday afternoon, a few days before my sister was due to arrive. The booking process was straightforward. Filled out a form with my address and contact details, selected which services I wanted, paid a deposit through the website, and received confirmation with instructions about preparing for the cleaner's visit. The confirmation email mentioned that I could either be present during the cleaning or leave a key in a secure location if I preferred to be out. Most reviews mentioned that the company was trustworthy and people regularly left them to work unsupervised. I had a piano lesson scheduled across town that afternoon and didn't particularly want to hang around watching someone clean my flat, so I decided to leave a key under the mat and let them get on with it. I left the flat around 1 in the afternoon, placing the key as instructed and leaving a note with specific requests about which rooms needed the most attention. The cleaner was scheduled to arrive around 2 and would lock up when finished, returning the key to its hiding place. Simple arrangement that would save me from wasting an afternoon awkwardly hovering while someone scrubbed my bathroom. The piano lesson finished around 4, and when I got home just after past, the flat looked immaculate. Surfaces gleamed, floors shone. Everything smelled of cleaning products in that aggressive chemical way that suggests thorough work had been done. The key was back under the mat where I'd left it. A brief note had been left on the kitchen counter confirming the work was complete and reminding me to leave a review. I was delighted with the results and duly left a positive review on the website, mentioning how professional and thorough they'd been. My sister's visit went well. She commented on how clean the flat looked, and I felt vindicated in my decision to hire help rather than attempting the work myself. That should have been the end of it. A successful transaction, a clean flat, everyone happy. I didn't think about Sparkle Clean again until police knocked on my door 6 months later, asking if I'd hired cleaners in the past year and whether anything unusual had happened during or after their visit. The detective who spoke to me explained they were investigating a series of burglaries across Leeds and surrounding areas. The burglaries were remarkably efficient. No forced entry, valuable items taken but no mess or unnecessary damage, in and out quickly enough that neighbours never noticed anything suspicious. The victims had nothing obvious in common until investigators started looking at service bookings they'd made in the months preceding the break-ins. Several victims had used Sparkle Clean. Not all of them, but enough that it seemed unlikely to be coincidental. The detective asked me to check if I'd experienced any break-ins or if anything had gone missing from my flat since having it cleaned. I said I hadn't noticed anything, but she asked me to check carefully and let her know if I found any signs of disturbance or theft. I spent that evening going through my belongings systematically. Nothing obvious was missing. my laptop, television, musical instruments. All the valuable items were accounted for. But when I checked some less obvious places, I found small things that seemed wrong. A jewelry box in my bedroom had been opened and the contents rearranged slightly differently than I usually kept them. A drawer in my desk where I kept important documents had papers in a different order than I remembered. The spare key to my flat, which I'd kept in a kitchen cupboard, was in a slightly different position than usual. These were subtle changes, easy to dismiss as faulty memory or explain away as the cleaner moving things whilst working. But the detective had specifically asked me to look for signs of disturbance, and now that I was paying attention, I could see evidence that someone had gone through my flat more thoroughly than would be necessary for cleaning purposes. I reported these observations to the detective, and she asked if I'd be willing to have my flat checked for hidden cameras or other surveillance equipment. That suggestion made me deeply uneasy. The idea that someone might have been watching me for months without my knowledge was disturbing in a way that simple theft wouldn't be. The check took most of a day. A specialist team went through every room with detection equipment, checking smoke detectors, electrical outlets, light fixtures, any place where a small camera could be concealed. They found 2 devices, one in my bedroom ceiling light, another hidden in the kitchen smoke detector. Both were sophisticated enough to transmit footage remotely and had been in place for approximately 6 months, since shortly after the cleaning service visit. The detective explained that Sparkle Clean wasn't a legitimate cleaning company. It was a front operation for gathering intelligence about properties that could be targeted for burglary or surveillance. The person who came to clean would actually do the cleaning work, making the service appear genuine, but they'd also photograph everything, note security measures, identify valuables, and install cameras in strategic locations. The information gathered was compiled into detailed property reports and sold on the dark web to anyone interested in accessing those homes. Burglars would purchase reports for properties they wanted to target. The reports included floor plans, photos of valuables and their locations, notes about security measures, copies of keys if the cleaner had been able to make impressions, and information about the occupant's schedule based on what they'd observed during the cleaning visit. My report had been sold multiple times. The detective showed me, with obvious discomfort, the listing where my flat's information was being traded. It was on a dark web marketplace, organized like a property database, searchable by location, occupant type, and value of contents. My listing was categorized under single occupant flats in the Leeds area, with accessible entry points and valuable contents. The listing included photographs of every room in my flat, taken during that cleaning visit 6 months earlier. Photos of my musical instruments, my electronics, my jewelry, even personal photographs and documents that had been visible in drawers or on shelves. The level of detail was shocking. Close-ups of window locks, measurements of door frames, notes about which neighbors were likely to be home during different times of day. But what made it worse was the surveillance footage. The cameras that had been installed weren't just documenting what was in my flat. They were recording me, my daily routines, my patterns of being home versus away. That footage was being sold separately as a premium addition to the property report, marketed as real-time intelligence for buyers who wanted current information about occupancy patterns. The purchase history showed my property report had been bought by around a dozen different accounts. Most were probably burglars looking for potential targets, but the detective explained that some buyers were interested in surveillance footage for other purposes. The recordings of me going about my private life, getting dressed, showering, sleeping, had been viewed by people whose interest had nothing to do with theft. The investigation revealed that Sparkle Clean had been operating for nearly 2 years, offering cleaning services in multiple cities across the north of England. They'd built up hundreds of property reports and had installed surveillance equipment in approximately half the properties they'd visited. The scale was staggering. Hundreds of people who'd hired what they thought was a legitimate cleaning service had unknowingly given criminals detailed intelligence about their homes and lives. Several arrests were made, including the person who'd actually come to my flat pretending to be a cleaner. But the property reports themselves had been widely distributed before law enforcement discovered the operation. My flat's information, along with hundreds of others, existed in private collections of people who downloaded reports before the marketplace was shut down. The detective walked me through what they knew about the dozen accounts that had purchased my property report. 3 were connected to individuals arrested for burglaries and other properties documented by Sparkle Clean. 2 were traced to people convicted of stalking offences. The others remained unidentified, their purchases made through anonymous accounts that couldn't be connected to real identities. Knowing that at least 7 unknown people possessed detailed information about my home, photographs of every room, notes about my routines, possibly copies of surveillance footage showing my most private moments, was terrifying in a way that's difficult to articulate. The flat I'd lived in comfortably for years suddenly felt exposed and vulnerable, every corner potentially still being watched by cameras I'd missed, or people who knew exactly how to enter and what they'd find. I had all the locks changed, obviously. The specialist team assured me they'd found all the surveillance equipment, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been missed. I'd lie awake wondering if someone was still watching, if another camera existed in a place they hadn't checked, if the people who'd purchased my property report were still monitoring me somehow. The psychological impact was worse than any physical violation would have been. My home, the space where I'd felt most private and secure, had been systematically documented and sold to strangers. Every intimate moment I'd had in that flat for 6 months had potentially been recorded and viewed by people I'd never identify. The shower I took each morning, the times I'd cried over personal disappointments, the nights I couldn't sleep and wandered around in the dark, all of it possibly watched and discussed by people who'd paid for access to my private life. I tried to continue living there, tried to reclaim the sense of safety I'd had before discovering what had happened. I covered the smoke detectors with tape, even though the cameras had been removed. I put tape over my laptop camera and unplugged electronics when I wasn't using them. I checked the locks obsessively every night, but the damage was done. The flat felt contaminated by knowledge of what had occurred there, by months of surveillance I'd been oblivious to. About 3 months after the investigation concluded, I moved out. I couldn't stay somewhere that had been so thoroughly violated, where strangers had installed cameras and watched me for months, where detailed documentation of my life existed in collections I'd never accessed. The landlord was understanding when I explained the situation, let me out of the lease early given the circumstances. My new flat is on the 3rd floor of a modern building with proper security. I'll never hire cleaning services again, never allow tradespeople to work unsupervised regardless of what needs doing. I've become hyper-vigilant about who has access to my space, checking for surveillance equipment regularly, unable to fully relax even in what should be the safety of my own home. But I know the property report still exists somewhere. Photographs of my old flat, detailed information about my routines and possessions, possibly surveillance footage from those 6 months, all preserved in private collections of people who purchased it before the marketplace was taken down. Some of that information is outdated now that I've moved, but images of me in my most private moments remain accessible to people whose interest in them was never innocent. What haunts me most is thinking about the 7 unidentified buyers who purchased my property report. Who were they? Why were they interested in detailed information about me and my home specifically? What did they do with the surveillance footage they potentially had access to? Were any of them local, people I might have encountered without knowing they'd seen me in ways I never intended to be seen? I also think about the hundreds of other people who'd hired Sparkle Clean and were now dealing with similar violations. Some had experienced burglaries, their homes broken into by criminals using information from property reports. Others had been stalked by people who'd purchased surveillance footage and learned their routines. Many probably never discovered what had happened, never knew their homes had been documented and sold, never realized they'd been watched for months by strangers who'd paid for access. The investigation revealed that Sparkle Clean had targeted specific demographics deliberately. Single-occupant households, particularly women living alone, were prioritized because the surveillance footage was more valuable to certain types of buyers. Working professionals were targeted because they were likely to be away from home on predictable schedules. People living in ground floor flats or houses with accessible entry points were preferred because the information would be more useful to buyers planning physical access. I fit all those criteria perfectly. A single woman living alone in a ground floor flat with predictable working hours. The Sparkle Clean operator who'd come to my flat had probably identified me as an ideal target before ever arriving, based on the booking information I'd provided when scheduling the cleaning. My decision to be out during the cleaning had made it even easier. 3 unsupervised hours to photograph everything, install cameras, copy my spare key, and gather intelligence that would be valuable to multiple types of buyers. The reviews I'd read before booking were probably fake, created to build trust in a service that existed solely to exploit people's need for help with household tasks. The professional-looking website, the straightforward booking process, the confirmation emails, all designed to appear legitimate whilst facilitating organized invasion of privacy and theft. The trial was difficult to endure. The defense argued that the defendants were simply running a cleaning business and that any additional documentation was for quality control purposes. The prosecution had to demonstrate systematically how the operation was designed specifically to gather intelligence for criminal purposes, showing the property reports and marketplace listings to prove the true intent. Several other victims attended the trial, people whose homes had been documented and surveilled through the same scheme. We formed an uncomfortable community of shared experience, united by having trusted a service that weaponized that trust to violate our privacy and security. Some had experienced burglaries, others had been stalked. A few had never noticed anything wrong until police contacted them during the investigation. One woman described discovering cameras in her home 2 years after hiring Sparkle Clean. The devices had continued recording and transmitting for that entire period, creating an extensive archive of footage showing her daily life, her relationships, her most private moments. The breadth of that surveillance, the years of violation she'd been unaware of, was staggering and disturbing beyond any simple burglary would have been. The defendants received prison sentences, but they felt inadequate given what they'd done and how many people they'd violated. The property reports would continue existing after their release. The surveillance footage would persist. The victims would carry knowledge of what happened for the rest of their lives, while the criminals served relatively brief sentences for systematic invasions of privacy and facilitation of numerous subsequent crimes. I hired a cleaning service once, a simple transaction to prepare my flat for family visitors, arranged through what seemed like a legitimate website with good reviews and reasonable prices. That decision led to 6 months of surveillance I was oblivious to. detailed documentation of my home sold to multiple strangers, and permanent footage of my private life existing in collections I'll never locate or control. That's what I think about now when I see cleaning services advertised online. Not whether they're professional or reasonably priced, but whether they're actually providing the service they claim, or whether they're gathering intelligence that will be compiled, sold, and used against the people who trusted them. Whether other people are making the same mistake I made, inviting violations into their homes, whilst thinking they're just hiring help with housework. The property report exists, the surveillance footage exists, and somewhere, 7 unidentified people possess detailed information about my life, my home, my most private moments, information I never consented to share, that was gathered under false pretenses, that continues to exist beyond any control I could ever exercise over it. That's the permanent price I paid for hiring someone to clean my flat, and it's a price I'll be paying for the rest of my life. They say the images you create with AI say more about you than you realize. But what happens when the AI shows you something you never intended to see? Something real that was never meant to be discovered? I've spent the last 4 months trying to convince myself it was all just a horrible coincidence, but I can't keep pretending anymore. I work as a graphic designer for a small marketing agency in Leeds. Pretty standard stuff. Logos, web layouts, social media graphics. Nothing groundbreaking, but I enjoy it. I've always been interested in new tech, especially anything related to art and design. When AI image generators first became popular last year, I was immediately hooked. Spent hours experimenting with different prompts, seeing what the algorithms could create. It was fascinating how they could combine concepts in ways I'd never think of. Like most people, I started with the mainstream AI art sites. You know the ones where you type in a prompt and get back something that looks vaguely like what you asked for. They were fun for a while, but I kept hitting the same limitations. Content filters blocking anything remotely controversial, long queues for image generation, restrictions on commercial use. That's when a colleague mentioned there were more advanced AI art generators on the dark web, ones without the safety filters, trained on unrestricted datasets. As someone who works with visual content professionally, I was curious to see what these unfiltered systems could create. That curiosity would turn out to be the worst mistake of my life. I wasn't completely new to the dark web. I'd browsed it a few times before out of curiosity, but never went beyond looking at marketplace listings and forums. I knew how to access it safely. At least I thought I did. I set up my VPN, fired up Tor, and started searching for these underground AI generators. It took a couple of evenings of browsing through forums and following links, but eventually I found what I was looking for. A site called Deep Dream. Not its real name, obviously. The interface was bare bones compared to the mainstream sites. Just a black background with a text input box and a few settings options. No account required, no email verification. The only unusual thing was that it asked for cryptocurrency payments per batch of generations. About £10 worth of Bitcoin for 20 images. I paid the fee and started experimenting. At first, I kept my prompts similar to what I'd use on mainstream sites. Fantastical landscapes, cyberpunk cities, abstract concepts. The results were impressive, sharper, more coherent than what I was getting elsewhere. There was something off about some of the images. Strange anatomical distortions, unsettling facial expressions. But I attributed that to the lack of safety filters. After a few nights of casual experimentation, I started getting more adventurous with my prompts. Nothing illegal or pornographic, but definitely pushing boundaries. Dystopian scenes, dark surrealism, body horror concepts that would be useful for a horror project I was working on as a side gig. The results were disturbing but fascinating from an artistic perspective. One night, about 3 weeks into using the site, I was home alone in my flat working late. It was around 2 a.m. and I'd had a few beers. Probably not the best time to be exploring the darker corners of AI art, but my inhibitions were lowered. I decided to experiment with prompts about pain and suffering, thinking I might get some interesting abstract representations that could inspire a series of graphics for a metal band's album cover. I typed in extreme human suffering, realistic, detailed, high resolution, and hit generate. What came back made me physically recoil from my screen. Among the batch of 10 images were several that looked like standard AI-generated depictions of torture. Disturbing, but obviously artificial, with the telltale inconsistencies you expect from AI art. But one image stood out. It didn't have the usual AI artifacts. The lighting was consistent. The anatomy was perfect. It showed a young woman tied to a chair in what looked like a basement, her face contorted in pain, with bruises and wounds that looked disturbingly specific and medically accurate. My first thought was that this must be a real photograph that had somehow been included in the training data. But that didn't make sense. AI doesn't just regurgitate exact images from its training set. I stared at it, feeling increasingly uneasy. There was something about her eyes that seemed to be looking directly at the viewer, pleading. I decided to try again with a similar prompt to see if I'd get more photorealistic results. This time I tried human captive in pain, realistic, photograph quality. The new batch loaded, and my blood ran cold. There was another image of what appeared to be the same woman, but from a different angle with different injuries. The setting was identical. Same basement, same chair, same rope bindings. My hands were shaking as I tried one more prompt. Basement torture victim close-up, realistic. The results included 3 more images of the same woman, in progressive states of injury. The final one showed her unconscious or worse. This couldn't be coincidence or some weird AI amalgamation. These looked like stills from a continuous sequence, like frames extracted from a video. The consistent lighting, the progressive injuries, the identical setting. It all pointed to something too coherent for AI to randomly generate. I closed the browser immediately and stepped away from my computer, feeling physically sick. My mind was racing with horrible possibilities. Had I somehow stumbled upon evidence of an actual crime? Was this AI being trained on footage from the dark corners of the internet that should never see the light of day? Or worse, was someone using this platform to distribute real footage disguised as AI-generated content? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe this was an elaborate hoax. Maybe the site was seeded with realistic images to shock users. Maybe it was from a movie or staged horror photography that looked more real than it was. I spent the next day distracted at work, unable to focus on anything but those images. That evening, I made the decision to go back to the site, not to generate more images, but to see if there was any information about how their model was trained or who operated the site. I needed to understand what I had seen. When I tried to access Deep Dream again, the site was gone. Just an error message where the page should have been. I tried searching the forums where I'd originally found the link, but any mentions of the site had been deleted. It was as if it had never existed. Now thoroughly disturbed, I decided to search news sites for recent missing persons cases involving young women. I didn't know what I would do with any information I found, but I felt compelled to look. After about an hour of searching, I found a news article from about 6 months earlier about a university student who had disappeared after a night out in a city about 40 miles from where I live. The article included a photo. It was her, the woman from the images. Same distinctive eyebrows, same small scar on her chin. I felt the floor drop out from under me. This wasn't some elaborate prank or synthetic image. I had been looking at evidence of an actual abduction and worse. My hands trembled as I bookmarked the article, my mind racing with what to do next. Should I go to the police? How would I explain finding these images? Would they even believe me? Before I could decide, I received an email notification, a new message from an address I didn't recognize, just a string of numbers and letters. The subject line was simply curious. There was no text in the body, just an attachment. Against all better judgment, I opened it. It was an image of me sitting at my desk, looking at my computer screen. It had been taken through my window from outside my flat. In the corner of the image was a timestamp. It had been taken less than an hour ago. I shut down my computer, pulled all my curtains closed, and spent the night on my sofa with a kitchen knife beside me, jumping at every sound. In the morning, I called in sick to work and went to the police station. I told them about finding disturbing images online that I believed could be related to the missing student case. I didn't mention the dark web or the AI generation site, just said I'd found them while browsing an online forum. I showed them the news article I'd found. They took my information, but didn't seem particularly interested. They explained that they get dozens of tips about missing persons cases, often from people who think they've seen something online, without the actual images or specific information about where I'd seen them. There wasn't much they could do. I couldn't show them the images because the site was gone. I couldn't tell them exactly where I'd seen them without admitting to browsing parts of the dark web I shouldn't have been on. I left feeling frustrated and scared. When I got home, I found another email from the same address as before, this time with a different image. Me at the police station, entering the building. The message read, "Not smart. We know what you saw. We know where you live. Forget about it." I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I changed all my passwords, covered my webcam, and kept my curtains closed at all times. I considered moving, but what good would that do if someone was already watching me? A week later, the local news reported that the body of the missing student had been found in an abandoned building. The cause of death wasn't disclosed, but the police were treating it as a homicide. They were asking for any information from the public. I should have gone back to the police then, should have told them everything. Consequences be damned. But the day the news broke, I received a package at my door. No postmark, no return address. Inside was a USB drive. When I plugged it in, it contained a single image file. Me, asleep in my bed, taken from inside my bedroom. That was 3 months ago. I've since moved cities, changed my name, deleted all my social media. I don't use AI art generators anymore. Don't browse the dark web. Don't even use the same programs or websites I used to. But I still feel watched, still feel like I'm being followed. I don't know who was behind that website or what their purpose was. Maybe it was a way to distribute evidence of real crimes disguised as AI-generated content. Maybe it was a trap to find witnesses they could silence. Maybe the images themselves were bait to identify people who would search for more. All I know is that somewhere out there, someone knows what I saw, and they know who I am. And every time I hear a noise outside my window or notice someone looking at me too long on the street, I wonder if they found me again. So if you're ever browsing the darker corners of the internet and come across something that doesn't seem quite right, something too real, too specific, too coherent, close it immediately. Because sometimes what looks like an algorithm's creation is actually evidence of something that was never meant to be discovered. And the people who don't want it discovered will go to any lengths to keep it that way. So this USB stick I found on the bus last November pretty much ruined my life. I'm not even exaggerating. It was just a normal commute home from work on the 47 to Fallowfield. I was exhausted after a long day fixing everyone's problems, and I just wanted to get home. You know when you're so tired you're basically on autopilot? That was me. I sat in my usual spot upstairs, and there it was, just wedged in the seat crack. I didn't think twice about pocketing it. Who doesn't need an extra USB, right? I wish I had just left it there. I really, really wish I had just left it there. This happened about 4 months ago on my commute home from work. I work in IT support for a small company in Manchester. Nothing fancy, just fixing printers and helping people who've forgotten their passwords for the 1000th time. I usually take the bus home, about a 40-minute ride through the city. I'm one of those people who always sits in the same seat if I can, second level, near the back, by the window. It was a Friday evening in November, already dark by 5 p.m, with that cold drizzle that seems to soak through everything. The bus was packed with people heading home or out for the weekend. I was exhausted after a long week and just wanted to zone out with my headphones on. When I got to my usual spot, I noticed someone had left something in the seat crack. It was a USB stick, just a basic black one without any markings or labels. I picked it up, thinking I'd hand it to the driver, but then I figured whoever had lost it was probably long gone. Those things are so common nowadays, and this one looked pretty standard, probably worth less than a $5. So I pocketed it without much thought. I'm a bit of a tech hoarder anyway. My flat is full of old cables and gadgets I never use but can't bring myself to throw away. At worst, I'd format it and add it to my collection of spares. When I got home, I made dinner and nearly forgot about the USB stick until I was emptying my pockets before throwing my jeans in the wash. I pulled it out and figured I might as well check what was on it before wiping it. Maybe there'd be contact information for the owner. I remember this moment so clearly, sitting at my desk, plugging the drive into my laptop, the mundane feeling of mild curiosity about what I might find. University assignments, work documents, holiday photos. I wasn't prepared for what actually appeared on my screen. The drive contained a single folder labeled Sessions. No documents, no contact information, just that one folder. Already this felt a bit off, but I clicked on it anyway. Inside were multiple video files, each with a file name that was just a date and number sequence. Something like 20221103-S17.mp4, and so on. There were about 20 files in total, organized by date over what looked like a 3-month period. I should have been more cautious, but curiosity got the better of me. I clicked on the most recent file, thinking it might be dashcam footage or something similar. The video took a moment to load, and when it did, I initially couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. The footage showed a room with concrete walls, dimly lit with a harsh overhead light. It looked like some kind of basement or storage area. There was a metal table in the center and various equipment arranged neatly on shelves along one wall. At first glance, it could have been a workshop or some kind of industrial space. But then the camera angle shifted, and I saw a person strapped to a chair. I can't adequately describe the feeling that washed over me. Like my blood had suddenly turned cold. The person was a man, maybe in his 30s, with a bag over his head. He was clearly terrified, his chest heaving with rapid breaths, his arms straining against restraints. A figure appeared in frame, wearing what looked like a medical mask and latex gloves. They moved methodically around the room, selecting tools from the shelves, arranging them on the metal table with disturbing precision. I should have closed the video immediately. Any normal person would have. But there's this horrible paralysis that comes with witnessing something so unexpected and terrifying. A kind of disbelief that makes you keep watching, as if your brain needs to confirm that what you're seeing is actually real. The masked figure approached the restrained man and removed the bag from his head. His face was bruised, one eye swollen shut. The look of absolute terror in his other eye is something that still appears in my nightmares. What followed was, I don't even want to describe it in detail. The masked person began methodically torturing the man, occasionally turning to face the camera as if providing instruction or documentation. There was something clinical about it, which somehow made it even more disturbing than if it had seemed driven by rage or sadness. I finally snapped out of my shocked state and slammed my laptop shut. I ran to the bathroom and was violently ill. After washing my face with shaking hands, I returned to my desk and stared at my closed laptop. Part of me was hoping I'd imagined the whole thing, that it was some elaborate prank or viral marketing for a horror film. But I knew what I'd seen was real. Against my better judgment, I opened the laptop again and looked at the other files. I didn't play them. I couldn't stomach seeing more, but I checked their properties. They were all recorded over the past few months, each about an hour long. The most recent was from just 3 days before I found the USB. It suddenly hit me that I was in possession of evidence of violent crimes. I had to go to the police. But then another thought struck me. What if whoever made these videos could somehow track the USB? What if they knew it was missing and were looking for it? Or worse, what if this was intentional? If someone had planted it for someone else to find? I checked the metadata on the files, hoping to find some clue about their origin. That's when I noticed something that made my skin crawl. Each video had been accessed multiple times after being recorded, and the access log showed IP addresses. One in particular appeared repeatedly, and when I checked, it matched my own public IP address. But the timestamps showed the files had been accessed from my IP before I ever found the USB stick. Someone had been accessing these files from my internet connection before I ever found the drive. I disconnected my laptop from the internet immediately. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Had someone hacked my Wi-Fi? Was this some kind of setup? I spent the next hour changing all my passwords and checking my apartment for signs of intrusion, but everything seemed normal. I decided I needed to examine the USB more carefully before going to the police. If I was being set up somehow, I needed to understand what was happening. Using an old laptop that I kept offline, I looked more closely at the drive's contents. Hidden in the system files was a small executable program. When I checked its code, I know enough programming to understand the basics. I realized it was designed to connect to a remote server whenever the drive was plugged in. It would send information about the computer it was connected to, IP address, user account names, and even attempted to access the webcam. This wasn't just evidence of crimes, it was a trap. Whoever lost this USB hadn't lost it accidentally. They'd set it up to track whoever found it, and they'd already been watching me through my own devices before I ever picked it up. I destroyed the USB that night, smashed it with a hammer, then burned the pieces in my kitchen sink. I reported everything to the police the next day, but without the evidence, they didn't take me seriously. They said they'd look into it, but I could tell from their expressions that they thought I was either exaggerating or mentally unwell. For weeks afterward, I felt watched. I spotted the same car parked outside my building several days in a row. My internet would slow down at odd hours of the night, suggesting someone was using my bandwidth. Once, I came home to find my front door unlocked, though nothing was missing or disturbed. I've since moved to a different city and changed all my online accounts. I use VPNs exclusively now and keep my devices in a Faraday bag when I'm not using them. It might seem paranoid, but I can't shake the feeling that I've been marked somehow. That by simply finding that USB, I accidentally inserted myself into something dark and dangerous. The worst part is not knowing if they're still watching me or why they chose that bus route to plant their device. Was I randomly unfortunate, or was I specifically targeted? Were they trying to frame innocent people for their crimes, or just playing some twisted game? I'll probably never know. Sometimes I wonder about the people in those videos. Were they random victims? Or were they chosen for some reason? Did anyone report them missing? Are their families still searching for them? And how many other USB sticks like that one are out there, waiting to be found by unsuspecting people like me? I check the news occasionally for stories about missing persons in Manchester, wondering if I'll recognize a face. But I never do. It's like these people vanished completely, existing now only in those horrible video files and in my nightmares. So if you ever find a USB stick on public transport, in a car park, or just lying on the street, just leave it there. Don't let curiosity get the better of you like I did, because there are corners of humanity that we're not meant to see, and once you glimpse them, you can never go back to not knowing they exist. And worse still, once you've seen them, they might start looking for you too. I keep starting and then stopping, which probably tells you everything you need to know about how hard this is to talk about. Not because I can't remember how it started, I remember it perfectly. Every detail is burned into my memory with the kind of clarity that makes you wish you could forget. And not because time has made it easier. If anything, the distance has made it worse, given me more space to see all the moments I could have stopped and didn't. Is that saying it out loud means admitting how ordinary it all was at the beginning? How little effort it took to slide into something I still struggle to explain without sounding like I should have known better. There was no moment of dramatic choice, no fork in the road where I consciously decided to do the wrong thing. It was more like a gentle slope that got steeper, so gradually I didn't notice until I was already falling. There's a particular kind of shame that comes with realizing you weren't unlucky. You weren't singled out by some sophisticated predator. You weren't targeted because of who you are or what you know. You were just careless in a quiet, everyday way. The sort of carelessness that doesn't announce itself while it's happening. The sort that feels completely normal, even sensible, until you look back and see it for what it was. It only becomes obvious later, when you're lying awake at 3 a.m., replaying every decision, seeing all the warning signs you ignored because they were inconvenient, or because acknowledging them would have meant admitting you'd already gone too far. I've replayed the start enough times to know exactly where things tipped from harmless curiosity into something else. I can point to the precise moment, the exact click. Even now, I can't give you a clean explanation for why I kept going beyond that point. Words like bored or curious feel too convenient, too easy. They let me off the hook in a way I don't deserve. Calling it a mistake feels like shrinking it into something manageable, something forgivable. The truth is messier than that. The truth is it felt normal at the time, almost routine, like browsing social media or checking the news. Just another tab open in my browser. Another way to kill time on an unremarkable evening. I wasn't an IT person. I didn't work in tech. I had no special knowledge of computers or security beyond what anyone picks up from using them every day. I think that matters because I never felt like I was deliberately entering a world I didn't understand. I was just clicking through things that felt no more dangerous than anything else people stumble across online. It started with a message that didn't belong. My sister had mentioned, casually over Sunday lunch a week earlier, that she was looking for a second-hand travel cot. She was pregnant with her first and trying to do everything on a budget, the way first-time parents do, convinced they can navigate it all with second-hand furniture and sheer determination. I'd agreed to keep an eye out, the way you do when family asks you something and you're only half paying attention but want to seem helpful. So one evening, a Thursday I think, I was scrolling through a marketplace app, phone in one hand, TV on in the background, playing some crime drama. I wasn't really watching. Not really paying attention to either, just filling the space between dinner and sleep with the kind of mindless activity that passes for relaxation. I'd been at it for maybe 20 minutes, scrolling past baby clothes and high chairs and all the detritus of early parenthood that people are desperate to get rid of. Most of the listings were fine, some overpriced. Some looked like they'd been through a war, but nothing unusual. That's when a reply popped up from an account I hadn't contacted. At first, I barely noticed it. The notification appeared at the top of my screen, and I swiped it down out of habit. Unsolicited messages are common enough on those apps that they blur into the background. You learn to filter them out without really thinking about it. But when I opened it properly, something about it felt different. It was just a short web address and a vague suggestion that there were things you could watch there that weren't meant for normal sites. No emoji, no exclamation marks, no obvious grammatical errors that would have marked it as spam. It was almost businesslike in its brevity. No sales pitch, no pressure, no begging me to click or warning that the link would expire soon. That's what made it unsettling, I think. It didn't behave like spam. It didn't need to persuade me of anything. Like it assumed curiosity would do the work on its own. Like whoever sent it knew that the less they said, the more intriguing it would seem. I reported it through the app and kept scrolling. Felt vaguely pleased with myself for doing the sensible thing, for not being one of those people who falls for obvious scams. Deleted the message, blocked the user, went back to looking at travel cots. Found a decent one for my sister, screenshotted it, sent it to her. She replied with a thumbs up. Normal evening, normal interaction, nothing out of the ordinary. For a while, that really did feel like the end of it. But later that night, when the flat had gone quiet and the TV was off and I'd brushed my teeth and gotten into bed, I picked my phone up again out of habit. You know how it is. That last scroll through social media before sleep, checking nothing in particular, just filling the silence. And the message resurfaced in my thoughts. Not loudly, not insistently, just persistently enough that it was hard to ignore. I told myself it was probably nothing. Spam sent to 1,000 people hoping one idiot would bite. But it didn't feel like a mass message. The wording was too specific, too knowing. I remember thinking that even if it was nonsense, confirming that would make it easier to forget. That felt reasonable at the time, logical even. Just scratching an itch so I could move on. So I reopened the deleted messages. The app keeps them for a while even after you delete them, which I'd never really thought about before. And I copied the address into my notes app. Told myself I'd only look briefly, just long enough to reassure myself it was rubbish, just enough to confirm my initial instinct had been right. Even as I did it, there was a small voice wondering why this explanation was doing so much work, why I needed to justify looking at a website to myself. But I pushed that voice down. Getting access wasn't dramatic. There was no moment where I felt like I crossed a clear boundary. No warning screen asking if I was sure I wanted to continue. Just small steps, each justifiable on its own. A browser that promised privacy. A few clicks to verify I was human. A simple yes/no question about being over 18. Steps I kept telling myself didn't add up to anything serious. People browse dodgy websites all the time, don't they? That's what I told myself. It's half of what the internet is. What I found wasn't sleek or impressive or mysterious. It was messy, dated, poorly organized. Plain text pages, broken menus, lists of things laid out with all the charm of a badly designed website from 1999. There were obvious illegal services right there on the front page. Fake documents, stolen accounts, credit card details, other things written about in neutral, almost bored language, and then darker sections threaded through it all, described with that same flat tone, like what was being offered was neither shocking nor exceptional. That flatness stayed with me. It still does. It didn't feel like a horror film or a hidden underworld full of shadowy figures and encrypted messages. More like browsing a catalogue where the items just happen to involve human harm. Stripped of drama or context. Mundane in the most disturbing way possible. For about a week, I dipped in and out. Never for very long. 20 minutes here, half an hour there. Usually late at night when I couldn't sleep. Always telling myself I was just looking, just observing. That observation wasn't the same as participation. That staying detached somehow kept me separate from what I was seeing. That as long as I didn't interact, didn't contribute, didn't become part of it, I was somehow still on the outside looking in. I didn't contact anyone, didn't buy anything, didn't post in any forums or leave any comments. At the time, those distinctions felt important. They felt like lines I was maintaining, boundaries I wasn't crossing. They let me believe I was still in control, still making conscious choices, still outside of it all in some meaningful way. I told myself I was trying to understand how these places worked, that it was educational in a morbid sort of way. The same way people watch documentaries about serial killers or read books about disasters. Trying to understand the darker corners of human nature from a safe distance. But if I'm honest, and I suppose that's the point of telling this, I didn't have a good reason. It was just there, and I could access it, and some base part of my brain wanted to see what I wasn't supposed to see. Then I clicked a video. I'd been browsing for maybe 15 minutes, about to close the laptop and go to bed. The page was unremarkable. Vague title suggesting proof of something without explaining what. The file just sat there with no description, no comments, no preview image. Just a blank space and a play button. I hovered over it longer than I like to admit. Knew I could still close the laptop and walk away. But I told myself seeing it briefly would be no worse than everything else I'd already looked at. In hindsight, that feels like a lie. I told myself purely for convenience. The video opened on an ordinary room, cheap carpet, radiator beneath a window, a bed with a plain duvet that could have come from anywhere. The camera angle was slightly off, like a phone propped against something without much care. For a few seconds, my brain tried to reinterpret what I was seeing, offering harmless explanations because that's what it does when it needs to protect itself. But then the person on the bed moved, and the movement was wrong. Wrong in a way that's hard to explain unless you've seen it. It was driven by panic, not performance. A blurred figure stepped briefly into frame. The reaction that followed was immediate, frantic. Animal fear that made my throat tighten and my stomach drop. It didn't look like something anyone would choose to show. I shut the laptop hard enough to sting my fingers. Sat on the sofa with my hands on my knees, feeling overheated and nauseous at the same time. Staring at nothing while my heart hammered. The thought of calling the police came immediately, but it was followed just as quickly by the realization that I had no useful information, no names, no locations, no explanation for how I'd ended up there that didn't feel loaded with implication. I told myself going back to look for clues would be the responsible thing to do, framed it as trying to undo the damage of my curiosity. That justification made it possible to sleep that night. I lasted 3 days. When I went back, the video was gone, removed without explanation. In its place was a short line of text that didn't read like an update or an apology, more like a correction aimed at the people who'd watched. It implied that viewing had been noted, that anonymity was an assumption, not a guarantee, that the distance I'd felt wasn't as real as I'd wanted to believe. That was the moment it stopped feeling abstract. I shut everything down after that, powered off the laptop, tried to return to normal life, told myself the message was probably generic, designed to scare people without any real follow-through. For about a week, nothing happened. Slowly, against my better judgment, I started to believe it. Let myself relax just enough that the tension became background noise. Then an email arrived while I was at work. No subject line, random sender, single attachment. It was a photograph of my front door, not a similar door or a stock image, my actual door, with the scuffed paint near the handle and the dented letterbox I'd never bothered to fix. Taken from the communal hallway. When I zoomed in, I could see a parcel on the doormat that had arrived the day before. That small, ordinary detail made it impossible to dismiss. I was surrounded by people talking and typing, but I felt suddenly isolated. My hands shook enough that I had to hide my phone under a notebook. The journey home passed in a blur. When I unlocked my door, I stood there listening for a moment, as if the flat might sound different. Of course it didn't. Everything looked normal at first, until I noticed my laptop sitting open on the coffee table, screen glowing softly, even though I was certain I'd left it closed. On the screen was a document with a single sentence, not threatening or dramatic, just corrective, like someone pointing out an error. Below it was an instruction telling me to check the bathroom. I hesitated longer than I needed to, arguing with myself, but standing still felt worse than knowing. In the bath, sitting in a shallow pool of water, was a phone that looked exactly like mine. Same model, same case, the cheap, clear one I'd bought from a market stall. Same crack in the bottom right corner from when I dropped it getting off the bus 6 months ago. Even the cheap sticker I'd stuck on the back without thinking. A cartoon cat a friend had given me as a joke. My real phone was still in my hand. I sat on the edge of the bath staring at it, trying not to be sick, trying to work out what it meant. This wasn't just a threat. This was effort. This was planning. This required time and proximity. They'd needed to buy a phone that matched mine exactly, find the same case, even replicate the crack and the sticker, or, and this thought made my skin crawl, they'd watched me long enough to know exactly which phone I had, down to the smallest details, long enough to order an identical one and prepare it perfectly. The message was simple and unmistakable. Someone had been inside my home, hadn't taken anything, hadn't damaged anything, had left something behind instead. Proof of access. Proof that walls and locks meant nothing. Proof that they could reach me whenever they wanted. When I called the police, I reported a break-in and nothing more. After they left, the flat felt different, like it didn't entirely belong to me anymore. Around 2 a.m., another email arrived. This time the attachment was a video recorded from inside my living room, from a high angle I didn't recognize, showing me earlier that evening, after the police had gone, sitting on the sofa rubbing my face. The timestamp was real. I watched myself move through the room, a version of myself that looked unaware and exposed. It didn't matter that I couldn't see the camera. The footage proved it existed. I left before dawn, drove to my sister's house without fully deciding to. Told her there'd been a break-in and I didn't want to be alone. Left out the parts I couldn't say yet. The following morning a message arrived through the same marketplace app where it had all begun. A photograph of my sister's back garden, taken from outside the fence. Me visible through the kitchen window. That's when I understood. I'd brought it with me. I went back to my flat that afternoon. The laptop was open again, this time displaying a message that accused me of running, of involving other people, giving a rough time for the following evening. I convinced myself that staying would keep the danger focused on me, though that logic feels thin now. That night I sat in the living room with one lamp on, listening. Just before 9, I heard movement outside the door, saw a hooded figure through the peephole, waiting on the landing. My phone buzzed with a photograph taken from inside the room, from behind me, moments earlier. When I turned, I eventually noticed a book pushed forward on the shelf. Behind it, taped to the back, was a small camera, still warm when I touched it, smaller than a box of matches, wireless probably. How long had it been there? How many days had I been watched? I destroyed it without thinking, smashed it against the coffee table until it was pieces. The footsteps fled down the stairs. There was no contact after that, no messages, no reminders, just silence that felt less like safety and more like being spared. I moved out 3 months later. Couldn't stand being in that flat anymore. Told my sister the truth in fragments, piece by piece. Enough that she understood. Not enough to make her as scared as I was. Learned that nothing else happening didn't mean it was over. Only that it had stopped. That the person on the other end had decided to stop, for now, for reasons I'd never understand. There was no clever trick, no supernatural explanation. Just a stranger who enjoyed access, who enjoyed power, who enjoyed fear, and a lesson about how little distance there really is between looking and being seen, between observer and observed, between thinking you're safe behind a screen and realizing the screen was never actually there. It's strange what a simple dare can lead to. They say curiosity killed the cat, but no one tells you about the part where the cat spends months afterward looking over its shoulder, jumping at shadows and sleeping with one eye open. I've debated sharing this for almost a year now. My therapist thinks it would help to externalize the experience, but I can't bring myself to tell her the whole story. Some things you just can't explain to someone whose darkest online experience is probably accidentally clicking on a pop-up ad. So I'm writing it here instead, anonymously, maybe as a warning, maybe just to convince myself it really happened. Everything started last autumn, during that weird limbo week between Christmas and New Year, when time seems to lose all meaning. I was staying at my flat in Leeds, rather than going home to my parents in Newcastle, partly because train tickets were ridiculously expensive, and partly because I needed some time alone after a rather messy breakup in early December. My flatmate had gone to his girlfriend's for the holidays, so I had the place to myself, just me, a stack of leftover Christmas chocolates, and an endless stream of mediocre content on Netflix. I was slouched on our sagging sofa one evening, laptop balanced precariously on my stomach, mindlessly scrolling through social media while some forgettable crime documentary played in the background. The radiator was making that annoying ticking sound it always did when it was heating up. and I could hear the neighbors upstairs, apparently rearranging their furniture for the 5th time that week. My phone buzzed with a message from my friend Alex. We'd known each other since 6th form and still kept in regular contact despite ending up at different universities. Alex and I had this ongoing thing where we dare each other to try increasingly bizarre internet challenges or explore strange online rabbit holes. It had started years ago with innocent stuff like spend an hour on Wikipedia following random links and see where you end up. But it gradually evolved into more obscure corners of the internet. Nothing illegal, just weird. Odd forums, bizarre YouTube channels, that sort of thing. His message that night was different though. He was daring me to explore the dark web. He'd sent me a link to a tutorial on how to set it up safely, along with some starting points. Apparently, he tried it himself the previous week. I remember hesitating, my thumb hovering over the link. I knew what the dark web was, of course. That hidden part of the internet not accessible through normal browsers, often associated with illegal activities, but also used by people in countries with heavy internet censorship or journalists protecting sources. I should mention I was studying computer science, specializing in network security. So there was a part of me that was professionally curious about how these hidden networks functioned. I told myself it would be educational, a practical application of the theory we'd covered in class. That's how I justified it anyway, though in reality, it was probably more about not wanting to back down from a dare and having absolutely nothing better to do with my evening. I followed the tutorial, downloading the special browser needed to access .onion sites, setting up a VPN for an extra layer of security, all the recommended precautions. I remember the heating had kicked in properly by then, making the flat almost uncomfortably warm. I'd peeled off my Christmas jumper, an ironic one with a dinosaur wearing a Santa hat, and was just in a t-shirt, the fabric sticking slightly to my back. There was a half-empty mug of tea on the coffee table, long gone cold. Outside, it had started to rain, droplets pattering against the window in that soothing, rhythmic way that usually made me sleepy. But I wasn't sleepy. There was a nervous energy buzzing through me as I waited for the browser to connect, a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The boring documentary had ended, replaced by something equally forgettable that served as white noise in the background. The browser finally connected, and I was in. At first glance, it was anticlimactic. Just a different browser with a search engine that looked more basic than what I was used to. Alex had sent me some beginner links, mostly forums discussing privacy and technology, nothing particularly sinister. I browsed for about an hour, finding it interesting, but not especially shocking. Most of it was stuff you could find on the regular internet if you knew where to look. I was almost disappointed, having expected something more dramatic based on the dark web's reputation. That's when I made my first mistake. Instead of sticking to the links Alex had sent, I decided to follow some of the links I found on those forums, curious to see where they led. Each new site had more links, and I kept following them, going deeper and deeper into this hidden network. It was like pulling on a loose thread and watching an entire garment unravel. I noticed the tone of the sites changing subtly. The discussions moved from privacy and technology to more questionable topics. How to acquire false identification, discussions about substances and services that were clearly illegal. I should have stopped then, should have closed the browser and gone back to my mindless Netflix scrolling. But there's a strange momentum to exploration like this. Each new discovery makes you wonder what else is hiding just one more link away. I remember shifting position on the sofa, my back starting to ache from being hunched over for so long. The rain had intensified, now hammering against the windows, and the wind had picked up, making the old frames rattle. My cold tea had developed that unappealing skin on top that always made me shudder. The flat suddenly felt too quiet despite the background noise of the TV and the storm outside. It was approaching midnight when I found it. I'd been following a particularly convoluted chain of links, each site more disturbing than the last. I'd gone from marketplace sites selling illegal items to forums discussing things I won't repeat here. The link was embedded in a post on one of those forums. No description, just a string of random characters ending in .onion. I hovered over it, finger poised on the trackpad. Some part of my brain was sending warning signals, like when you're about to touch something that might be hot. I should have listened to that instinct. Instead, I clicked. The page that loaded was unlike the others. Most dark web sites I'd seen were basic, with minimal graphics and simple layouts, function over form. This one had a sleek, almost professional design. Black background, crimson text, a layout that reminded me of auction sites like eBay, but with a far more ominous aesthetic. At the top of the page was a logo, just a simple red circle, and below it the words, "The Crimson Room bidding now open." I frowned, trying to figure out what kind of auction site this was. There were no product images, just listings with numbers and brief descriptions that made little sense to me at first glance. Each listing had a timer counting down and a current bid amount. The amounts were substantial, thousands in Bitcoin. It took me several minutes of confused browsing to understand what I was looking at, and when realization dawned, it hit me like a physical blow. These weren't products being auctioned, they were people. Each listing included basic details, age, gender, location, and a description of what would happen to them depending on which package received the highest bid. My stomach clenched, a wave of nausea washing over me. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of elaborate roleplay, a sick fantasy site where nothing actually happened. I tried to convince myself of this as I scrolled through the listings, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then I noticed a section labeled Previous Events. I clicked it, though every instinct was screaming at me not to. It contained archives of past sessions, thumbnails that you could click to access recordings. My cursor hovered over one, trembling slightly. Again, that voice in my head begging me not to click. Again, my curiosity overriding it. The video that loaded was grainy but clear enough. I managed about 30 seconds before slamming my laptop shut, rushing to the bathroom, and vomiting until there was nothing left but bile. What I'd seen wasn't fake. The terror in that person's eyes, the sounds they made despite being gagged. There's a quality to genuine fear that can't be acted, can't be faked. And the clinical, almost bored manner of the masked figure carrying out the requests, it was real. All of it was real. I sat on the cold bathroom floor for what felt like hours, shaking uncontrollably. The storm outside had reached its peak, rain lashing against the window, wind howling through the gaps in the frames. Every noise made me flinch. My mind kept replaying those 30 seconds, unable to process that human beings could do such things to each other, that other human beings would pay to watch or direct it. Eventually, I managed to pull myself together enough to return to the living room. My laptop sat on the sofa where I'd left it, closed but somehow threatening, as if what I'd seen might leak out from between the keys. I needed to report this to the police, to someone who could do something about it. But what could I actually tell them? I had no specific information about where these events were taking place, who was running the site, or who the victims were, and I'd have to admit to accessing the dark web, to following link after link, until I found something so profoundly disturbing. I decided to go back, just long enough to gather some information that might be useful to authorities. This was my second mistake. I opened the laptop, steeling myself against what I might see. The browser was still connected, the site still open. I began taking screenshots, noting down any details that might help identify the location or the people involved. I was so focused on this self-appointed mission that I didn't notice it at first, the small notification that had appeared in the corner of the screen. When I finally saw it, my blood ran cold. A private message from an account named Admin. The message was simple. They had detected unusual activity from my connection, specifically the taking of screenshots. They had my IP address, despite the VPN, which had apparently failed at some point. They knew my approximate location, and they were sending someone to discuss my interest in their services. I slammed the laptop shut again, yanked out the power cord, and pulled the battery for good measure. Then I grabbed my phone and keys and ran out of the flat without even stopping for a jacket, despite the storm raging outside. I spent that night at a 24-hour cafe in the city center, jumping at every person who entered, convinced they had been sent to find me. In the harsh light of morning, huddled over my fifth cup of coffee, I tried to rationalize what had happened. It was probably just an automated message designed to scare people who stumbled across the site. They wouldn't really send someone after a random person who had accidentally found their operation. That would draw attention, create risk. It wasn't logical. This rationalization helped me function enough to return to my flat, pack a bag, and go straight to the train station. I spent the remaining holiday with my parents, making excuses about missing home. I didn't touch my laptop again until I was back at university, and when I did, I completely wiped it and reinstalled everything from scratch. I never reported what I'd seen. The fear of not being believed, of somehow being implicated, was too great. And deep down, there was a more terrifying thought. What if reporting it led them back to me? What if they had connections in law enforcement? It seemed paranoid, but after what I'd seen, my understanding of what people were capable of had fundamentally changed. For weeks afterward, I was certain I was being watched. I took different routes home from lectures, avoided being alone when possible, and slept with a chair propped against my bedroom door. I kept seeing the same car parked near our flat, a black sedan with tinted windows. Probably a coincidence, but it was enough to make me move out mid-semester, finding a new place on the other side of the city. The fear has faded somewhat with time. I no longer jump at every unexpected sound or suspect every stranger of being sent to silence me. I've almost convinced myself that the message was just an automated scare tactic. Almost. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the wind is rattling the windows, I remember what I saw. I remember that somewhere out there right now, those auctions are still happening. People are still bidding, still watching, still directing. And I know something else too. They have my information. Maybe they've forgotten about me, filed me away as an insignificant breach not worth pursuing. Or maybe they're just waiting for the right moment. I changed my number, my email addresses, even my name on social media. I've moved twice more since then, but in my darker moments, I wonder if it's enough. The internet never forgets, and neither do the people who lurk in its darkest corners. Last week, I received a plain envelope in the mail. No return address, just my name and current address. An address I've only had for 3 months. Inside was a blank sheet of paper with a small red circle drawn in the center. I'm leaving the country next week. Exchange program to Australia, as far away as I can get. I haven't told anyone where I'm going except my parents and the university administration. This will be my last post online anywhere, under any name. If you're reading this, don't make the same mistakes I did. Some curiosities aren't worth satisfying. Some dares aren't worth accepting. And some corners of the internet should remain unexplored. I think there's someone outside my window. I can see a shadow moving across the garden. It's probably just a neighbor, or maybe a fox, but I'm not taking any chances. I've always been someone who says yes to small favors without thinking too hard about it. Not because I'm particularly generous, more that it's easier than making excuses. If someone asks for something that won't cost me much time or effort, I'll generally just do it. That tendency has worked out fine over the years, helping friends move, looking after pets, providing references, normal, helpful acts that most people do without incident. I work as a speech and language therapist in Wolverhampton, mostly with children who have communication difficulties. I've been doing it for about 9 years now, working through a clinic that serves several schools in the area. I live alone, in a small terrace house. Nothing remarkable, the sort of settled but unexciting life that probably describes plenty of people my age. I'd never thought of my willingness to help as a vulnerability, just a normal part of being reasonably decent. About a year ago, I was contacted by someone claiming to represent a parents' advocacy organization. They'd found my details through the clinic where I work and wanted to ask if I'd be willing to provide a brief testimonial about the importance of early intervention for children with speech delays. They were putting together a campaign to raise awareness and secure better funding for therapy services, and they wanted to include perspectives from professionals working directly with affected families. The request came via email and seemed legitimate enough. The organization's name was something generic but plausible, Parents United for Communication Support, or something similar. The email was professionally written, explained their goals clearly, and the request itself seemed entirely reasonable. They wanted a short video testimonial, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, where I'd talk about the impact that proper therapy can have on children's development and why adequate funding matters. I'm generally skeptical of unsolicited requests, but this one felt appropriate to my role. Advocacy for better therapeutic services is something I genuinely believe in, and the request wasn't asking for anything that seemed problematic. Just my professional opinion about work I do anyway, recorded in a format that could be shared with policymakers or included in awareness campaigns. The sort of thing that many professionals in my field have done at some point. I responded saying I'd be happy to provide a testimonial, and they sent back detailed instructions about what to include and how to record it. They wanted me to speak naturally about my work, mention specific challenges I'd seen families face due to inadequate access to services, and emphasize the difference that early intervention can make. They suggested I record it in my home rather than at the clinic, to make it feel more personal and less formally clinical. The instructions specified that I should introduce myself with my full name and professional role, so viewers would understand my credentials. They wanted me to mention where I worked and how long I'd been practicing, again for credibility. They suggested filming in a comfortable setting, maybe in my living room or somewhere that felt relaxed rather than office-like. The goal was to come across as authentic and personally invested, rather than reading from a script in a professional environment. I spent an evening recording the testimonial according to their guidelines. It took a few attempts to get something I was happy with. Speaking naturally to a camera feels more awkward than you'd expect, and I wanted to sound professional but not overly rehearsed. I talked about working with children who struggle to communicate, the frustration families experience when they can't access adequate support, and the transformative impact that proper therapy can have when it's available early enough. In the final version, I introduced myself by name, mentioned I'd been a speech and language therapist for 9 years, stated where I worked, and spoke for about 3 minutes about the importance of early intervention and proper funding. I filmed it in my living room, as suggested, trying to create the warm personal atmosphere they'd requested. I thought it came across as genuine and professionally credible, the sort of testimonial that might actually be useful for an advocacy campaign. I uploaded the video through a link they'd provided and received a thank you email shortly afterward. They said the testimonial was exactly what they needed and would be included in materials they were preparing for distribution to policymakers and funding bodies. They mentioned my contribution would help make a real difference in securing better services for children like those I worked with. It felt good, honestly. A small effort that might contribute to something meaningful. I didn't think about the testimonial again for several months. It had been a minor thing, an evening's work that I'd done, because it aligned with my professional values, and because saying no would have required more energy than simply doing what they'd asked. The organization never contacted me again, which seemed fine. Presumably, they'd used the testimonial in whatever campaign they'd been planning and moved on. Then, about 6 months after I'd recorded it, a colleague mentioned she'd seen something online that looked like me, but in a context she found confusing. She'd been searching for information about therapeutic services and stumbled across a video featuring someone who looked exactly like me, speaking in my voice, but saying things that didn't quite match what she knew about my work or views. She thought perhaps I'd done an interview she wasn't aware of, but some of the content seemed odd. When she described what she'd seen, I didn't immediately connect it to the testimonial I'd recorded. But something about her description made me uneasy, so I asked her to send me the link if she came across it again. She found it that same afternoon and forwarded it to me with a message saying she'd definitely been right that it was strange. The video she'd found was professionally edited and appeared to be a promotional advertisement for private speech therapy services. It featured footage of me, clearly taken from the testimonial I'd recorded, but edited in ways that completely changed the context and meaning of what I'd said. Individual sentences had been extracted and rearranged, paired with text and imagery that made it seem like I was endorsing a specific private practice and criticizing NHS services. The editing was sophisticated enough that the transitions felt natural if you weren't paying close attention. My voice remained consistent, the visual cuts were smooth, and the overall presentation made it seem like I'd intentionally recorded an endorsement for these private services. Someone watching casually would have no reason to suspect it wasn't genuine, particularly since I'd introduced myself by name and professional credentials exactly as the original instructions had specified. I was immediately angry and disturbed by this misuse of footage I'd provided in good faith. I contacted the Parents Advocacy Organization using the email address they'd originally reached out from, demanding they remove the edited video and explain how my testimonial had ended up being used for commercial purposes. The email bounced back as undeliverable. I tried searching for the organization online and found nothing. No website, no social media presence, no record of their existence beyond the emails they'd sent me. I reported the misuse to the private practice that appeared to be benefiting from the promotional video. They claimed they'd commissioned the video from a marketing company and had no knowledge that the testimonial wasn't genuine. They removed it from their website, but said they'd pay good money for professional promotional content and were as much victims of deception as I was. That should have been the end of it. an unpleasant experience of being deceived and having my professional credibility misused, but resolved once the immediate misuse was addressed. Except a few weeks later, my colleague found another video featuring the same footage of me, this time edited differently and appearing on a completely unrelated website advertising therapeutic services in a different region. Over the following months, my testimonial footage appeared in dozens of different contexts, sometimes promoting private therapy services, sometimes in advertisements for educational products, occasionally in materials for organizations whose purposes I couldn't even identify. Each time the editing was different, my words rearranged and recontextualized to serve whatever purpose the current user needed. My face and voice, speaking with apparent professional authority, endorsing things I'd never heard of and didn't support. I reported each instance I discovered, but they appeared faster than I could track them. The testimonial footage had clearly been sold or distributed to multiple parties who were using it for various commercial purposes. My introduction, stating my name, professional role, workplace, and credentials, made the footage particularly valuable because viewers would perceive me as a credible authority endorsing whatever product or service was being advertised. Then I received a message from someone claiming they'd found my testimonial footage for sale on the dark web. They were a journalist investigating deceptive marketing practices and had discovered a marketplace where professional testimonial footage was being sold to businesses wanting to create credible-seeming endorsements without actually hiring genuine professionals or seeking authentic testimonials. She showed me the listing where my footage was available. It was on a marketplace organized like a professional stock footage library, with categories for different professions and types of testimonials. My footage was listed under healthcare professionals, described as a genuine speech therapist, providing credible endorsement content that could be edited for various purposes. The listing included the raw footage I'd originally recorded, allowing buyers to edit it however they wanted for their specific needs. It emphasized my credentials and authentic presentation, marketing the footage as valuable specifically because I'd introduced myself with real details that made edited versions appear legitimate. The price was substantial, around several £100s for unlimited editing rights, marketed as a bargain compared to hiring an actual professional to record testimonials. The purchase history showed my footage had been bought by over 40 different accounts. 40 separate buyers had paid for the right to edit my testimonial into whatever promotional content suited their purposes. Each one could create unlimited variations, rearranging my words and pairing them with whatever imagery or text advanced their commercial interests. The journalist explained that this type of testimonial farming was increasingly common. Scammers would create fake organizations or causes that sounded legitimate, request testimonials from professionals who wanted to support apparently worthy purposes, then sell the resulting footage on dark web marketplaces to businesses engaged in deceptive advertising. The professionals who'd recorded testimonials rarely discovered the misuse, and when they did, the distributed nature of the content made it nearly impossible to fully address. She'd been investigating after several other professionals contacted her about similar experiences. Speech therapists, medical professionals, educators, anyone whose credentials made them valuable endorsers for products or services. All of them had been deceived into recording testimonials for fake organizations, only to have their footage sold and misused extensively. I contacted a solicitor about potential legal action, but the situation was complicated by the distributed nature of the misuse and the difficulty of identifying who was actually responsible. The fake organization that had requested my testimonial didn't exist in any traceable form. The buyers on the dark web marketplace were anonymous The individual businesses using edited versions of my testimonial could claim they'd purchased what they believed was legitimate promotional content and weren't responsible for the deceptive acquisition. The journalist published an article about testimonial farming that included my story alongside several others. The publicity led to some of the more prominent misuses being removed, but I knew the footage itself still existed in the collections of people who downloaded it before marketplaces were shut down or moved to new locations. My testimonial could still appear in new contexts indefinitely, edited in ways I'd never see and used for purposes I'd never approve of. What made it particularly violating was understanding how the deception had worked. They'd specifically requested I film at home to make it feel personal and authentic, which also meant the footage showed details of my living space. They'd asked me to introduce myself with my full name and credentials to establish credibility, which made edited versions seem authoritative. They'd suggested I speak naturally about my work, which provided hours of raw footage that could be chopped up and rearranged into almost any message they wanted to create. I'd willingly provided everything they needed to create convincing false endorsements of products and services I knew nothing about. My desire to help what I believed was a worthy cause, my tendency to say yes to reasonable-sounding requests, had been deliberately exploited to turn me into an unknowing spokesperson for commercial interests I'd never chosen to support. The psychological impact went beyond just anger at being deceived. Every time I introduce myself professionally now, every time I speak about my work, I wonder if someone might recognize me from one of the edited testimonials and assume I actually endorse whatever product or service they'd seen me appearing to promote. My professional credibility, which I'd spent years building, had been weaponized without my consent and used in ways that could potentially damage the reputation I depended on. I also think about the 40 unknown buyers who purchased my testimonial footage. Who were they? What products or services did they use my image to promote? How many people saw versions of me endorsing things I'd never heard of, believing I genuinely recorded those testimonials? The journalist's investigation suggested the testimonial farming operation had collected footage from over 200 professionals before being exposed, meaning thousands of deceptive advertisements had been created using stolen credibility. The organization that had originally contacted me was never identified or prosecuted. The marketplace where my footage was sold was shut down, but apparently resurfaced elsewhere shortly afterward. The individual buyers who'd purchased my testimonial remained anonymous, protected by the architecture of dark web transactions that made tracing specific users nearly impossible, without extensive resources and cooperation that rarely materialize it. I'm much more careful now. I question motivations more thoroughly, research organizations more extensively before agreeing to participate in anything. But I also know the damage is already done. My testimonial footage exists in collections I'll never access, potentially still being edited into new promotional content. My face and voice continuing to endorse things I've never agreed to support. That's what I think about now when I see professional testimonials in advertisements. Not whether the person genuinely believes what they're saying, but whether they actually said it at all. Whether their footage was stolen through deceptive requests and edited to serve purposes they'd never approved. Whether that credible-seeming healthcare professional or educator actually recorded that endorsement. Or whether someone like me was tricked into providing raw material that was later manipulated into whatever message served commercial interests. I tried to help what I believed was a worthy cause by recording a simple testimonial about work I genuinely cared about. That willingness to help was systematically exploited to turn me into an unknowing spokesperson for dozens of products and services I'd never endorsed. My professional credibility became a commodity sold to the highest bidders, my face and voice repurposed endlessly for commercial gains I'd never share in, and purposes I'd never chosen. The testimonial footage exists. Somewhere online, my edited image continues appearing in contexts I'll never see, endorsing things I'd never support, speaking words I never said to serve interests I'd never approve of. That's the lasting price of one evening spent trying to help. One small favor that seemed entirely reasonable at the time, but turned out to be exactly the vulnerability someone was looking for. I've been debating whether to share this with anyone for weeks now. It still doesn't feel quite real, even though I know what happened. My sleep hasn't been the same since. I keep checking my devices, wondering if someone's watching. I guess writing it down might help me process everything, even if just to convince myself I'm not going mad. I work in digital marketing for a small agency in Manchester. Nothing fancy, mostly social media scheduling and content creation for local businesses. I've always been fascinated by AI tools, partly because they're reshaping my industry, and partly because I'm just naturally curious about technology. When ChatGPT first came out, I immediately started playing with it for work purposes, generating content ideas, helping with writer's block, that sort of thing. About 2 months ago, I was having trouble sleeping due to stress from work deadlines. It was around 1 a.m., and I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone, too wired to sleep, but too tired to do anything productive. My bedroom was dark except for the glow from my phone screen, rain pattering against the window, one of those typical dreary February nights in northern England. I opened ChatGPT, thinking I'd ask it to help me brainstorm content for a difficult client who ran an artisanal cheese shop. But for some reason, maybe boredom, maybe the late hour loosening my usual professional focus, I decided to try something different. I'd been watching a documentary about cold cases earlier that evening, and it got me thinking about unsolved mysteries in general. I typed, "Tell me about an unsolved mystery that not many people know about." The response was pretty standard at first, a paragraph about some obscure disappearance from the 1950s that I'd actually already heard of. Nothing particularly interesting. But then I got more specific, asking it to tell me about internet mysteries instead. That's when things started to get strange. The AI began describing a case involving a child who went missing from a small town in Cheshire in the early 1990s, the exact town where I grew up. It mentioned specific details about the case, including the name of the local park where the child was last seen. The thing is, I remembered this case vividly. It had happened when I was 7 years old, and it had terrified me and every other kid in the neighborhood. We weren't allowed to play outside alone for months afterwards. What unsettled me wasn't just that the AI knew about this obscure local case from 30 years ago. It was that some of the details it shared weren't ever reported in the news. The description of the distinctive red and blue jacket the missing child had been wearing, for instance. I remember this detail clearly because my mum had thrown away my similar jacket after the incident, too disturbed by the association. But I'd never seen that detail in any news report or article about the case. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. How could ChatGPT know this? Had it somehow accessed local police records? Or was it just an incredibly specific coincidence? I told myself it had to be the latter, that the AI had generated a generic missing child case, and my brain was filling in the similarities because it was late and I was tired. Curious now, I pushed further. I asked it to tell me more about internet mysteries related to the dark web specifically. The response started normally enough, mentioning the usual stuff about illegal marketplaces and Bitcoin transactions. Then, mid-paragraph, the tone shifted slightly. The writing became more conversational, less formal. almost as if someone else had taken over. It began describing something called the Spectator Club, supposedly an exclusive dark web community where members could watch live feeds of people who were unknowingly being monitored through their own devices. It claimed these weren't hacked webcams or anything so basic, but sophisticated operations where targets were carefully selected and sometimes even manipulated into specific scenarios for the entertainment of viewers. The description was detailed, explaining how members would pay in cryptocurrency for different tiers of access, with the highest tier allowing them to actually suggest scenarios or actions for the monitors to attempt to create. It explained how they used AI to identify potential targets by scanning social media for specific vulnerability markers in people's posting patterns. Then came the part that made my blood run cold. The AI wrote, for example, someone like you, living alone, working late hours, with an interest in true crime and technology, regularly ordering takeaway food rather than going out, and recently searching for information about home security systems after hearing about a break-in on your street 2 weeks ago, would be considered an ideal candidate. I froze. I did live alone. I had been working late. I was interested in true crime and technology. I had ordered takeaway 3 times that week, and there had been a break-in on my street 2 weeks prior, after which I'd researched security cameras online. My heart was pounding as I tried to rationalize this. These could be reasonable guesses based on my previous conversations with the AI. Maybe I'd mentioned living alone or my work hours in earlier prompts. The interest in true crime could be inferred from my current questions. The takeaway part was unsettling, but could be a lucky guess based on typical habits of people working late. But the break-in on my street, how could it possibly know about that? As I was trying to process this, the AI continued, describing how the Spectator Club members would sometimes introduce themselves to targets by demonstrating how much they knew about them. And then, at the end of the response, there was a string of text that looked like a Tor address, one of those .onion URLs you need a special browser to access. Right after it, the AI added, "But you shouldn't visit this." No one should. It's merely an example of what these addresses look like. I sat up in bed, fully awake now, a knot forming in my stomach. This felt wrong in a way I couldn't quite articulate. I decided to report the conversation as inappropriate, thinking the AI had clearly been fed some problematic information. But before I could, the app refreshed itself, and when I checked my conversation history, that particular exchange was gone. All my other conversations were still there, but this specific one had vanished completely. I told myself I was being paranoid. The app probably just glitched and lost that conversation thread. It happens, but I couldn't shake the unease I felt, especially about those oddly specific details. I closed the app and tried to sleep, but my mind kept racing. The next day, curiosity got the better of me. I couldn't stop thinking about that Tor address. What if the Spectator Club was real? What if people really were being watched without their knowledge? I told myself I just wanted to verify if this was something I should report to authorities. That's how I justified downloading Tor. I installed the browser, copied the address from memory as best I could, and hesitated before hitting enter. A part of me knew this was stupid, exactly the kind of thing people criticize in horror films, but another part needed to know if this was real, or if my sleep-deprived brain had imagined the whole thing. When the page loaded, it looked disappointingly mundane. Just a black background with a simple login form. No indication of what the site was about. A small note at the bottom read, "Invitation code required." I felt a mixture of relief and anticlimax. Without an invitation code, I couldn't access whatever this was anyway. I was about to close the browser when my phone pinged with a notification. A text message from an unknown number. "Your invitation code is 347XZB. We've been waiting for you to join us." My hands started shaking so badly I dropped my phone. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a coincidence, some spam text that happened to arrive at the worst possible moment. I picked up my phone and blocked the number immediately, then shut down my laptop and unplugged it for good measure. For the next few days, I jumped at every notification. I covered my laptop camera with tape and even disconnected my smart TV. I considered going to the police but couldn't imagine how I'd explain what had happened without sounding completely delusional. A week later, I received an email with the subject line Spectator Feedback Survey. The body was empty except for a link. I deleted it immediately and ran a virus scan, which found nothing. The following day, another email arrived, this one saying, "Your viewing patterns suggest you enjoy watching from your kitchen window at 8:15 p.m. Your neighbors provide excellent content." The blood drained from my face. I did often find myself absent-mindedly watching my neighbors while waiting for my kettle to boil around that time. It was just a coincidence, I told myself. It had to be. But I closed my curtains that evening and have kept them closed ever since. Over the next few weeks, the messages became more frequent and more specific. References to conversations I'd had in my flat when I thought I was alone. Descriptions of items I'd recently purchased. At one point, I received a text with nothing but the title of the book I was currently reading. A paperback I'd bought from a second-hand shop, not ordered online. I've since moved flats, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media accounts, and bought a new laptop. I only access the internet through public Wi-Fi now, using a VPN. I've stopped using any AI tools completely. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night. What if the AI didn't send me to the Spectator Club? What if it was trying to warn me that I was already being watched? What if the reason it knew those details about me wasn't because it was somehow spying on me, but because someone else was, and they were feeding that information into its training data? I don't know if I'll ever feel safe again. Every camera I pass, every device with a microphone, every stranger looking at their phone when I walk by, they all make me wonder if I'm still being watched, if I'm still providing content for some hidden audience. And the most terrifying thought of all, what if I'm not the only one? What if there are thousands of us out there being monitored without our knowledge, our lives turned into entertainment for people we'll never see? How would we even know? There's something about curiosity that makes you ignore warning signs you'd normally pay attention to. Looking back, I can see exactly where I should have stopped, where any reasonable person would have closed their laptop and walked away. But I didn't, and now I'm living with the consequences. Last summer, I was working as a dental receptionist in Southampton. Not the most exciting job in the world, but it paid the bills and gave me enough free time to pursue my actual interest, which was photography. I'd been doing it semi-professionally for a few years, mostly portraits and the occasional wedding. Nothing that would make me rich, but enough to supplement my income. The practice where I worked was in the city centre, and my flat was about 20 minutes away on foot. I lived alone, which suited me fine. I'd always been fairly independent, preferred my own company most of the time. Evenings were usually spent editing photos or browsing online, looking at other photographers' work, trying to pick up new techniques. One evening in July, I was looking at a photography discussion site when someone mentioned something called verification services on the dark web. The context was about stock photography and licensing. Someone asking whether there were ways to check if your images were being used without permission in places normal search engines couldn't reach. Another user mentioned that there were services on the dark web that could do reverse image searches across databases most people couldn't access. I'd heard of the dark web before, obviously. Everyone has. But like most people, I'd assumed it was either completely inaccessible or exclusively used for illegal things. The discussion made it sound more mundane than that. People used it for privacy reasons, for accessing information in countries with restricted internet, for legitimate purposes alongside the dodgy ones. I was curious. I had hundreds of photos online across various platforms, and I'd always wondered if people were using them without permission. The standard reverse image search tools only showed you what was publicly indexed. There could be dozens of sites using my work that I'd never find through normal means, so I looked into it. Getting access was easier than I'd expected. Within half an hour, I was browsing this completely different version of the internet. Most of it was disappointing. Broken links, sites that looked ancient, pages that loaded incredibly slowly or not at all. I spent maybe an hour clicking around before I found what I was looking for. The site was called ImageTrace. Simple name, simple design. The homepage explained that it was a reverse image search service that could scan databases and repositories most search engines couldn't reach. Upload an image, wait for the results, see where it appeared online. There was a fee structure listed, but it also mentioned you could earn credits by contributing to their verification system. That caught my attention. I didn't particularly want to pay for a service I was just experimenting with, but earning credits sounded reasonable. There was a link. Become a verifier. I clicked through. The page explained that the service needed human verification for certain types of image matching. Their automated system could find potential matches, but humans were better at confirming whether two images were actually the same or just similar. Verifiers would be shown pairs of images and asked to rate how closely they matched. Each verification earned a small number of credits. Accumulate enough credits, and you could use the service to search for your own images. It seemed straightforward enough. Look at some images, say whether they match, earn credits. Use those credits to search for my photographs. A fair exchange. I signed up using a temporary email address. The registration process asked for some basic information: general location, languages spoken, areas of expertise. I put down Southampton, English, and photography. Then I confirmed my registration and was taken to a dashboard. The interface was clean and functional. At the top was my credit balance, 0. Below that was a button. Begin verification tasks. I clicked it. The first task appeared immediately. 2 photographs side by side. On the left was a picture of a street scene, clearly taken in some European city. On the right was a similar but not identical image of what looked like the same street from a slightly different angle. Below each image was a question. Are these images of the same location? There were 5 options. Definitely yes, probably yes, uncertain, probably no, definitely no. I looked at both images carefully. The buildings matched. The street layout was the same. The angles were different, suggesting they'd been taken from different positions, but they were definitely the same location. I clicked definitely yes and submitted my answer. A new pair of images appeared. This time 2 portraits of different people. The question was the same. Are these images of the same person? They clearly weren't. Different facial features, different ages, different everything. I clicked definitely no. Another pair appeared, then another, then another. Most were easy to judge. Landscapes that were obviously the same place or obviously different. Portraits of the same person taken years apart versus portraits of completely different people. Buildings, cars, objects. Some required more thought, particularly when the images were poor quality or taken from strange angles, but generally it was straightforward work. After about 30 minutes, I'd completed maybe 50 verifications. My credit balance had increased accordingly. Each verification earned a fractional credit, and I needed roughly 100 credits to run a basic image search. At this rate, it would take a few hours of work to accumulate enough. Tedious, but not difficult. I stopped for the evening and came back to it the next day. Completed another 50 verifications. Then another batch the day after that. Within a week, I had enough credits to run my first search. I uploaded one of my more popular photographs, a sunset shot over Southampton docks that I'd taken a couple of years earlier. The search ran for maybe 30 seconds, then returned results. It found the image on my own website, obviously, on my social media accounts, on a few photography sharing sites where I'd posted it, all expected. But it also found 3 other locations. A blog based in Germany that had used the image without credit, a tourism website for the South Coast that had taken it from somewhere and used it in a promotional article, and a stock photography site I'd never heard of, selling prints of my photograph. I felt a mixture of vindication and annoyance. I'd been right to be suspicious. People were using my work without permission. The verifications had been worth it. I ran a few more searches over the following days, checking other images from my portfolio. Found similar results. A few unauthorized uses, mostly small-scale stuff that probably wasn't worth pursuing legally, but good to know about nonetheless. Then the verification tasks started changing. I'd been working through them one evening, mindlessly clicking through pairs of images, when something made me pause. The images weren't photographs anymore. They were screenshots. On the left was a screenshot of what looked like a text conversation. On the right was another screenshot, similar but with slightly different text. The question had changed too. Do these conversations involve the same participants? I stared at the screen for a moment. This wasn't what I'd signed up for. I'd agreed to verify image matches, not analyze private conversations. But the task was already loaded, and there was no obvious way to skip it without losing my progress. I looked at the screenshots more carefully. The text was in English. The conversation on the left appeared to be between 2 people discussing meeting up somewhere. The conversation on the right showed different text, but similar phrasing, similar topics. Without names or profile pictures visible, it was impossible to tell if they involved the same people. I clicked uncertain and submitted. A new task appeared. This time it was 2 photographs of documents. Official-looking forms with most of the text blurred out, but enough visible to see they were some kind of application or registration documents. The question: are these documents from the same source? Again, impossible to tell with most of the information obscured. I clicked uncertain again. More tasks appeared, and they were increasingly strange. Screenshots of emails with identifying information blurred. Photographs of buildings with the question, is this a residential property? Aerial images of locations with questions about whether they showed the same area. None of it was related to photography anymore. None of it matched what the service had claimed to be about. I should have stopped then. But I'd already accumulated credits. I'd already invested time. And the tasks kept coming, each one earning me more credits, each one seemingly harmless on its own. Then I got a task that made me feel physically sick. 2 photographs appeared. Both showed the interior of what looked like someone's home. A living room with a sofa, a television, some personal belongings visible. The images were taken from slightly different angles, but clearly showed the same room. The question: are these images from the same location? But there was something else in one of the photos. In the corner, partially visible, was a person. Just their arm and part of their torso, sitting on the sofa. They clearly didn't know they were being photographed. The angle suggested the photo had been taken from outside, through a window. I closed the laptop immediately, sat there feeling cold and nauseous, trying to process what I'd just seen. The service wasn't about copyright verification. It was about surveillance. All those tasks I'd been completing, all those verifications, I'd been helping someone identify locations, match images of properties, confirm whether different photographs showed the same places or people. I'd been contributing to some kind of organized information gathering operation. I didn't log back in for several days. Tried to pretend I hadn't seen what I'd seen, but I couldn't stop thinking about it, about all the tasks I'd completed, about what that information might have been used for. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I logged back into the dashboard. My credit balance was still there. The verification tasks were still available. I clicked to begin a new task, morbidly curious about what would appear. The task that loaded made my stomach drop. 2 photographs side by side. On the left was a street scene, a residential street with terraced houses. On the right was a closer shot of one specific house on what looked like the same street. I recognized the street immediately. It was my street. The left image showed the full length of the road where I lived. The right image showed a house 3 doors down from mine. The question, are these images from the same location? I sat frozen, staring at the screen. Someone had photographed my street, had uploaded it to this service, was asking verifiers to confirm location details about the area where I lived. I clicked definitely yes without thinking, submitted the answer, immediately regretted it. A new task appeared. This time the left image showed the same street from a different angle. The right image showed another house. 2 doors down from mine, same question. I closed the laptop. This wasn't coincidence. Someone was systematically documenting my street, breaking it down into individual properties, having each one verified by people like me who had no idea what they were contributing to. I checked the dashboard again the next day. My task history was visible in a section I hadn't noticed before. It showed every verification I'd completed, going back to my first day. Hundreds of them now, and next to each one was a status indicator. Verified, pending, or confirmed. The tasks showing my street were marked as confirmed. Multiple verifiers had looked at those images and confirmed the locations matched. Not just me. Others had seen the same tasks and provided the same answers. I scrolled through my task history, looking at everything I'd verified over the past few weeks. Most of it seemed innocuous in isolation. 2 images of the same building, 2 portraits of the same person, 2 screenshots of similar conversations. But seeing them all listed together, I started noticing patterns. Certain locations appeared multiple times. The same street photographed from different angles. The same building shown in different lighting conditions. The same car park at different times of day. Someone was building comprehensive documentation of specific places, using verifiers to confirm accuracy and match details across multiple images. And my street was one of those places. Over the next few days, more tasks appeared involving my area. Not just my street now, but surrounding roads, nearby shops, the park at the end of my road. Each time, I was asked to verify location matches, confirm that different images showed the same places. I stopped completing those tasks, started declining them, clicking uncertain, even when I knew the answer. But it didn't matter. Other verifiers were still completing them. The tasks still showed as confirmed in my history. Then something happened that made everything worse. I was walking home from work one afternoon, the usual route through the city centre and then residential streets toward my flat. As I turned onto my road, I noticed someone standing on the corner. A man, maybe in his 30s, holding a phone up like he was taking photographs. I walked past him, trying to look casual. Glanced back once I'd passed. He was still there, phone raised, photographing the street. It could have been innocent. Could have been a tourist, or someone documenting the area for personal reasons. But the timing felt wrong, too coincidental. I went into my flat and immediately opened my laptop, logged into the dashboard, refreshed the verification tasks. New tasks had appeared, photographs of my street taken from the exact spot where I'd seen that man standing. Different houses shown in each image, including mine. The tasks were already being verified by other users, already marked as confirmed. I was watching it happen in real time. Someone photographing my street, uploading the images, having them verified and catalogued within minutes. I tried to delete my account. The option wasn't available. I looked through every settings menu, every configuration page. There was no way to remove my account or even stop receiving tasks. I sent a message through the site's contact form, demanding they delete my information and remove my account. No response came. The tasks kept appearing. More images of my street, my building, my neighborhood. And they weren't just external shots anymore. Some showed views through windows, interior shots of buildings on my road taken from outside, photographs of gardens, driveways, the alley behind the houses. Then I received a task that showed my actual flat, not the building, but my specific flat. A photograph taken through my living room window, showing my furniture, my belongings. The question: is this a ground floor or upper floor property? The answer was obvious from the angle. Upper floor, second floor specifically. But I couldn't bring myself to answer. I just stared at the image, at my own living room displayed on this site, being catalogued and verified by strangers. I closed my curtains, all of them, stopped opening them even during the day, started avoiding the windows entirely. But the tasks kept coming. My building from different angles, the entrance, where I came and went, the window of my flat, my car in the residence parking area, each one being verified, confirmed, added to whatever database this service was building. I tried to work out who was behind it, went back through the site, looking for any information about the company or organization running ImageTrace. There was nothing. No contact details beyond the form I'd already used. No company registration. No terms of service that mentioned who owned or operated the site. I looked up the service on normal search engines, found nothing. It didn't exist outside the dark web. No reviews, no discussions, no mentions anywhere. I was trapped in something I didn't understand, couldn't escape, and couldn't report to anyone without admitting I'd been participating in it. Then the tasks changed again. One evening, a new task appeared, a photograph of me, actually me, walking down my street, taken from behind, but clearly me. I recognized my jacket, my bag, my posture. The question: identify the individual's approximate height and build. Options were provided: short, average, tall, slim, average, heavy. I closed the laptop so hard I thought the screen might crack. They weren't just cataloging locations anymore. They were cataloging people, specifically me. More tasks appeared over the following days. Different photographs of me at different locations. Walking to work, sitting in a cafe, waiting at a bus stop. Each one asking verifiers to provide details about me. What I was wearing, what I was carrying, what time of day it was. Other verifiers were answering these questions, providing details about me to whoever was compiling this information, and I couldn't stop them because I couldn't access the site without seeing more tasks, and I couldn't delete my account or remove my information. I changed my routine, started taking different routes to work, avoided my usual haunts, wore different clothes, anything to make myself less predictable, less documentable. But the photographs kept appearing, new locations, new times. They were following me, photographing me, uploading everything to the site for verification. I went to the police, told them someone was following me and taking photographs. They asked if I knew who or why. I said no. I couldn't tell them about Image Trace without explaining how I knew about it, without admitting I'd been verifying similar images of other people and places for weeks. They said they'd keep a record of my report, but there wasn't much they could do without more information. They suggested I be vigilant, maybe install a camera, keep a log of incidents. I did install a camera, pointed it at my front door. The next morning, I checked the footage. Someone had stood outside my door at 3 in the morning, just stood there for maybe 10 minutes, doing something with their phone, then left. I checked the dashboard. New tasks had appeared, photographs of my door, my flat number visible in the images, questions about the lock type, whether there was a security chain, whether the door opened inward or outward. They were planning something, gathering information for some purpose I didn't want to contemplate. I moved out the following week, broke my lease, paid whatever penalties the landlord demanded, found a new flat across the city in Eastleigh. Didn't tell anyone where I was going except my employer, and I made them promise not to give out my information to anyone. For a few weeks, everything seemed fine. No tasks appeared showing my new location, no photographs of my new street. I started to relax slightly, thinking maybe I'd escaped it. Then I logged into the dashboard one morning, something I'd been doing compulsively despite knowing I should stop, and found my new address listed in my profile information. I hadn't provided it. I'd never updated my details, but somehow the site knew where I'd moved to. The verification tasks started appearing that same day. My new street, my new building, my new flat, all being photographed, uploaded, verified, catalogued. And there was a new section in my dashboard now. Accuracy score. It showed a percentage. Mine was listed as 93%. Below it was text. Users with accuracy scores above 90% are eligible for premium verification tasks. A new button had appeared. Accept premium tasks. I didn't click it. I closed the laptop and haven't opened that site since. But the damage is done. My information is in their system. My locations, my routines, my details. All verified by strangers who have no idea what they're contributing to. Just like I had no idea when I started. I've moved twice more since then. Each time, within days, tasks appear showing my new location. Each time, the photographs start arriving. The documentation continues. I don't know who's behind it. I don't know what they want. I don't know if I'm specifically targeted, or if I'm just one of many people being catalogued this way. What I do know is that I helped build the system that's now being used against me. Every verification I completed, every task I answered, I was training their system, teaching it to identify locations and people and details. I was one of dozens or hundreds of verifiers, all contributing small pieces to something much larger that none of us understood. And now I can't escape it. Can't delete my involvement. Can't undo the verification work I did. It's all permanent, all catalogued, all being used for purposes I never agreed to, and still don't understand. The worst part is knowing that somewhere right now, someone is looking at a verification task. Two images side by side. One showing a street or a building or a person, the other showing something similar. And they're being asked to confirm if they match. They'll answer honestly, trying to help, thinking they're contributing to something legitimate. And they'll have no idea what they're really doing until it's far too late. Just like I didn't. There's something uniquely terrifying about waking up to find you're not alone. Not in the traditional sense of someone physically being in your room, but in that modern digital way where your devices have betrayed you. That moment when you realize the technology you trusted has become a window for someone else to peer through. It happened to me 3 months ago, and I haven't had a proper night's sleep since. I should probably give you a bit of background. I work as a network administrator for a small tech company in Bristol. Nothing glamorous, just your typical IT job. Troubleshooting connections, maintaining servers, the usual stuff. I've always been interested in cybersecurity as a hobby, which is probably what got me into this mess in the first place. Curiosity and technical knowledge can be a dangerous combination. After a particularly rough breakup last year, I developed this bad habit of browsing the internet until the early hours, often falling asleep with my laptop still running beside me on the bed. My flat is a small one-bedroom place in one of those converted Victorian houses. High ceilings, drafty windows, and neighbours I rarely see. Perfect for someone who values privacy, but terrible for someone developing paranoia, as it turns out. I'd been exploring the dark web for about 6 months prior to the incident. Not for anything illegal, mind you. Just fascinated by the technology, the anonymity of it all. And yes, I'll admit, the thrill of accessing something most people don't understand. I'd visit forums discussing privacy tools, cryptocurrency exchanges, that sort of thing. Occasionally, I'd venture into some of the marketplaces out of curiosity, but I never bought anything. I considered myself a cautious observer, smart enough to protect myself. Looking back, that confidence was my first mistake. The night it happened was a Wednesday in February, one of those bitter cold nights where the wind finds every gap in your window frames. I remember it had been a frustrating day at work, a server migration gone wrong, hours of overtime. The kind of day that leaves you mentally drained. I'd come home around 9, heated up some leftover pasta, and crawled into bed with my laptop to unwind. I was browsing through some dark web forums, reading about new encryption methods when I started to drift off. You know that feeling when you're reading and suddenly realize the words aren't making sense anymore because you're half asleep? That's where I was. In that hazy state between consciousness and dreams. I remember my finger slipping on the trackpad, clicking something I hadn't meant to click, but I was too tired to care. I closed my eyes, telling myself I'd shut down the laptop properly in a minute. The next thing I knew, I was waking up with a start. It was that sudden, jarring kind of awakening where something pulls you from deep sleep, but you're not sure what. My bedroom was dark, except for the blue glow of my laptop screen. The digital clock on my bedside table read 3:17 a.m. At first, I thought it was just the cold that had woken me. My duvet had slipped off and the room was freezing. But then I noticed my laptop screen. It wasn't displaying the forum I'd been browsing. Instead, there was a video feed open, taking up the entire screen. A dark room, lit only by what looked like a computer monitor, and sitting in front of it was a figure in a black hoodie, their face hidden in shadow. They weren't moving, just sitting there, staring directly at the camera, at me. My first sleepy thought was that I'd accidentally clicked on some kind of live stream before falling asleep. But as my brain cleared, I realized this wasn't YouTube or Twitch. There was no interface, no view account, no chat window, just this feed taking up my entire screen with no browser window around it. I reached for the trackpad, thinking I'd close whatever this was, but the cursor didn't appear. I tried keyboard shortcuts, nothing. The feed just continued, the hooded figure sitting motionless. Then, slowly, they raised a hand and gave a small wave. My blood turned to ice. This wasn't some random stream I'd clicked on. This person was watching me, responding to me. I slammed the laptop shut and sat up in bed, fully awake now, heart pounding in my chest. I told myself it was just some weird glitch or maybe malware I'd picked up browsing those forums. Perhaps someone had gained remote access to my webcam. Creepy, yes, but explicable. Nothing to panic about. I could run some security scans in the morning, reinstall my OS if necessary. I even convinced myself that I might have dreamt it, that weird space between sleeping and waking where reality gets distorted. After about 20 minutes of sitting in the dark, listening to my own breathing, I managed to calm down enough to consider going back to sleep. I moved my closed laptop from the bed to my desk, unplugged it for good measure, and crawled back under the covers. Just as I was drifting off again, my phone screen lit up on the bedside table. A notification, a new email. I should have ignored it until morning, but some combination of lingering unease and IT worker instinct made me check. The email had no subject. The sender address was just a string of random numbers and letters. The body contained only a link. Against every ounce of common sense, my thumb tapped it. My phone browser opened to a video feed, the same feed that had been on my laptop. But now the angle was different. The hooded figure was still there, but the camera showed more of the room. Behind them was a wall covered in monitors, each displaying different rooms of what looked like a house. With a sickening lurch, I recognized one of them. My bedroom. Me, sitting up in bed, phone in hand, face lit by the blue glow of the screen. I threw my phone across the room in panic. It hit the wall and clattered to the floor, the screen going dark. For several minutes, I just sat there frozen, trying to process what I'd seen. Someone had access to cameras in my flat, cameras I hadn't installed. They were watching me, had been watching me for who knows how long. Sleep was out of the question now. I got up, turned on every light in the flat, and began searching for cameras. I checked smoke detectors, light fixtures, air vents, all the usual hiding spots. Nothing. I unplugged my router, turned off my phone, disconnected every smart device I owned. Then I sat on my sofa, waiting for dawn, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. The next day, I called in sick to work and took my laptop to a friend who specializes in cybersecurity. I explained that I thought someone might have hacked into my system. I didn't tell him about the video feed or my suspicions about hidden cameras. It sounded too paranoid, too crazy. He ran some diagnostics and found traces of a remote access Trojan, a type of malware that allows someone to control your computer from a distance. According to him, it had been installed about 3 months earlier, around the time I first started browsing the dark web. He removed the malware, helped me secure my laptop, and recommended I change all my passwords and enable two-factor authentication on everything. I did all that and more. Factory reset my phone, bought a new router, even put tape over all my device cameras. For a few days, I felt safer. Then I received a text from an unknown number. New cameras hidden better. Keep waving. I immediately moved out of my flat, staying with a friend while I found a new place. I changed my phone number, created new email accounts, even considered changing jobs. I was thorough, careful, paranoid, and for a while, I thought I'd escaped. Then last week, as I was setting up my computer in my new place, I found a file on my desktop that I hadn't put there. A video file. I knew I shouldn't open it, but I did. It showed footage of me from the previous day, moving into my new flat. The camera angle was from across the street, through my new living room window. At the end, text appeared on screen. The dark web sees everything. Privacy is an illusion. I've since learned that there are forums on the dark web dedicated to this. People who hack into others' devices and watch them, trading access like baseball cards. Some do it for the thrill of invasion, others for more sinister purposes. They call it live streaming, turning unsuspecting people's lives into entertainment. I don't know why I was targeted. Maybe I visited the wrong forum, clicked the wrong link, or maybe it was completely random. What I do know is that someone is still watching me, still one step ahead despite everything I've done to shake them. I've considered going to the police, but what would I tell them? That someone I can't identify, who I unwittingly encountered on the dark web, has been spying on me through my devices, that they somehow keep finding me despite all my precautions. They think I was paranoid, delusional, so I live with it. I cover my webcam, disconnect my devices when not using them, keep my curtains drawn. I scan my place for cameras weekly. I've become obsessed with privacy settings, VPNs, encryption. But in my darkest moments, I wonder if any of it matters. If they found me once, they can find me again. The most terrifying part isn't the invasion of privacy. It's the helplessness. In our connected world, true privacy might be impossible. We surround ourselves with devices that watch and listen, that track our movements and habits. Most of the time, it's for convenience or security. But sometimes, someone decides to use that technology against you. And when they do, you realize how vulnerable you've been all along. Every night before bed, I shut down all my devices completely. And every morning, I check to make sure they haven't turned themselves on while I slept. Because I know that somewhere in the darkness of the web, a hooded figure might be watching, waiting for me to let my guard down again. The silence from the speakers made the stream harder to look away from, like watching something through glass that you knew you shouldn't be seeing, but couldn't quite stop yourself from observing. I was 18 and halfway through my A-levels when I got bored with fictional horror and started looking for something real. Not that the creepypasta forums I'd been frequenting were particularly scary. Most of the stories were obviously made up by teenagers trying to one-up each other with increasingly ridiculous scenarios involving supernatural entities and impossible situations. What I wanted was genuine fear, the sort that comes from knowing something terrible actually happened rather than just imagining it might. Real footage, authentic documentation, evidence of events that would make you lose sleep because they were part of the actual world, rather than someone's creative writing exercise. The transition from fictional horror to real content was gradual. Started with true crime forums, then moved to places where people shared footage from accidents and incidents that mainstream media wouldn't broadcast. Nothing particularly extreme initially, just material that was too graphic or disturbing for regular platforms. Each community led to recommendations for others, and the content kept escalating. Places where people discussed banned documentaries, leaked investigation footage, material that existed in legal grey areas. the sort of communities that felt like digital speakeasies, accessible if you knew where to look, but hidden from casual browsers. One forum I discovered was dedicated to what they called authentic extreme documentation. The participants approached it like academic research, verifying whether violent content was genuine or staged, discussing production techniques, and analyzing geographic indicators with more professionalism than you'd expect from random internet users. That's where I first encountered serious discussions about red rooms. The concept was straightforward. Live streams supposedly hidden on the dark web where viewers could watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most participants were skeptical, discussing the technical and legal barriers that would make such operations nearly impossible to maintain. But a few claimed to have encountered evidence suggesting red rooms might actually exist. Screenshots of streaming interfaces, recordings of what appeared to be live violence, documentation of hidden services that hosted such content. What made me pay attention was the level of detail in their discussions. These weren't teenagers making up stories about urban legends. They spoke about hosting infrastructure, content distribution, and audience management with expertise that suggested real familiarity rather than speculation. One participant, who went by Archive Seeker, claimed to have documented multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He was cautious about sharing evidence, requiring people to demonstrate serious research interest rather than casual curiosity before providing access to his collection. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove you weren't just seeking sensational material. After several weeks of conversation, Archive Seeker finally shared some files from his archive. The material was disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, interface elements suggesting live streaming. It could have been sophisticated fiction or genuine documentation of real events. What struck me as potentially authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific environments, equipment brands visible in shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates when cross-referenced with news reports. Archive Seeker explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently, operated on irregular schedules, and required personal recommendations from existing viewers. Not something you could stumble across accidentally. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real phenomena or elaborate fiction, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be about finding authentic horror stories, not witnessing actual crimes. But curiosity got the better of me, especially since Archive Seeker assured me that observation didn't require participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software downloads, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole system felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to serious researchers. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was surprisingly basic. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a converted basement, with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed a concrete walled space with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal chair, and strapped to that chair was a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was conscious, but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, with people making suggestions and placing bets on various outcomes. The casual way they discussed real violence was more disturbing than the violence itself. I watched for about an hour, using headphones so my parents wouldn't hear anything from my bedroom. The man in the chair would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, but no audio was coming through the stream. Just silence that made everything feel more immediate and real. Around 10 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed ordinarily: jeans, plain shirt, work boots. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. The figure moved around methodically, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera equipment, checking various apparatus that wasn't fully visible in the main feed. They worked with practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first time following this routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching. About 20 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me lean closer to my laptop screen. The figure had moved to adjust one of the cameras, and for a moment I got a clearer view of the room's background. On the wall was a fire safety certificate, the sort of official documentation you see in commercial buildings to show they meet safety regulations. The certificate was issued by a company I recognized, a local fire safety firm that did inspections for businesses around Essex, where I lived. I'd seen their signs on various shops and offices in my town, including at the college where I was studying, which meant this stream was potentially being broadcast from somewhere relatively local to where I was sitting. I took screenshots of the certificate and researched the fire safety company online. They serviced commercial properties throughout Essex and East London, including warehouses, offices, and industrial units. Hundreds of potential locations where someone could set up streaming equipment without attracting attention. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the local connection, looking at commercial property listings, checking business directories, trying to identify locations that might match what I'd seen in the stream. The man from the stream bothered me more than I wanted to admit. Not just what had obviously happened to him, but the way he'd looked around that room with growing understanding of his situation. The moment when confusion had turned to genuine fear. I considered reporting what I'd seen to the police, but I knew how that would sound. Sixth form student claims to have found evidence of live murder streams based on recognizing a fire safety certificate from a local company. Without more concrete evidence, they dismiss it as internet fantasy. Archive Seeker had mentioned that the operation I'd observed was part of a larger network with multiple locations and regular scheduling. He offered to provide access to additional streams if I was serious about documenting their activities. I should have declined and focused on my A-level coursework instead, but the idea that this might be happening locally had made it feel more urgent and real than just another piece of extreme internet content. The next stream he arranged access to was scheduled for the following weekend. Different location, different setup, but the same basic format. Live violence broadcast to paying audiences who treated real suffering as entertainment. This location was clearer in terms of identifying features, not just a basement, but what appeared to be a converted workshop or garage with distinctive elements that made it easier to place geographically. Most importantly, there was a window visible in the background that showed part of what appeared to be a residential street. Terraced houses with a particular architectural style, streetlights with distinctive lamp designs, road markings that suggested British rather than foreign location. The architectural style looked familiar in a way that made me uncomfortable. Those house designs, the streetlight style, even the particular type of paving stones visible in the road. It all looked very much like areas of Essex I knew well. I spent hours comparing the glimpse of street visible through that window with online maps and street view images of my local area. The match wasn't exact, but it was close enough to suggest the stream was being broadcast from somewhere within about 20 miles of where I lived. The realization that Red Rooms might be operating locally, rather than in some distant country, made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. These weren't abstract criminals in foreign locations. They were people who might live in my area, shop in the same places, use the same roads. I started paying more attention to local news reports, looking for missing person cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. But without knowing exactly when people had been taken or having clear physical descriptions, it was impossible to make definitive connections. What I did find were several reports of people who disappeared without trace over the past year. Not enough to establish any pattern, but more than you'd normally expect in a relatively small geographic area. One case particularly caught my attention. A man in his 30s been reported missing about 2 months earlier, after failing to return from what should have been a routine evening out. The physical description matched someone I thought I'd seen in one of the archived streams Archive Seeker had shared. The missing person report included a photograph that looked very similar to one of the victims, though the poor video quality made it impossible to be completely certain. But the age, build, and general appearance were consistent enough to be disturbing. I researched the circumstances of his disappearance more thoroughly. He'd left home around 7 p.m. to meet friends at a pub in town, but had never arrived. His car was found the next morning in a supermarket car park about 5 miles away, with no signs of struggle or obvious explanation for why he'd abandoned it there. The location where his car was discovered was interesting because it was near an industrial estate with several empty units that had been vacant for months. The sort of place where someone could operate without being noticed by neighbors or regular foot traffic. I decided to visit the industrial estate, using college work as an excuse to take the bus in that direction. Most of the units were legitimate businesses, small manufacturing, logistics companies, vehicle repair shops, but several were clearly empty, with to-let signs and boarded windows. One unit particularly caught my attention because it had been vacant longer than the others, according to the estate agent's signage, but showed signs of recent activity. Fresh tire tracks in the car park, windows that had been covered from inside rather than just boarded up, electrical connections that suggested power was still connected despite the property being officially empty. From the road, everything looked normal. Just another vacant commercial unit waiting for new tenants. But knowing what I potentially knew about local Red Room operations made it feel sinister in a way that was difficult to explain. I walked past several times over the next week, varying my route and timing to avoid appearing suspicious. Most of the time there was no obvious activity, but occasionally I'd notice vehicles parked outside that weren't there regularly. One evening, I saw light coming from inside the unit, despite it being officially vacant. Not normal commercial lighting, but the harsh, bright illumination that would be needed for filming or streaming. That's when I realized I might be looking at the actual location where some of the streams were being broadcast. I should have contacted the authorities immediately, should have reported my suspicions and let them investigate whether criminal activity was taking place at that address. But I was worried about how my story would sound and whether anyone would take a sixth form student seriously. More importantly, I was concerned about what might happen if the people operating the Red Room discovered that someone had identified their location. They demonstrated willingness to commit serious violence for entertainment. What would they do to protect their operation from exposure? Instead, I decided to gather more evidence before making any reports, document activity at the property, record when lights were visible, note which vehicles visited and when, build a case that would be convincing enough for police to take seriously. But as I was conducting this informal surveillance, I noticed something that changed my approach entirely. One of the regular visitors to the vacant unit was someone I recognized from college. Not a student, but one of the part-time maintenance staff who worked around the buildings and grounds. Someone who had access to areas students didn't normally go, who could move around without attracting attention, who would know which parts of the college were empty at different times. Someone who would have seen me around campus regularly and could easily find out my personal details from college records. The realization that someone from my own college might be involved in Red Room operations made me reconsider everything I thought I knew about the situation. This wasn't just about finding evidence of criminal activity. It was about discovering that someone from my daily environment was potentially involved in torture and murder. I stopped visiting the industrial estate after that realization. If the maintenance worker was involved and had noticed my interest in the vacant unit, then I'd potentially identified myself as someone who knew too much about their activities. The next day at college, I found myself paying attention to the maintenance staff in ways I never had before, watching how they moved around the building, which areas they accessed, whether they showed any unusual interest in particular students or staff members. The worker I'd recognized seemed to be watching me too. Not obviously, but I caught him looking in my direction more often than felt normal, and he seemed to be working in areas near my usual routes, between classes more frequently than before. That evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my bedroom door while I was downstairs having dinner with my parents. Inside was a single piece of paper with a printed message that made my hands shake as I read it. Curiosity can be dangerous. No signature, no return address, nothing that would identify who had sent it. But the timing and content made it clear that someone knew about my interest in Red Rooms and wanted me to stop investigating. I threw the note away and tried to convince myself it was just coincidence or someone playing a prank. But I couldn't stop thinking about how they'd obtained my home address and managed to deliver the message without my parents noticing anything unusual. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every glance from the maintenance worker at college felt threatening. Every unexpected sound at home made me check the windows and doors, but nothing obvious happened. No more notes, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. I stopped participating in the extreme content forums and tried to focus on my A-level coursework instead. But I couldn't shake the knowledge of what I'd discovered, or the fear that I'd gotten too close to something dangerous. The maintenance worker left the college about 2 weeks later. According to the staff I asked, he'd found better employment elsewhere and given standard notice. Nothing suspicious about the circumstances, just normal staff turnover. But I noticed that the lights stopped appearing in the vacant industrial unit around the same time. I never reported what I'd discovered to the police. The evidence was too circumstantial and the risks too obvious. Instead, I tried to pretend the whole thing had never happened and focus on preparing for university. But I still think about that first stream and the silence that had made it impossible to look away. How the lack of audio had somehow made everything feel more real and immediate than if there had been sound. And I think about how many other similar operations might be running in vacant commercial units and empty buildings across the country, operated by people who work ordinary jobs and live ordinary lives when they're not broadcasting real violence to paying audiences. Silence from the speakers made the stream harder to look away from, but sometimes the most disturbing thing about extreme content isn't what you can see and hear. It's realizing how close it might be to your own everyday world. I got this second-hand Fire Stick from Facebook Marketplace about 4 months ago, and I'm still having nightmares about what I found on it. I haven't told anyone the full story until now. My friend suggested therapy, but I can't imagine explaining this to a professional without them either reporting me to the police or thinking I'm completely unhinged. I just need to get this off my chest somehow, and writing it down anonymously seems like the safest option. I've always been into finding ways to watch content without paying for a million different streaming subscriptions. I'm not particularly tech savvy, but I can follow instructions from YouTube tutorials well enough. Last October, I was between jobs and trying to save money wherever I could. My old Fire Stick had started glitching, and I couldn't afford a new one, so I checked Facebook Marketplace. I found someone selling a fully loaded Fire Stick for £30, which seemed like a decent deal. The seller was this ordinary-looking bloke who lived in a flat about 20 minutes from me in Birmingham. He seemed normal enough, just a regular guy in his 30s trying to make some extra cash. He explained that he'd upgraded to a newer model and didn't need this one anymore. He mentioned it was jailbroken and had all the good stuff on it already. I figured he meant the usual pirated streaming apps, which was exactly what I was after. I brought it home that evening and plugged it into my TV. The interface looked different from standard Fire Sticks, with a custom background and loads of apps I didn't recognize. There were the usual suspects like Kodi and various movie streaming apps, but also a bunch of oddly named folders. One was simply labeled Premium, and another called Hidden Shows. I assumed these were just more pirated content, maybe organized by genre or something. That night, I settled in with a beer and some leftover pizza, ready for a lazy evening of browsing through all the new content I had access to. I spent about an hour exploring the different apps, finding the usual pirated films and TV shows. It was exactly what I'd expected, nothing particularly unusual. Around midnight, with nothing better to do, I decided to check out the Hidden Shows folder, expecting to find porn, or maybe some obscure foreign films. When I clicked on it, I was taken to a screen that looked almost like a video conferencing setup. There were thumbnails of what appeared to be different camera feeds, each with a title like Room 1, Room 2, and so on. Some had additional labels like Active or Scheduled. I remember thinking it looked like some kind of reality TV setup, maybe some underground streaming service showing unedited footage from shows around the world. There was even a viewer count next to each thumbnail, showing how many people were currently watching. I scrolled through the options, curiosity getting the better of me. Most of the rooms showed empty spaces, what looked like bedrooms, living areas, or nondescript rooms with various furnishings. Some had people in them, just doing everyday things like using computers or watching TV. It reminded me of those webcam sites from the early 2000s where people would just broadcast their daily lives. Weird, but not exactly alarming. Then I noticed one labeled Red Room Live Now, with a significantly higher viewer count than the others. I'd heard the term Red Room before in discussions about the dark web, but I'd always dismissed them as urban legends, fictional horror stories people made up to seem edgy online. I figured this was probably just named that for shock value, perhaps showing a room with red lighting or decoration to seem mysterious. I clicked on it, and at first the stream was dark and grainy. I could make out what looked like a basement or garage, with concrete walls. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust to the dim lighting. There was a person sitting in a chair in the center of the frame, facing away from the camera. Another figure moved around the edges of the room, mostly out of frame. I almost clicked away, thinking it was just some amateur horror streaming channel trying to be creepy. But then the second figure stepped fully into view. They were wearing a plain white mask and surgical gloves. Something about their deliberate movements made my stomach clench. This didn't look like someone playing a role. They moved with purpose, arranging items on a small table just at the edge of the frame. The person in the chair was completely still, and I noticed their hands appeared to be secured to the armrest. I should have closed the app immediately. Any reasonable person would have. But there's this horrible compulsion that comes with witnessing something so outside your normal experience. A need to confirm what you're seeing is real before you can react to it. I kept watching, telling myself it must be some kind of extreme performance art or an elaborate prank. The masked figure turned toward the camera and made a small gesture, almost like a bow. Then they held up a piece of paper with what looked like a username and a timestamp. With a sickening lurch, I realized this was happening in real time. This wasn't recorded footage. The timestamp showed the current date and time, just minutes ago. What happened next will haunt me for the rest of my life. The masked figure picked up something from the table, a knife that caught the dim light, and turned to the person in the chair. I won't describe the details of what I witnessed. I can't bring myself to put it into words, and I don't want to traumatize anyone else with those images. But it wasn't fake. The sounds, the movements, the reactions. There was no mistaking this for fiction or acting. I finally managed to close the app, my hands shaking so badly I dropped the remote twice. I unplugged the Fire Stick and sat in the dark, trying to process what I'd just seen. Part of me wanted to believe it was an elaborate hoax, some shocking viral marketing stunt. But deep down, I knew better. What I had witnessed was real violence, real suffering, broadcast for entertainment. I spent the rest of the night in a daze, alternating between nausea and panic. By morning, I convinced myself I needed to go to the police. I plugged the Fire Stick back in, intending to document what I had found so I would have evidence. But when it booted up, the interface had changed. The custom background was gone, replaced by the standard Amazon home screen. The folders and strange apps had vanished. It looked like a completely normal Fire Stick, freshly reset to factory settings. I searched through every menu and setting, looking for any trace of what I'd seen the night before, but there was nothing. Had I imagined it all? Had I fallen asleep and dreamed the whole horrible experience? I knew I hadn't, but the complete disappearance of any evidence made me question my own sanity. I decided to contact the seller. I found our Facebook conversation and messaged him, asking casually about some of the apps that had been on the Fire Stick, specifically mentioning the Hidden Shows folder. Hours passed with no response. By evening, I discovered he'd blocked me. His marketplace listings had been taken down, and when I searched for his profile, it no longer existed. Over the next few days, I tried to research what I'd seen. I learned about actual red rooms on the dark web, illegal live streams where viewers paid to watch, or even direct acts of violence against captive victims. Most sources claimed they were just myths, that the dark web wasn't actually capable of supporting the kind of streaming quality needed for live video. But I knew what I'd seen. I eventually gathered the courage to go to the police, but with no evidence and a story that sounded completely far-fetched. They didn't take me seriously. They took a statement and said they'd look into it, but I could tell from their expressions that they thought I was either making it up or had been watching some extreme horror film and confused it with reality. For weeks afterward, I was terrified to use any internet-connected device. I threw the Fire Stick in a skip far from my flat and bought a new TV, paranoid that somehow the previous one had been compromised. I changed all my passwords and even moved to a different flat, telling myself it was because I'd found a better place. But really, it was because I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. What disturbs me most is not just what I saw, but the realization that there were dozens, maybe hundreds, of viewers watching the same stream. Regular people with internet connections and devices, sitting in their homes, willingly watching someone suffer. How many of them thought it was fake? How many knew it was real and watched anyway? And how had I, with nothing but a second-hand Fire Stick, stumbled across something that was supposedly impossible to find without special browsers and technical knowledge? I still wonder about that masked figure. Did they know I was watching? Was the Fire Stick reset remotely when they somehow detected I wasn't a regular viewer? And what about the seller? Was he involved? Or just another unwitting middleman passing along something he didn't fully understand? It's been 4 months now, and sometimes I almost convince myself it never happened. But then I'll see something. A white mask in a shop window, a certain quality of light in a dark room, and it all comes flooding back. The worst part is knowing that right now, someone somewhere might be watching another stream, treating real horror and suffering as entertainment, and doing nothing to stop it. I don't know what more I could have done. I don't know what more I should do now. But I know that those hidden shows are still out there, still streaming, still claiming victims. And I know that sometimes the darkest parts of the web find their way into our homes through the most ordinary of devices, blurring the line between digital and real-world horror until it disappears completely. I've been debating whether to share this story for weeks, but I need to get it off my chest. Honestly, I'm desperate for someone to tell me I'm not going crazy. This happened about 4 months ago, and I still can't sleep right. So a bit about me. I work in IT at this financial company in London. Just basic support stuff, nothing special. I've always been a tech guy, the type who falls asleep with my laptop next to me most nights. My girlfriend had just moved to Edinburgh for some job. We broke up over it 3 years down the drain. So I was alone in our flat, feeling pretty miserable and spending way too much time online. I'd been browsing the dark web on and off for a few years. Nothing dodgy, I swear. Just curious about it from a tech perspective, since I studied computer science. I thought I knew what I was doing, being careful and all that. God, I was so wrong. So anyway, this one night, a Tuesday I think, I woke up suddenly at like 3 a.m. You know that feeling when something just jolts you awake? That's what happened. My room was dark except for this blue glow from my laptop screen. First weird thing, the screen should have gone to sleep ages ago, but it was definitely on. I reached over to shut it, still half asleep and groggy, when I realized what I was looking at. It wasn't my desktop or some website. It was a video feed of someone in a black hoodie sitting in a dark room, just staring straight at the camera, not moving, just watching. I could only see the bottom half of their face because of the hood, but they had this tiny smile that instantly made me feel sick. I tried clicking around to close whatever this was, but nothing worked. Mouse wouldn't move. Keyboard shortcuts did nothing. I slammed the laptop shut and sat there in the dark, my heart going mental, trying to figure out what the hell just happened. After a few minutes, I convinced myself it must be some virus or something. Maybe I'd downloaded something dodgy by accident. So I opened the laptop again and everything looked normal. Desktop was there, browser was on Reddit, where I'd left it. Ran a virus scan, nothing showed up. I seriously started wondering if I'd dreamt it. Next night, I shut down my laptop completely before bed. Proper shutdown. not just sleep mode. I was knackered after spending all day jumping at every notification on my phone, so I fell asleep pretty quick. But I woke up again at almost the exact same time. Checked my clock and it was 3:12 a.m. What woke me was the glow from my laptop. It was open and on again. Same video feed, same hooded person. But this time they were holding up a piece of paper. I had to lean closer to read it, even though everything in me was screaming not to. It had my full name and address written on it. I absolutely bricked it. Yanked the power cord out, took the battery out with shaking hands, and spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, clutching a kitchen knife and checking the locks every 10 minutes. Next day, I took my laptop to work and asked our security guy to check it out. Didn't tell him exactly what happened, just said I thought someone might have hacked it. He found nothing, but told me to change all my passwords and set up two-factor authentication on everything. That night, I left my laptop at work, turned my phone completely off, and even unplugged my TV before going to bed. Thought I was being clever. But guess what? 3 a.m. rolls around and my TV turns itself on. Same hooded figure, new sign, found your camera. It took me a second to remember my smart TV has a built-in camera for video calls that I never use. Never even thought about it being there. I pulled the TV plug out of the wall and sat on my bed, trying not to have a full-on panic attack. This wasn't random. Someone was specifically targeting me. But why? I'm nobody important. Then I remembered this argument I had on some dark web forum a few months back with someone who claimed they could hack into any home network undetected. I called them out on it, said it was impossible without leaving traces. They went quiet after I challenged them to prove it. Hadn't thought about it since. I reported everything to the police the next day. They took notes, but didn't seem that bothered. Basically said it was probably just a prank, and cybercrimes are hard to investigate. Didn't mention the dark web bit to them. Instead of waiting for the police to do nothing, I went full paranoid, wiped all my devices, changed my Wi-Fi router, covered every camera with tape, and bought this RF detector to check for hidden cameras. Found nothing, but didn't feel any safer. After a week with no creepy wake-up calls, I started thinking maybe I'd fixed it. Then I got this email from a weird address. Just numbers, no name. Subject line was 3:12 a.m. and there was just an attachment. It was a photo of me sleeping in my bed from the night before. That was it. I packed a bag, booked into a hotel, and called in sick to work. Used the hotel's computer to find a security company and had them sweep my entire flat. They found 3 hidden cameras. One in my bedroom smoke detector, one in the living room light, and one in the bathroom fan. All wireless, sending footage somewhere outside the flat. They also found this little device attached to my router, creating a backdoor into my network, so someone could access all my devices. They removed everything, but no way was I staying there. Broke my lease, moved flats, and only told my best friend and my parents where I went. I'd love to say that fixed everything, but I'm still a mess. I obsessively check for cameras everywhere. Disconnect everything when I'm not using it. Deleted all my social media. My new place has nothing smart. No Wi-Fi doorbell, no smart speakers, nothing. But last week, I got a package at my new address. An address that shouldn't be linked to my name anywhere public. Inside was a USB stick. I checked it on an old laptop with nothing personal on it. It had footage of me in my new flat from the past month, from different angles. At the end, text appeared saying, "The dark web never forgets. See you at 3:12. The police are useless. say without a direct threat or physical harm, there's not much they can do beyond what they've already done, which is basically nothing. So that's where I am now. Someone's still watching me, and I don't know how. I don't know who they are or what they want. All I know is they followed me from some random dark web forum into my actual life, and now I can't escape. So yeah, be careful out there. The dark web isn't just some cool thing to explore when you're bored. The people you meet there can find ways to reach through your screens and into your life. I don't know if I'll ever feel safe again, or if I'll always wake up at 3:12 a.m., terrified to open my eyes in case that hooded figure has found a new way to watch me. If you're a parent, this is probably going to sound completely insane, but I once left my children with someone I barely knew. Looking back, I honestly don't know what I was thinking. As you can probably imagine, I'm still dealing with the consequences now, months later. It wasn't some random person off the street. I had references. I'd met her twice before the first proper babysitting session. Everything seemed completely legitimate. But legitimate doesn't mean what I thought it meant. And those evenings when I thought my kids were safely tucked up in bed while I was at work are apparently documented in ways that make me feel sick every time I think about it. Documented and sold to people who paid for access to footage I never knew was being recorded. Footage that continues to exist somewhere I'll never be able to find or delete. I'm a midwife working at a hospital in Bristol. Been doing it for around 12 years now. I'm a single mum to 2 children, Oliver, who's 8, and Emma, who's 6. Their dad left when Emma was a baby, and I've managed mostly on my own since then, juggling shifts at the hospital with childcare arrangements that are always slightly more complicated than I'd like. My mum helps when she can, and the kids go to after-school club most days, but occasionally I need evening coverage when my shifts run late or I'm called in unexpectedly. Last year, I started using a babysitter I'd found through a local childcare website. Her name was Kelly, early 20s, studying early years education at college. She had good references from other families, a clean DBS check, and when I met her for coffee to discuss what I needed, she seemed responsible and genuinely interested in childcare as a career. We arranged a trial evening where she'd look after the kids, whilst I went to the cinema with a friend, just to see how everyone got on. The evening went perfectly. The children liked her. She followed all my instructions about bedtime routines and house rules. And when I came home, everything was tidy, and the kids were asleep. Kelly was professional and pleasant, happy to answer questions about how the evening had gone. I felt I'd found someone reliable, which was a relief given how difficult it can be to find good childcare. Over the following months, Kelly babysat for me around once or twice a week, usually on evenings when I had late shifts or training sessions at the hospital. The routine became comfortable and familiar. I'd leave detailed instructions about dinner and bedtime. Kelly would arrive punctually, and I'd come home to sleeping children and a tidy house. She'd update me on how the evening had gone, any issues or funny moments, and I'd pay her the agreed rate plus a bit extra for being so reliable. The children adored her. Oliver would ask when Kelly was coming again, and Emma started talking about her like a favorite aunt. Kelly brought craft activities and games, helped with homework, seemed genuinely engaged with the kids rather than just watching television whilst they entertained themselves. I felt fortunate to have found someone so capable and caring. Around 4 months into this arrangement, I started noticing Kelly asking more questions about our routines and home setup. What time did I usually get home from late shifts? Did we have any security cameras or alarms? Where did I keep important documents and valuables? She framed these questions casually, explaining she was writing an essay for college about household safety and childcare responsibilities, but something about the questions made me slightly uncomfortable. I answered vaguely, not wanting to seem distrustful, but also not wanting to provide detailed information about security measures or where I kept things. Kelly didn't push for more specific answers, and the questions stopped after a week or so. I convinced myself I'd been oversensitive, that they really were just for a college assignment. Then one evening, I came home from a shift to find Kelly looking flustered. She explained that Emma had been upset at bedtime and had cried for nearly an hour before finally settling. This was unusual. Emma was generally an easy child who went to bed without fuss. When I checked on her, she was sleeping soundly and seemed fine. I didn't think too much about it, assuming she'd just been tired and emotional. The following week, Oliver mentioned casually that Kelly had been using the computer in my bedroom. He said she'd been up there for ages whilst they were watching television, and he'd gone to find her because he wanted help with something. I asked him what Kelly had been doing on the computer, and he shrugged and said she'd closed the screen quickly when he came in. That bothered me more than I wanted to admit. There was no reason for Kelly to be using my computer, and certainly no reason for her to be doing so in my bedroom, rather than in the living room where the children could see her. I checked my computer that evening but couldn't see anything obviously wrong or accessed. My files looked undisturbed. My browser history showed nothing unusual. I told myself Oliver had probably misunderstood what he'd seen. But I started paying more attention after that, looking for anything that seemed off or inconsistent with how I'd left things. I noticed small changes. A drawer in my bedroom dresser that I was sure I'd closed was slightly open. Papers on my desk rearranged slightly differently than I usually positioned them. The spare room door standing open when I generally kept it shut. I also noticed that my laptop seemed to run slower than usual, and occasionally the fan would come on even when I wasn't running any demanding programs. I asked a colleague at work who was more technically minded to have a look at it, and she found several programs running in the background that I'd never installed. Remote access software, screen recording applications, things that would allow someone to monitor or control the computer without the owner knowing. She removed the software and asked how it might have gotten there. I immediately thought of Kelly using the computer, though I couldn't understand why a babysitter would install spyware on a client's laptop. My colleague suggested it might be part of identity theft or fraud, gathering personal information that could be used to access accounts or steal money. I confronted Kelly the next time she came to babysit, asking directly if she'd been using my computer and whether she knew anything about software I hadn't installed. She seemed genuinely confused and denied using the computer at all, saying Oliver must have been mistaken. I wanted to believe her, but the software installation aligned too closely with when Oliver had mentioned seeing her in my bedroom. I told Kelly I didn't need her services anymore, making up an excuse about my mum having more availability to help with childcare. She seemed disappointed, but accepted it professionally. I paid her for the evening and she left, and I felt relieved to have ended the arrangement before anything worse happened. About 2 weeks later, I received an anonymous email containing a link and a message saying I should see what had been happening in my home. Every instinct told me it was malicious, probably spam or a virus, but the timing after ending things with Kelly made me curious despite myself. I showed the email to my technically minded colleague, and she helped me access the link safely through isolated systems. The link led to a website on the dark web, a marketplace specializing in what they called domestic surveillance content. The site was organized into categories by household type and composition, with search functions allowing users to filter by specific criteria. My household was listed there under single-parent families with young children. The listing included dozens of video files, all recorded in my home during evenings when Kelly had been babysitting. The videos showed my children going about their evening routines, eating dinner, playing games, getting ready for bed. But they also showed footage from my bedroom, my office space, private areas Kelly had accessed whilst the children were occupied. Some videos showed Kelly going through drawers and cupboards, photographing documents, copying files from my computer. Others showed her installing small cameras in various rooms, in smoke detectors, in electrical sockets, in decorative items on shelves. The videos were professionally edited and organized, clearly intended for sale rather than just personal collection. The marketplace listing described what buyers could expect: authentic footage of family life, children's bedtime routines, private spaces documented without the family's knowledge. The listing emphasized that recording was ongoing, with new content uploaded regularly. Buyers could purchase individual videos or subscribe for continuous access to new footage as it was recorded. The view counter showed hundreds of people had accessed my listing. The subscription data indicated around 30 different users had paid for ongoing access to footage from my home. Comments beneath the listing discussed the content in ways that made me feel physically ill. People praising the quality of the videos, requesting specific types of footage, discussing which rooms and routines were most interesting to watch. What made it worse was realizing the cameras Kelly had installed were presumably still active. Even though she was no longer babysitting, the devices were still recording and transmitting footage of my family's private life. My children getting ready for school, bedtime routines I thought were completely private, everyday moments that were being watched and discussed by strangers who'd paid for access. I contacted the police immediately. They took it extremely seriously, sending officers to search my house for hidden cameras. It took most of a day, but they found 6 devices, 1 in the living room electrical socket, 1 in the hallway smoke detector, 1 in each child's bedroom hidden in nightlights, 1 in my bedroom ceiling fixture, and 1 in the bathroom extractor fan. All of them had been installed during evenings when Kelly had been supposedly supervising my children. The police arrested Kelly and seized her computer and phone. They found extensive evidence of her involvement in creating and selling surveillance footage from multiple households. She'd been operating this scheme for over 2 years, targeting single parents through childcare websites, gaining access to homes through legitimate babysitting arrangements, and installing cameras to record family life for sale on dark web marketplaces. The investigation revealed at least 20 other families whose homes had been surveilled the same way. All single parents, mostly mothers, all found through childcare websites where Kelly had created profiles with fake references and stolen DBS certificates. She'd refined her approach over time, learning which types of households generated the most interest from buyers and which rooms produced the most valuable footage. Kelly was prosecuted and received a prison sentence, but the damage was irreversible. The footage she'd recorded and sold existed in private collections of people who downloaded it before the marketplace was shut down. Months of my children's lives, documented without their knowledge or consent, potentially being shared through networks I'd never access or control. The psychological impact on the children has been difficult to manage. Oliver is old enough to understand that someone bad had been watching them, though I've tried to shield him from the full details. Emma doesn't fully grasp what happened, just knows that Kelly won't be coming back and that we have new rules about privacy and safety. Both of them have nightmares occasionally. Feelings of being watched that I understand completely because I have them too. I've installed proper security systems now, check every smoke detector and electrical fixture regularly, maintain hypervigilance about who has access to my home. But I know that footage of my children still exists somewhere. Videos of bedtime routines, bath times, private family moments that were recorded and sold to strangers who viewed my children's innocence as content worth purchasing. The detective assigned to my case walked me through what they'd found on Kelly's devices. She'd been meticulous in her documentation, keeping detailed records of which families she'd targeted, what times cameras were most productive, which types of content generated the most buyer interest. She'd organized everything like a business, with spreadsheets tracking revenue from different households and notes about which families were worth maintaining surveillance on long term. My household had been particularly valuable to her because of the children's ages and our predictable evening routines. The detective explained, with obvious discomfort, that footage of young children in domestic settings was highly sought after on these marketplaces, not necessarily for explicitly inappropriate purposes in every case, though that was certainly part of it, but also for people who were interested in observing family dynamics and children's natural behavior when they thought they were unobserved. That explanation didn't make me feel any better. Whether buyers were watching my children for explicitly predatory reasons or for some other disturbing purpose didn't change the fundamental violation. My children's private lives had been commodified and sold, their innocence converted into entertainment for strangers whose interest in them was inherently wrong, regardless of their specific motivations. The investigation also revealed that Kelly had been refining her techniques based on feedback from buyers. The marketplace where she sold the footage included messaging systems where subscribers could request specific types of content or suggest better camera placements. She'd used these requests to improve her surveillance methods, positioning cameras based on what buyers wanted to see, adjusting her babysitting routines to capture particular moments that had been requested. One particularly disturbing message thread discussed bedtime routines, with a subscriber asking if Kelly could record bath time more consistently. She'd responded that she'd work on getting better access to that content, and subsequent footage showed she'd installed an additional camera in the bathroom specifically to fulfill that request. She treated my children like actors in a production she was directing, manipulating our family routines to create content that would satisfy paying customers. The police found similar message threads about other families Kelly had surveilled, requests for specific angles, particular daily activities, certain times of day when children were most natural and unguarded. She'd accommodated these requests systematically, treating the surveillance operation like any other customer service business where satisfying client preferences was essential to maintaining revenue. What made it even worse was discovering how Kelly had gained access to some of her information about our household before even meeting me. The childcare website where I'd found her required parents to create profiles with details about their family situation, children's ages, typical schedules, and specific childcare needs. Kelly had been systematically collecting this information from parent profiles, using it to target families that matched the preferences of her marketplace subscribers. She'd known before our first meeting that I was a single mother with 2 young children, that I worked irregular hospital hours, that I needed evening coverage regularly. She'd known my children's names and ages, roughly where we lived, what my childcare budget was likely to be. All of that information had been freely provided by me through the website, never imagining it would be used to identify my family as ideal targets for commercial surveillance. The technical analysis of the cameras Kelly had installed revealed they were more sophisticated than typical consumer spy cameras. They included motion-activated recording that saved storage space by only capturing footage when people were present. They had night vision capability for recording in dark rooms. They could be remotely accessed and controlled, allowing Kelly to adjust settings or review footage without physically returning to the homes where she'd installed them. Most disturbing was the discovery that Kelly could watch the camera feeds in real time from her phone while she was physically present in my home. The detective showed me footage that Kelly herself had recorded using her phone, showing the view from her perspective while she babysat. In several videos, she was clearly watching the live feed from the bedroom camera while sitting downstairs with the children, monitoring me when I came home early or went upstairs to check on something. She'd been watching me without my knowledge whilst pretending to interact normally, seeing everything I did in private spaces whilst maintaining the performance of a trustworthy babysitter. The sophistication of the operation and the coldness of that deception made it clear this wasn't impulsive or opportunistic. It was calculated, systematic, professional in its execution, even though its purpose was unconscionable. The court proceedings were difficult to endure. Kelly's defense tried to minimize what she'd done, arguing that she'd never physically harmed any children and that the surveillance footage wasn't explicitly inappropriate. The prosecution had to explain in painful detail how the footage had been marketed and what kinds of people had purchased access to it, making the implicit threats to children's safety horrifyingly clear, even without physical contact. Several other families whose homes Kelly had surveilled attended the trial. We formed an uncomfortable community of shared experience, united by having trusted the wrong person with access to our children and homes. Some had discovered the surveillance through the investigation into Kelly's activities, never having suspected anything was wrong until police contacted them. Others had noticed oddities like I had, but hadn't connected them to their babysitter until it was too late. One mother described finding cameras in her children's bedrooms years after Kelly had last babysat for them. The devices had continued recording and transmitting long after Kelly had moved on to other families, creating an archive of footage spanning the children's development from toddlers to primary school age. The breadth of that violation, the years of surveillance that had continued invisibly, was staggering to contemplate. Another family had discovered that footage of their children had been distributed beyond the original marketplace Kelly used. Screenshots and video clips had appeared on other websites, reposted and shared by people who'd initially purchased them through Kelly's listings. The footage had taken on a life of its own, spreading through networks the family could never fully map or eliminate. Their children's images permanently circulating in spaces they'd never be able to control. Kelly received a substantial prison sentence, but we all knew it wouldn't undo what had been done. The footage would continue existing after her release. The violation would persist long after she'd served her time. The families she targeted would carry the knowledge of what happened for the rest of our lives, and our children would eventually need to be told enough of the truth to understand why we're so careful about privacy and security. I've had to explain to Oliver and Emma in age-appropriate terms that someone we trusted did something very wrong. Oliver understands that Kelly was recording us and that those recordings were seen by strangers who shouldn't have had access to them. Emma understands that Kelly wasn't who we thought she was, and that she did bad things that mean we have to be more careful now. Neither of them knows the full extent of it. The marketplace listings and subscriber counts and ongoing distribution of their images. I hope they never need to know those details. What haunts me most is thinking about those 30 subscribers who paid for ongoing access to footage from my home. Who were they? Why were they interested in watching my family specifically? What did they do with the footage they downloaded? The police investigation identified some of them, resulting in additional arrests for possession of inappropriate material, but many remained anonymous. The architecture of the dark web marketplace Kelly used made it difficult to trace all subscribers or determine what they'd done with the content after downloading it. I think about them sometimes, these faceless strangers who paid money to watch my children sleep, to observe their bedtime routines, to see private family moments that should never have been shared. Some were probably local, living near enough that they might have seen my children at school or in shops, recognizing them from footage they'd purchased. Others were probably scattered across the country or internationally, interested in my family for reasons I'll never understand and don't want to imagine. The uncertainty is corrosive, not knowing who saw what or when, or what they did with the footage, or whether they're still watching material they downloaded before the marketplace was shut down. The investigation revealed that Kelly's operation had been running for over 2 years and had surveilled around 20 families in that time. The amount of footage she'd sold was substantial. Thousands of hours of domestic surveillance showing children and families in their most private moments. I also think about the other families Kelly targeted, particularly those who never discovered what happened. The investigation identified 20 households where cameras were found, but Kelly's record suggested she'd surveilled more than that. Either the cameras had been removed by Kelly herself when she moved on to other targets, or they remained undiscovered in homes where families had no idea they were being watched. How many children's lives were documented and sold without their parents ever knowing? The psychological impact on my children has been harder to manage than the practical security measures. Oliver developed significant anxiety about being watched, checking his room repeatedly for cameras, asking questions about whether people could see him through windows or electronics. Emma became clingy and fearful of being left with anyone other than immediate family. Her trust in caregivers shattered by the realization that someone she'd liked and trusted had been doing something harmful. We've been through counseling, both individually and as a family. The therapist has helped us process what happened and develop strategies for feeling safe again. But recovery is slow and uneven, with setbacks triggered by seemingly random events, a smoke detector beeping to signal low battery, a nightlight that reminds them of the ones that contained cameras, a news story about surveillance or privacy invasion. I gave someone access to my children and my home based on references that turned out to be fake and a professional manner that was entirely performance. That decision led to months of secret surveillance. My children's lives sold to strangers as entertainment. Permanent footage that continues to exist in collections I'll never locate. The trust I extended to Kelly wasn't unreasonable or negligent. I did what parents are supposed to do, checking credentials and meeting potential caregivers before allowing them access to my children. But it wasn't enough, because Kelly's entire presentation was designed to exploit exactly that kind of reasonable parental diligence. That's what I think about now when I see babysitters advertised on childcare websites. Not whether they're qualified or experienced, but whether they're installing more than trust whilst parents are away. Whether the families who hire them realize their private lives might become products sold in hidden corners of the internet to people whose interest in children isn't innocent. Whether other parents understand that credentials can be faked, references can be manufactured, and professional manner can mask predatory intent. The childcare website where I found Kelly has implemented new verification procedures since the investigation revealed how she'd operated. They now require video verification calls and more rigorous background checks. They've added warnings about protecting family privacy and recommendations for monitoring caregivers. But these measures feel inadequate, given what happened. Reactive rather than preventive. Closing the door after too many families had already been violated. I left my children with someone I barely knew. Just a babysitter who seemed professional, who had references I didn't verify properly, who seemed to genuinely care about my kids. That trust led to a betrayal I'll never fully recover from, to footage that can't be retrieved, to a loss of innocence for my children that no prison sentence can restore. The guilt of that sits with me constantly. The knowledge that my decision to trust Kelly exposed my children to something I should have protected them from. We're supposedly safe now. The cameras are gone. Kelly is imprisoned. The marketplace was shut down. But somewhere online, videos of my children exist. Their bedtime stories, their bath times, their innocent moments of childhood, all documented and distributed to people I'll never identify. And that knowledge will haunt me for the rest of my life. A permanent weight I'll carry. A violation that can never be undone. No matter how many security systems I install or how carefully I vet future caregivers. That's the reality of what happened when I hired a babysitter I found online. Not a tragic accident or an unforeseeable risk, but a systematic exploitation of parental trust by someone who'd refined their predatory approach over years of targeting vulnerable families. My mistake wasn't unique or particularly careless. It was predictable, which is why Kelly's operation was so successful and why other families continue to be at risk from people operating similar schemes right now. The footage exists. The violation is permanent. And somewhere, someone is probably watching videos of my children at this very moment, footage they purchased or downloaded or received from someone else who'd subscribed to Kelly's marketplace listings. That thought makes it hard to breathe sometimes. The knowledge that my children's privacy was stolen and sold and continues to be violated by strangers whose faces I'll never see and whose motivations I'll never understand. That's what one bad decision cost us, and that's a price we'll be paying for the rest of our lives. Looking back, I probably should have realized that legitimate academic research doesn't usually require you to sign that many confidentiality agreements before you even know what the study involves. But I was desperate for money during my final year studying sociology at Leeds, and when Dr. Sarah Mitchell from the psychology department contacted me about participating in paid research, I didn't ask nearly enough questions. She'd gotten my details from the university's student participant database and said my academic background made me particularly suitable for what she described as an ethnographic study about online communities. The initial meeting was in her office in the psychology building, which looked exactly like you'd expect. Books everywhere, certificates on the walls, the sort of cluttered academic space that immediately puts you at ease. Dr. Mitchell seemed legitimate enough, asking thoughtful questions about my research experience and explaining that her project involved observing and documenting behavior in digital spaces that weren't easily accessible through conventional research methods. She was deliberately vague about the specifics, explaining that detailed briefings would come later once I'd signed the necessary paperwork and completed security clearance procedures. The payment was substantial. Several £100s for what appeared to be part-time observational work that could be done from home around my regular studies. The confidentiality agreements were extensive, covering everything from the research methodology to the platforms I'd be accessing, even the existence of the project itself. Dr. Mitchell explained that this level of security was necessary because the research involved communities that were extremely sensitive about outside observation and could become hostile or dangerous if they discovered they were being studied. She also mentioned that the project had been approved by multiple ethics committees and involved collaboration with law enforcement agencies who were interested in understanding certain online behaviors for public safety purposes. The academic legitimacy and official approval made the extensive security requirements seem reasonable rather than suspicious. After completing the paperwork, I was given specialized software and detailed instructions for accessing the online communities I'd be observing. Dr. Mitchell explained that the platforms required specific technical approaches and were not accessible through normal internet browsing, which is why they needed researchers with strong technical skills and careful attention to security protocols. The communities I was directed to observe were unlike anything I'd encountered before. Instead of typical social media platforms or discussion groups, these were marketplaces and coordination sites where people arranged various types of transactions and services. Initially, many of the activities appeared relatively innocuous. People trading collectibles, arranging transportation services, even what looked like normal commercial transactions that were conducted privately for tax or regulatory reasons. But as I spent more time observing these communities, I began to notice discussions and arrangements that were clearly illegal. There are drug transactions, stolen goods trading, and services that involve harming others in various ways. When I raised concerns about this with Dr. Mitchell during our weekly check-ins, she assured me that observing illegal activity was different from participating in it, and that documenting these behaviors was crucial for understanding how criminal networks operated online. She emphasized that our research was helping law enforcement develop better strategies for disrupting these criminal communities, and that the ethnographic data I was collecting would contribute to prosecuting the people involved in serious crimes. But the more time I spent in these communities, the more I realized that my role wasn't just passive observation. Dr. Mitchell was asking me to engage with other users, build relationships, and gather specific types of information that went well beyond academic research. I was instructed to express interest in various services and products, ask detailed questions about how transactions were arranged, and even request introductions to people who specialized in particular types of criminal activities. The research was requiring me to actively participate in criminal communities, gathering intelligence that could be used for law enforcement purposes, but also potentially implicating me in illegal activities if my involvement was discovered. When I tried to research Dr. Mitchell's academic background more thoroughly, I found that while she had legitimate credentials and university affiliation, her previous research focused on completely different areas and showed no expertise in the digital ethnography she claimed to be conducting. More troubling was that I couldn't find any record of the research project being approved by university ethics committees, despite her claims about extensive oversight and official authorization. I started to suspect that Dr. Mitchell wasn't conducting legitimate academic research at all, but using the pretense of scholarly study to recruit students who could gather intelligence about criminal communities without arousing suspicion. The ethnographic approach provided perfect cover for systematic intelligence gathering, with participants who believed they were contributing to academic knowledge while actually conducting surveillance operations against dangerous criminal networks. But understanding what I was really involved with didn't provide any clear way to extract myself safely from the situation. I'd already spent weeks building relationships within criminal communities and gathering detailed information about their activities and membership. If these communities discovered that I'd been conducting surveillance against them, they would almost certainly consider me a serious security threat that needed to be eliminated. The people involved in these activities had demonstrated their willingness to use violence against anyone who threatened their operations. But continuing to participate meant deeper involvement in criminal activities and gathering more intelligence that could be used for purposes I didn't fully understand. Dr. Mitchell's requests for information were becoming increasingly specific and focused on details that would be valuable for planning operations against the criminal networks. I realized I was probably being used to facilitate actions against these communities that would go well beyond normal law enforcement procedures. The intelligence I was gathering might be used for vigilante operations, criminal extortion, or even worse activities that required detailed knowledge of how these networks operated. When I tried to research other students who might have participated in similar research projects, I found that Dr. Mitchell had recruited multiple participants over several months, all using the same ethnographic research cover story. But none of the other participants were willing to discuss their experiences, claiming they were bound by confidentiality agreements that prevented them from sharing information about their research activities. The pattern suggested that Dr. Mitchell was systematically recruiting students to conduct intelligence gathering against criminal communities, using academic legitimacy to overcome normal ethical concerns about participating in dangerous surveillance operations. Students who needed money and trusted university authority were being manipulated into conducting activities that could result in serious criminal charges if their surveillance was discovered, or violent retaliation if the communities they were infiltrating identified them as threats. But the most troubling possibility was that the intelligence was being used to aid crime instead of stop it. The detailed information about how these networks operated could be valuable for competing criminal organizations or for people planning to exploit the same communities for their own illegal purposes. I might be helping to facilitate criminal activities while believing I was contributing to legitimate research that would help law enforcement protect public safety. The research project that had seemed like an excellent opportunity to earn money while contributing to academic knowledge had instead drawn me into systematic criminal surveillance that could result in serious legal consequences or violent retaliation. But extracting myself from the situation would require abandoning relationships I'd built within dangerous communities and potentially alerting Dr. Mitchell that I'd discovered the deceptive nature of her research project. Meanwhile, the criminal communities I'd been observing were probably continuing to operate and expand, with new participants being recruited and existing activities becoming more sophisticated and dangerous. The intelligence gathering I'd been conducting might be contributing to escalating criminal conflicts or facilitating new forms of illegal activity that would harm innocent people who had no connection to these hidden communities. I never completed another research session for Dr. Mitchell, claiming that academic pressures required me to focus on my final year coursework rather than external research projects. But I remained concerned about the ongoing use of the intelligence I'd gathered and the possibility that other students were continuing to conduct surveillance operations against criminal communities without understanding the true nature of their involvement. The academic credentials and university affiliation that had made Dr. Mitchell's research project seem legitimate were probably being used to recruit new participants who would unknowingly facilitate criminal intelligence gathering, while believing they were contributing to scholarly research. When I checked the university staff directory several months later, there was no record of Dr. Mitchell being affiliated with the psychology department, and the office where we'd conducted our meetings was listed as unoccupied. Imagine if the biggest mistake in your life came from being curious about something you saw in a film. That's what happened to my nephew, Tom, and it's why I can't sleep properly anymore. He was 16, the kind of kid who spent his weekends helping his gran with her garden and riding his bike down to the harbour to watch the fishing boats come in not the sort you'd expect to get mixed up in something dark. But that's the thing about curiosity. It doesn't discriminate. It started last autumn when he watched some thriller at the cinema in Truro about people being kidnapped and forced to perform for online audiences. The film made it seem like these things actually happened, that there were websites hidden beneath the normal internet where people paid to watch terrible things in real time. Most adults would have dismissed it as Hollywood nonsense. But 16-year-olds don't have that filter yet. Tom lived with his mum in Polperro, one of those picture postcard Cornish villages where everyone knows everyone, and the most exciting thing that usually happens is a tourist getting stuck in the narrow streets with a rental car. His dad had left when he was small, so it was just the two of them in a cottage overlooking the harbour. She worked at the local primary school and trusted him to be sensible while she was out. The trouble began when he started researching whether the film's premise was real. He found a Reddit thread discussing the movie, where users debated its authenticity. Most dismissed it as fiction, but a few claimed to know otherwise. One user posted a cryptic comment: "The rabbit hole goes deeper than Hollywood thinks. PM me if you're actually curious." Tom's curiosity got the better of him. He messaged the user, who responded with a YouTube link disguised as a tutorial for advanced internet privacy. The video seemed innocent enough. A bearded man in a basement explaining VPNs and encryption. But buried in the comments section were breadcrumbs, references to Tor, specific forum names, and invitation codes. It took him several weeks to work out how to access these hidden networks. The learning curve was steep, but he persisted, documenting his progress in a private Discord server he'd created. Looking back, that was his first mistake, creating a digital trail of his journey into the shadows. When he finally managed to connect, he spent hours exploring, fascinated by this parallel internet. Most of what he found was disappointing. Defunct forums, conspiracy sites, and pages that looked like they'd been abandoned for years. But he kept searching, following links and recommendations, going deeper into increasingly obscure corners. The breakthrough came when he found a forum dedicated to discussing the very type of content he'd seen in the film. Users shared links and recommendations with clinical detachment, discussing authenticity like film critics. Reading through the posts, he realized that what he thought was pure fiction might actually exist. The sites themselves were surprisingly primitive. Basic interfaces that looked like they'd been cobbled together by amateurs. Most required payments through complicated systems, but several offered preview sections that were freely available. The previews were disturbing enough. Grainy footage of people in windowless rooms, movements too natural to be acted, reactions too genuine to be scripted. What bothered him most was how organized it seemed, despite the amateur appearance. This wasn't random content uploaded by individuals. Someone was running a proper operation with regular schedules and systematic approach. The forums contained discussions about production quality, request systems, and expansion plans. From what he could gather, the operation was smaller than the film had suggested, but more real. It seemed to be an emerging network, testing methods and building capabilities rather than some vast established enterprise. The amateurish appearance was deliberate, designed to look like a few perverts with cameras rather than something more coordinated. The discussions revealed they were actively recruiting both participants and what they called local assets, people who could provide information about potential targets in their areas. They weren't just looking for victims. They needed intelligence gatherers, people who understood local dynamics and could spot opportunities. Tom's mistake was engaging with the forum using the same username he'd used elsewhere online. His digital footprint was surprisingly extensive. Gaming forums, social media, even school project submissions. Anyone looking could piece together his real identity, location, and interests within hours. The first sign they'd noticed him came through his Discord server. Files appeared that he hadn't uploaded. Screenshots of his own posts, maps of Polperro with his cottage marked, even photos of him taken from his school's website. Someone had been systematically cataloguing his online presence. His laptop's webcam began activating randomly, the little light blinking on during the night. When he covered it, files on his desktop would be subtly altered, documents renamed, folders reorganized, photos edited with barely visible changes. They were demonstrating access to his digital life, showing him how completely they could invade his privacy. The psychological pressure was subtle but effective. His browsing history would be altered to include sites he'd never visited. His social media accounts would show login attempts from locations across the country. And his email would receive messages that seemed to know details about his daily routine. Sleep became almost impossible. He'd lie awake wondering if the webcam was recording, if his microphone was listening, if his every keystroke was being monitored. The laptop that had been his window to the world became a source of constant anxiety. The surveillance escalated when someone began asking questions about him in the village. His mum mentioned that a stranger had approached her at the school, claiming to be conducting research on rural internet infrastructure. The questions had been specifically about teenage online habits and computer literacy in the area. They'd identified him as potentially useful. A tech-savvy local teenager with detailed knowledge of the community, living in an area with limited police presence and isolated enough for discreet operations. But more than that, they needed a test subject for their Cornwall expansion, and Tom had unknowingly volunteered by documenting his journey into their world. The breakthrough came when he found evidence of their local operations. Forum posts discussed reconnaissance trips to Cornwall, photos of abandoned buildings within driving distance of Polperro, and conversations about the advantages of working in rural areas. They weren't just theoretically interested in his region. They were actively preparing to operate there. More disturbing was discovering that several local teenagers were already being discussed as potential targets. He recognized names from his school, descriptions of people he knew, references to family situations and social media activity. The users weren't just planning, they were already gathering intelligence. The realization that he might have accidentally identified himself as both an asset and a target hit him hard. His online activities had demonstrated his capabilities, whilst his location made him valuable for local intelligence. By exploring their world, he'd made himself visible to people who specialized in exploiting curiosity. The direct contact began with a message on his Discord server. "We know you've been watching. Time to be useful." Attached was a single photo, his bedroom window, taken from outside the cottage. The message was clear. They could reach him whenever they wanted. Instead of dramatic confrontations, they offered a simple arrangement: help with basic intelligence gathering, monitoring social media, noting when people traveled, identifying vulnerable individuals, and his online activities would remain private. Refuse and his browsing history would be shared with his mum, his school, the local police. The work started small. Screenshot certain social media posts, note when families mentioned holiday plans, track the online activity of specific teenagers. Nothing that seemed directly harmful, but each task connected him deeper into their operations. Tom tried to resist, but the leverage was too strong. They'd compiled a comprehensive dossier of his dark web exploration, complete with timestamps, screenshots, and a detailed analysis of his interests. His curiosity had been weaponized against him. The psychological control was masterful. They never threatened violence, never demanded anything obviously criminal. Instead, they gradually normalized his cooperation, making each new request seem like a natural progression from the last. His moral boundaries eroded through small compromises that individually seemed manageable. One autumn evening, the power went out across the peninsula during a storm. Not the dramatic blackout of horror films, but the kind of routine outage that rural areas experience regularly. Tom's mum went to stay with a friend whose house had a generator, leaving him alone in the cottage. 2 days later, a small package arrived with no return address. Inside was a USB drive and a single slip of paper with login credentials. The drive contained access to a private forum where his username was already recognized. His handlers had decided his period of basic intelligence gathering was over. It was time for more direct involvement. The USB drive contained detailed profiles of local teenagers, complete with photos, social media analysis, and vulnerability assessments. His job was to verify the information, add local context, and identify the most promising targets. His transformation from observer to participant was complete. He spent the next several hours reading through files that contained painfully detailed information about people he'd known all his life. The profiles weren't just demographic data. They included psychological assessments, family dynamics, and exploitation strategies. Someone had invested serious effort in understanding his community. By dawn, he understood his true role in their operation. He wasn't just providing intelligence, he was helping them select victims from his own community. His local knowledge, gained through a lifetime of village life, was being used to identify which of his neighbors were most vulnerable to manipulation. The trap had been perfectly constructed. His eagerness to understand had provided the initial contact. His digital footprint had given them leverage, and his local knowledge made him indispensable. Every choice he'd made since watching that film had led him deeper into their web. The network's activities in Cornwall expanded gradually over the following months. Tom's intelligence proved accurate and valuable, enabling them to operate with confidence in an area they'd never worked before. Every few weeks, they'd remind him they still had the files. Just in case he forgot, his cooperation had made their expansion possible. The guilt was overwhelming. Missing person reports, worried parents, teenagers who disappeared for days before returning changed, all traced back to information he'd provided. His questions had been transformed into complicity, his knowledge into a weapon against his own community. The authorities remained unaware of the network's activities. They investigated individual incidents without recognizing the pattern, pursued obvious suspects without understanding the sophisticated recruitment and control methods being employed. Their traditional approaches were inadequate for addressing a threat this well organized. Tom's academic performance collapsed as the psychological pressure mounted. He started keeping lists of everything he said to everyone, terrified he might forget who knew what. Teachers noticed his declining grades and withdrawal from social activities, but attributed them to typical teenage stress. The real source of his problems couldn't be discussed with anyone. The network continued to grow, not through dramatic expansion, but through careful cultivation of assets like Tom. They were building a distributed operation, using local knowledge and digital leverage to establish footholds in communities across the country. What had started as curiosity about a film had become participation in something far more sinister. The most disturbing realization was that Tom's story wasn't unique. The network's recruitment methods were systematic and repeatable. designed to convert questions into complicity. They were building a network of reluctant accomplices, each trapped by their own digital footprints and moral compromises. As I write this, Tom is still in Polperro, still providing intelligence, still carrying secrets that age him beyond his years. The boy who just wanted answers about a film has been replaced by someone who understands too much about the darkness that exists beneath the surface of normal life. The network continues to operate and expand, feeding on the natural inquisitiveness of young people who stumble across references to its activities. Each new recruit follows a similar path: initial questions, gradual involvement, eventual complicity. The cycle perpetuates itself, growing stronger with each iteration. But what haunts me most isn't Tom's story, or even the network's continued operation. It's the realization that right now, someone reading this might be wondering if such things could really exist. Someone might be inquisitive enough to start looking, to start searching, to take the first steps down a path that leads to the same destination. I shouldn't be telling you this, really. Part of me wishes I'd never gone looking in the first place, but curiosity has always been my weakness. I suppose that's why I ended up in marketing, rather than something sensible like accounting. Always poking at things better left alone. It started about 18 months ago, when I was living in that bedsit in Hackney. It was a seriously grim place. Damp creeping up the walls, heating that worked when it fancied, and a landlord who responded to maintenance requests about as often as England win the World Cup. However, it was the only option I could afford given my salary, and the Wi-Fi quality was good enough. I've been having trouble sleeping. Nothing dramatic, just lying there scrolling through my phone until 3 in the morning, reading the same news articles over and over. You know how it is when your brain won't switch off. One night, probably around 2:30, I found myself reading about the dark web. Not because I was particularly interested, mind you. It was just one of those rabbit holes you fall down when you're bored and tired. Most of it was the usual sensationalist nonsense from journalists who clearly didn't know what they were talking about. Hitmen for hire, illegal organ markets, that sort of tabloid fodder. But there was one article, buried in some obscure tech blog, that mentioned something called neighborhood watch sites, places where people could share information about their local areas that they couldn't post anywhere else. The article was vague, deliberately so, but it suggested these sites contained things like CCTV footage from private cameras, details about residents' daily routines, even photos taken through windows. All completely illegal, obviously, but the authorities couldn't do much about it because of how these sites operated. I should have closed my laptop and gone to sleep. Instead, I spent the next week teaching myself how to access these hidden parts of the internet. It's not as complicated as people make out. Mostly just downloading different software and following instructions you can find anywhere online. The hard part is knowing where to look once you're there. It took me nearly a fortnight to find one of these neighborhood watch sites. They're not advertised, obviously. You have to know someone who knows someone, or stumble across a link in some forgotten corner of a message board. When I finally found one, I almost backed out immediately. The whole thing felt grubby, voyeuristic in the worst possible way. But I was curious about my own area. Hackney's not exactly leafy Surrey. There's always something happening. Police sirens most nights, the occasional bit of excitement. I wondered what secrets my neighbors might be keeping, what the people in the flats above and below got up to when they thought nobody was watching. The site was surprisingly professional looking. Clean white background, simple navigation, No pop-up adverts or flashing graphics. It could have been a local council website except for the content. There were sections for different London boroughs, then subsections for specific areas. I clicked on Hackney, then narrowed it down to my postcode. The first few posts were fairly mundane. Someone had uploaded photos of teenagers hanging about outside the chicken shop on my road, claiming they were dealing drugs. Another post showed a man in his 50s walking his dog at unusual hours, with speculation about what he might be up to. Petty neighborhood paranoia, the sort of thing you'd expect from curtain twitchers with too much time on their hands. Then I saw my building. It was just a photograph at first, taken from across the street at night. My bedsit was on the first floor, and you could see the blue glow from my laptop screen through the thin curtains. The image quality was surprisingly good. Someone had used a proper camera with a decent lens. The timestamp showed it had been taken 3 days earlier, around the time I'd been researching these very websites. The post didn't mention me specifically, but the comments underneath were unsettling. People discussing which flat was which, what times the lights went on and off, who had visitors and when. Someone had even worked out roughly how many people lived in each unit, based on the different types of curtains and the patterns of activity they'd observed. I should have logged off then, deleted the software, forgotten the whole thing, but something made me keep scrolling. Maybe it was the realization that I'd been watched without knowing it. Or maybe I just wanted to understand how deep this surveillance went. The next post made my stomach drop. It was a collection of photographs taken from the alleyway behind my building. The back windows of the ground floor flats were clearly visible, and someone had catalogued which rooms were bedrooms, which were kitchens, even which tenants appeared to live alone. The photos had been taken over several weeks, building up a comprehensive picture of everyone's routines. But it was the final image in that post that made me close my laptop and walk away from the desk. It showed the back of my building at night, but this time there was a figure visible in one of the windows, a silhouette of someone standing very still, looking out into the darkness. The timestamp was from the previous evening. I'd been out that night, at my mate Dave's birthday drinks in Shoreditch. My flat should have been empty. I told myself it must have been a reflection, or maybe the image had been taken on a different night, and the timestamp was wrong. But when I checked my building the next morning, I noticed something I'd never paid attention to before. The fire escape at the back led directly past my kitchen window, and the lock on the back door looked like it had been tampered with. That evening, I moved my desk away from the front window and started keeping the curtains closed. I also began checking the dark website more regularly, telling myself it was just sensible precaution. If someone was watching my building, I wanted to know about it. The post continued. More photographs, more detailed observations about the residents' habits. Someone had even uploaded footage from what looked like a security camera, showing people coming and going from the front entrance. I recognized several of my neighbors, including the woman from the flat below, who always seemed to be arguing with someone on her phone. Then the post started getting more specific. Someone uploaded a close-up photograph of my kitchen window, taken from the fire escape. You could see right inside, my dirty dishes in the sink, a shopping list stuck to the fridge, even the corner of my sofa visible through the doorway. The photo was time-stamped from the previous afternoon when I'd been at work. The comments under that post were worse than the image itself. People discussing the best times to access the fire escape, speculating about whether I had any security cameras, even debating whether I kept my spare key hidden somewhere outside. One comment mentioned that I appeared to live alone and suggested this made me an easier target. I started coming home from work different ways each day, checking the alleyway before entering my building. I bought a cheap security camera for my kitchen window, though I wasn't sure it would do much good. Mostly, I tried to convince myself this was all just internet weirdos playing at being spies, harmless voyeurs with nothing better to do. But the photographs kept coming. Someone had taken pictures of me through my bathroom window. Just my silhouette, thankfully, but clear enough to identify me. Another post showed my morning routine, captured through the gap in my bedroom curtains. Times when I left for work, what I wore, which direction I walked to the tube station. The worst part wasn't the invasion of privacy, though that was horrible enough. It was the realization that multiple people were involved. The photographs came from different angles, different cameras, different times of day. This wasn't one obsessed stalker. It was a group of people, possibly several dozen, all systematically documenting the lives of everyone in my area. I considered calling the police, but what would I tell them? That I'd found illegal surveillance photographs while browsing illegal websites. That strangers on the internet were taking pictures of my building. They'd either think I was paranoid or ask uncomfortable questions about how I discovered the images in the first place. Instead, I started looking at other areas on the site. Maybe this was just something that happened in my particular corner of Hackney, an unfortunate coincidence of geography and opportunity. But no, there were sections for Islington, Camden, Southwark, even some of the posher areas like Kensington and Chelsea. Thousands of photographs, hundreds of posts, all documenting the private lives of ordinary people who had no idea they were being watched. Some of the posts were worse than others. I found images of children playing in their gardens, elderly people getting undressed with their curtains open, couples having arguments in their kitchens, all uploaded without consent, shared between strangers, commented on like they were characters in some twisted reality show. The site had a section for requests too, people asking for specific information about particular addresses, offering to trade photographs of their own neighborhoods in exchange for surveillance from other areas. Some of the requests were chillingly specific, asking for details about women living alone or wanting to know the routines of families with young children. I found myself checking the site obsessively, looking for new posts about my building. Part of me hoped the interest would move elsewhere, that whoever was taking these photographs would get bored and focus on someone else. But the posts kept coming, getting more detailed and invasive each time. One morning, I woke up to find a new photograph that made me physically sick. It showed my bedroom window from outside, taken sometime during the night while I was sleeping. But this image wasn't taken from ground level or even from another building. The angle suggested someone had been on the fire escape right outside my window, close enough to see inside despite the curtains being mostly closed. The timestamp showed 3 a.m. I'd been asleep, completely vulnerable, while someone had climbed the fire escape and stood just meters away from where I lay. The thought of it made my hands shake as I scrolled through the comments underneath. People discussing how easy it would be to force the window, speculating about whether I kept anything valuable in my bedroom, even suggesting what they might do if they could get inside. That's when I knew I had to move, not just to a different flat, but out of London entirely. These people, whoever they were, had turned surveillance into a hobby. They were organized, systematic, and apparently untouchable. The police couldn't stop them because they operated in the shadows of the internet, sharing information through channels most people didn't even know existed. I handed in my notice at work the following week and moved back in with my parents in Gloucestershire. Told them I needed a change of scene, wanted to save some money, that sort of thing. They didn't ask too many questions, which I was grateful for. How do you explain that you've discovered an entire community of people dedicated to watching strangers through their windows? But even now, 6 months later, and nearly 200 miles away, I still check that website sometimes. I tell myself it's just to make sure they're not still posting about my old building. But really, it's become a compulsion. I need to know how bad it's getting, how many more people they're watching. The site's grown since I left London. New sections for other cities, more sophisticated organization, better cameras and clearer images. They've started using drones too. I've seen aerial photographs of people in their gardens who clearly have no idea they're being watched from above. Sometimes I wonder if they know I used to look at their site, whether they've somehow tracked me down to this small market town where nothing interesting ever happens. I keep the curtains closed most of the time now, even during the day. I've started checking the locks twice before bed and looking over my shoulder when I walk down quiet streets. Because the thing that really bothers me, the thing that keeps me awake at night, is how ordinary these watchers seem to be. They're not criminal masterminds or dangerous extremists. They're just people who've discovered they can spy on their neighbors with almost complete impunity, and they've decided that other people's privacy doesn't matter as much as their own entertainment. They could be anywhere. Your neighbor's the person sitting across from you on the bus, someone walking their dog past your house every evening. All it takes is a decent camera, a willingness to ignore basic human decency, and access to a website that the authorities can't seem to shut down. I still get nightmares about that silhouette in my kitchen window, the one from that first photograph. Someone standing in my flat while I was out, going through my things, maybe even waiting for me to come home. I never did work out who it was or how they got in. But sometimes, in the small hours of the morning when sleep won't come, I wonder if they're still out there, still watching, still waiting, just not from inside my flat anymore. She was watching me through the crack in the wall. For weeks, I'd felt her eyes following me around my new flat. The woman no one would talk about, the previous tenant who'd vanished without a trace. Now I know why the rent was so cheap in one of London's most expensive neighborhoods. Now I understand the strange stains beneath the fresh paint, and now I realize I might be next. My name is Madeline Cox, and I'm going to tell you about the 18 months I spent living in Flat 16B, Cold Harbour Lane, and how I uncovered the truth about Rebecca Walsh, the woman who disappeared before I arrived, the woman whose possessions kept turning up in my walls, and the building manager who knew far more than he was telling. It began with a suspiciously good deal on a Victorian conversion flat in Brixton. January 2019. I'd just landed a curator position at a small modern art gallery in central London. And after 3 months of sofa surfing with increasingly impatient university friends, I was desperate for my own space. The advert appeared in my feed late one night. 1-bedroom flat, recently renovated, private garden access, £900 per month including utilities. In London, this was unheard of. Similar properties in the area went for twice that. I should have questioned it. I should have walked away. But when you're 27, earning barely enough to live on, and sleeping on an increasingly lumpy sofa in someone else's flat, skepticism takes a back seat to opportunity. I arranged a viewing for the next day. Cold Harbour Lane cuts through Brixton like a scar, lined with Victorian terraces that have seen better days. Number 16 stood at the quieter end, a once grand townhouse now carved into 6 separate flats. The facade retained hints of former elegance, ornate cornicing, sash windows, a tiled path leading to a heavy front door. but something about it seemed off-kilter, as though the entire structure was gradually sinking on one side. Martin Ellis, the building manager, met me in the communal hallway. Mid-50s, perpetually damp-looking, with thinning hair combed over a shiny scalp, and a smile that never reached his watery eyes. The kind of man who stands slightly too close when speaking. He jangled his keys with nervous energy as he led me up creaking stairs to the first floor. "It's been completely redone," he explained, unlocking the door to 16B. New kitchen, new bathroom, fresh paint throughout. The flat was surprisingly spacious for London. A decent-sized living room with original fireplace, sealed up of course. A small but functional kitchen. A bathroom with actual full-size bath. And a bedroom overlooking a shared garden. The renovation work was evident everywhere. The place smelled of fresh paint and new carpet. Everything gleamed with that unlived-in quality of recent refurbishment. I should have asked why. I should have wondered about the previous tenant. Instead, I asked where to sign. The rent required a surprisingly small deposit. The paperwork was minimal. Martin seemed eager to have the place occupied quickly. All red flags I ignored in my desperation for affordable housing in Zone 2. I moved in 2 days later, my possessions fitting into the back of a single taxi. Clothes, books, a laptop, and a few framed photographs. The sum total of a life lived mostly in temporary accommodations. The first few weeks passed uneventfully. I unpacked my meager possessions, bought some second-hand furniture, settled into my new job at the gallery. My neighbours were largely invisible, the kind of Londoners who avoid eye contact in the hallway and close their doors quickly when they hear footsteps on the stairs. Only Mrs. Patterson in 16A, an elderly widow who'd lived in the building since the 1970s, made any effort at friendliness, inviting me in for tea my second week. Her flat was a time capsule. Antimacassars on faded armchairs, porcelain figurines on every surface, the lingering smell of boiled cabbage and lavender polish. Her walls were lined with photographs spanning decades. Children who had grown into adults with children of their own. A stern-looking husband long deceased. Holiday snapshots from British seaside towns. A life thoroughly lived and meticulously documented. She asked polite questions about my job, my family back in Manchester, whether I was courting. I answered between sips of too sweet tea from bone china cups so thin they seemed almost translucent. She mentioned having seen many tenants come and go over the years. Young people mostly, she said, none staying very long. Then, as I was leaving, she gripped my wrist with surprising strength. "They painted over it, I suppose." Her voice had dropped to a whisper. "Painted over what?" "The wall in your bedroom, the stain that wouldn't come out." Before I could ask what she meant, she retreated into her flat, bolting the door with finality. The sound of multiple locks engaging echoed in the hallway. 1, 2, 3. More than seemed necessary, even in London. That night, I examined my bedroom walls with a rising sense of unease. The paint was even, matte white, unremarkable. But as I ran my fingers along the wall that separated my flat from the external fire escape, I noticed a slight difference in texture in one section, approximately 1 meter square, where the plaster felt newer than the surrounding area. I tried to dismiss Mrs. Patterson's comment as the ramblings of a lonely old woman, but that night I dreamed of seeping dark liquid, of paint bubbling and peeling back to reveal something underneath. I woke at 3:17 a.m., the precise time I would wake for the next 18 months, heart racing, convinced someone was in the room with me. By morning, I'd rationalized everything. Old buildings make noises. New paint has a different texture over patched areas. Elderly neighbors say cryptic things. None of it means anything sinister. Then I found the first item. I was hanging a framed print in the living room, tapping a nail into what I thought was a solid wall, when the plaster crumbled unexpectedly, creating a small hole. Frustrated, I fetched a torch to assess the damage. Peering into the dark cavity, something glinted back at me. Using a coat hanger, I managed to hook and extract a delicate silver bracelet, tarnished but clearly expensive. The clasp was broken, as though it had been torn from someone's wrist. I should have gone to the police then. Instead, I convinced myself it must have fallen into the wall cavity during renovation work. I cleaned it up, placed it in my jewelry box, and patched the hole. A week later, while attempting to unblock a persistently slow bathroom drain, I found a clump of long, dark hair wrapped around the trap. My own hair is blonde and short. The hair was at least 30 centimeters long, dark chestnut, and appeared to have been forcibly pulled out. Several strands still had follicles attached. That evening, I finally questioned Martin about the previous tenant. I caught him in the hallway, halfway through changing a light bulb. His reaction to my casual inquiry was immediate. A tightening around the eyes, a twitch in his left cheek. "Student," he said, eyes fixed on the bulb. "Exchange student. Went back to Spain, or maybe it was Italy." He screwed the bulb in with more force than necessary. "Why'd you ask?" I mentioned finding the bracelet. His hand slipped, shattering the bulb. A thin line of blood appeared on his palm. "Must have been left by the builders," he said, wiping his hand on his trousers, leaving a smear of crimson. "Chuck it out." That night, I finally did what I should have done before signing the lease. I searched online for information about 16B Cold Harbor Lane. It took some digging, but eventually I found it. A small article from 13 months earlier in a local community newspaper. Concern growing for missing woman. Rebecca Walsh, 25, had not been seen since December 2017. Her last known address, my flat. The article included a photograph. Rebecca had long dark hair, high cheekbones, and serious eyes that seemed to look directly at me. Around her wrist was a silver bracelet identical to the one I'd found in my wall. I barely slept that night. The next morning, I called in sick to work and began a more thorough investigation. I discovered that Rebecca had been a PhD student, researching historical crime at King's College London. She'd lived alone, kept to herself, but was close to her sister in Bristol. After missing her weekly call with that sister, she was reported missing. Police had investigated but found nothing suspicious. The theory was that she'd left voluntarily, possibly due to academic pressure. The case remained open but inactive. Further research revealed unsettling patterns. Local social media groups mentioned other disappearances from the Brixton area over the years. Nothing that appeared connected. Nothing that had generated major headlines, but a steady trickle of young women who had simply vanished. Most had been explained away as people moving on with their lives, cutting ties, starting fresh elsewhere. Several had last been seen near Cold Harbor Lane. I found her sister, Claire Walsh, on social media and sent a message explaining who I was and what I'd found. She responded within hours, her profile picture showing the same high cheekbones and serious eyes as Rebecca, but with short blonde hair, a disconcerting mirror of our own physical differences. We met the following day at a cafe 3 streets away from Cold Harbor Lane. Claire was visibly exhausted, with the hollow-eyed look of someone who had been grieving for too long without resolution. When I handed her the bracelet, she held it like something infinitely precious and infinitely painful. "I gave her this for her 25th birthday," she said. She never took it off. Claire had never believed the voluntary disappearance theory. Rebecca was dedicated to her research, had just received additional funding, and had been excited about new evidence she'd discovered relating to historical murders in Brixton. The police had interviewed Martin, the other tenants, Rebecca's classmates and professors. No leads. After 6 months, the investigation had effectively stalled. Most disturbingly, Claire told me that Rebecca had mentioned feeling watched in the weeks before her disappearance. She'd complained about noises in the walls, about missing personal items that would reappear in strange places, about a persistent feeling that someone had been in her flat while she was out. She'd changed the locks twice, had considered breaking her lease and moving elsewhere, had begun documenting everything in a journal that disappeared along with her. I didn't tell Claire about the hair in the drain or the patched section of wall. I didn't share my growing conviction that Rebecca had never left Cold Harbour Lane. Some truths are too heavy to place on shoulders already bowed by grief. But that evening, I examined my flat with new eyes. The fresh paint, the new carpet, the replaced section of wall. The renovations weren't improvements. They were erasures. I began to notice other things. The floorboard near the bedroom window that sounded different when stepped on. The section of kitchen tile work that didn't quite match the rest. The slight discoloration on the ceiling above the shower, visible only in certain light. My flat was a palimpsest. Rebecca's existence scraped away, painted over, but still faintly visible if you knew where to look. And Martin's behavior grew increasingly erratic. I'd catch him watching me from the garden when I left for work. He invented reasons to check my smoke alarms, my radiators, my windows. Once, returning unexpectedly after forgetting my access card for the gallery, I found him standing in my living room, seemingly doing nothing at all. He claimed he was investigating a leak from the flat above. There was no leak, and the flat above had been empty for months. I began documenting everything. I took photographs of every unusual feature in the flat. I recorded the times Martin appeared without explanation. I noted every unexplained sound, every misplaced object, every strange smell. I created a detailed floor plan, marking areas where the renovation seemed most recent or most thorough. And I researched Rebecca Walsh's research. Through academic databases, I found her published work on historical crimes in South London, particularly a series of unsolved murders in Brixton between 1889 and 1891. 4 young women, all tenants of the same boarding house, all found with their throats cut and peculiar items sealed inside their body cavities. Buttons, coins, locks of hair. The killer was never identified, but Rebecca had been pursuing a theory that the boarding house owner, one Martin Ellis Sr., had been responsible. The contemporary Martin Ellis was his great-grandson. That connection should have sent me to the police immediately. Instead, motivated by some misguided sense that I needed more evidence, I decided to investigate further. I contacted Rebecca's academic supervisor, who confirmed her research had taken an unexpected turn in her final weeks. She discovered documents suggesting the historical Martin Ellis hadn't died in 1892, as previously believed, but had changed his name and continued running boarding houses in various London neighbourhoods, each associated with disappearances that were never connected to him. She became quite obsessed, the supervisor told me. She was convinced there was a family pattern, that something had been passed down through generations. I told her she was straying into unprovable territory, that it would damage her academic credibility. The original boarding house, I discovered with growing horror, had stood at the exact location of 16 Cold Harbour Lane. Through public records and extensive genealogical research, I traced the Ellis family history. Martin Ellis Sr. had 5 children. 3 sons continued the family business of property management across different parts of London. Their children did the same. The current Martin Ellis was the last male descendant of the original boarding house owner, inheriting properties that had remained in family hands for generations. I discovered something else too. Every property managed by an Ellis had experienced at least one unexplained disappearance per decade. Young women, usually living alone, often students or newly arrived in London. Each case investigated separately. Each eventually filed away as a voluntary departure or possible suicide. None ever connected to the Ellis family. None ever solved. Around this time, about 6 months into my tenancy, I began to feel watched not just by Martin, but by someone else. I'd wake at exactly 3:17 a.m. with the certainty that someone was standing in the darkest corner of my bedroom. Objects would move slightly between when I left for work and when I returned. The silver bracelet, which I'd kept after Claire couldn't bear to take it, repeatedly migrated from my jewelry box to my bedside table. I began to fear I was losing my grip on reality. Was I inventing connections because of Rebecca's research? Was I experiencing the same paranoia that might have driven her to leave suddenly? Or was something more sinister at work? The fear became physical. I lost weight, developed insomnia, jumped at every noise, started leaving lights on all night, wedged chairs against my door when sleeping. I was living in a constant state of heightened awareness that left me exhausted but unable to relax. I considered moving out, but my meager salary and London's impossible rental market meant I had nowhere else to go. Besides, a part of me felt responsible to Rebecca, to learn what had happened, to ensure she wasn't simply forgotten, written off as another young woman who couldn't handle the pressures of life. The turning point came 9 months into my tenancy. A thunderstorm had knocked out power to the building. As I fumbled with candles, one rolled under the bed. Reaching for it, my fingers found a loose floorboard. Prying it up revealed a small cavity containing a notebook, Rebecca's research journal. The final entry, dated December 14th, 2017, read, M. Watching constantly. Found keys missing again. Located murder weapon in basement storage area. Photographed and documented. Evidence conclusive of familial pattern. Going to police tomorrow morning. There was no entry for December 15th. Rebecca had disappeared on the night of December 14th. The journal detailed her growing certainty that Martin Ellis was following in his ancestors' footsteps. She'd tracked a pattern of disappearances. Young women who had rented flats or rooms in properties managed by the Ellis family over generations. Never enough from a single property to raise suspicion. Always explained away as people moving on. She'd identified 17 potential victims dating back to 1952. And she'd found something in the basement. The basement of 16 Cold Harbour Lane was officially condemned, deemed structurally unsound after subsidence in the 1990s. I'd never seen the door unlocked, but according to Rebecca's journal, Martin kept it accessible and used it for storage. Rebecca described discovering a hidden room within the basement, accessed through a false wall behind old shelving units. Inside, she'd found items belonging to missing women dating back decades. Driver's licenses, jewelry, clothing, all meticulously preserved and labeled. And something else. A collection of antique surgical tools passed down through generations of the Ellis family, one of which, a particular curved knife, matched descriptions of the weapon used in the 1889 to 1891 killings. Most disturbing of all were the photographs. According to Rebecca's journal, she'd found albums containing pictures of women in various stages of what she described as ceremonial preparation. The journal didn't elaborate, but her academic articles on the historical murders detailed how victims were prepared before death, bathed, dressed in white, positioned in specific poses meant to mimic classical paintings of sleeping women. I called Claire immediately, sharing what I'd found. She urged me to go to the police. I agreed to meet her the next morning at the local station, journal in hand. That night, the power went out again. No storm this time. Just my flat plunged into darkness at 11:42 p.m. I reached for my phone to use as a torch, but it was dead, fully charged moments before, now completely unresponsive. The spare torch in my bedside drawer was missing. The candles had mysteriously disappeared, and from the hallway outside my flat came the unmistakable sound of a key turning in the lock. I didn't wait to see who would enter. Grabbing Rebecca's journal, I locked myself in the bathroom, the only room with a window large enough to climb through. As I heard my front door open, I forced the bathroom window sash up and squeezed out onto the narrow fire escape. The metal was slick with rain, my bare feet struggling for purchase. Below, the garden was pitch black. Above, the windows of the upper flats showed no lights, no witnesses. I climbed upward, reasoning that the roof offered more escape options than the garden, where I'd be trapped by high walls. I had reached the top floor when I heard the bathroom window open below. A torch beam swept the fire escape, then settled on my retreating form. Heavy footsteps began to ascend the metal staircase. The roof access door was secured with a padlock, but years of neglect had weakened its housing. One desperate kick splintered the wood around it, allowing me onto the roof. Rain made the slate tiles treacherous. I scrambled across, trying to reach the adjoining building, aware of pursuit growing closer. That's when I saw it, the disturbed section of roof where slates had been recently removed and replaced. The exact spot that would be above the bedroom in my flat. The exact location of the stained wall that had been replastered and painted. In my moment of horrified realization, I slipped. The journal flew from my grasp, skidding across wet slate and disappearing over the edge. I lunged for it, too late, instead finding myself face to face with Martin Ellis, silhouetted against the night sky, something long and metallic gleaming in his hand. "She was asking too many questions too," he said, his voice eerily calm. "About family traditions, about keeping things in the family." The curved knife in his hand matched the description in Rebecca's journal. An antique surgical tool with an ivory handle, its blade gleaming despite its age. He advanced slowly, unhurried, as though we had all the time in the world, as though the outcome was predetermined. "We've been here since before this area had a name," he continued, gesturing vaguely at the surrounding streets with his free hand. "Maintaining properties, maintaining traditions, keeping the family strong. Each generation learns from the last. Each generation improves the technique." I braced for the impact of whatever weapon he held. Instead, from the street below came sudden flashing blue lights. Someone had called the police. Later, I would learn it was Mrs. Patterson, watching from her window as she did every night, witnessing my desperate roof escape. Martin hesitated, calculating his options. That moment of indecision saved my life. He turned to flee, lost his footing on the wet slate, and fell, not to the street, but through the weakened section of roof he himself had previously disturbed. The crash echoed through the building, followed by silence. The police found Martin Ellis impaled on a Victorian cast-iron radiator in what had been my bedroom. When they prized up the floorboards beneath where he fell, they discovered the first of the bodies, Rebecca Walsh, exactly where I had slept for 9 months, separated from me by a thin layer of new flooring. The subsequent investigation revealed the full horror of Cold Harbour Lane. 6 bodies were recovered from various concealed locations within the building. The oldest had been there since 1984. Each had been killed in the same way as the historical victims Rebecca had researched. Throat cut, personal items sealed inside body cavities. Each had been a tenant. Each had started asking questions. In Martin's private rooms in the basement, accessible through a concealed entrance he had created, police found meticulous records dating back decades. Like his ancestor, he had been documenting his work. Unlike his ancestor, he had kept trophies, jewelry, identification, clothing. A family tradition passed down through generations. The basement chamber was a museum of horror. Victorian surgical tools displayed alongside modern scalpels. Antique furniture arranged to recreate the setting of historical photographs. Journals detailing procedures and improvements to techniques pioneered by ancestors. And most disturbing of all, a family grimoire. A handwritten book passed down through generations of Ellis men, detailing their beliefs about capturing the essence of young women to strengthen the family bloodline. It wasn't merely murder. It was ritual, ceremony, religion. Each killing meticulously planned and executed according to traditions established in the 1880s. Each victim selected for specific qualities, intelligence, curiosity, independence, that the Ellis men believed would strengthen their lineage when absorbed through their ceremonies. Claire Walsh attended each court hearing during Martin's trial. He had survived his fall, though permanently paralyzed below the waist. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment without possibility of parole. Throughout the proceedings, he maintained the same eerie calm I'd witnessed on the roof, speaking only once, to correct the prosecutor on the exact number of his victims. The official count was 23, not 17. Further investigation revealed connections to other properties around London. Buildings managed by distant cousins of the Ellis family, each with their own history of disappearances. The full extent of the family's activities may never be known. Some relatives disappeared before they could be questioned. Some properties were mysteriously destroyed by fire before they could be searched. The ripples extended outward, suggesting a network larger and more organized than anyone had initially suspected. I never returned to Cold Harbour Lane. My possessions were collected by police, processed as potential evidence, eventually returned months later. I moved first to a hotel, then to a shared house in North London, finally back to Manchester. My curator position was held for me, but I couldn't stay in London. Every dark corner, every strange noise, every unexpected movement triggered overwhelming panic. The nightmares persisted, not of Martin Ellis or his knife, but of Rebecca Walsh beneath my bed, of sleeping directly above her decomposing body for months, of her trying to warn me through the thin barrier between us, of her watching me through cracks in the walls, attempting to communicate what she had discovered. The psychological impact was diagnosed as PTSD. I spent months in therapy, learning to manage the constant hypervigilance, the insomnia, the panic attacks. Slowly, gradually, I began to rebuild something resembling a normal life. I took a position at a small gallery in Manchester, rented a modern flat in a building less than 10 years old, researched the owners extensively before signing anything. Claire and I remain in contact. united by circumstance, by trauma, by the shared experience of having brushed against true evil. We exchange messages weekly. She's finished her sister's research, published the definitive account of the Ellis family crime spanning 5 generations. I haven't read it. Some knowledge is too heavy to carry. Number 16, Cold Harbour Lane was demolished last year. The land remains vacant. Development plans repeatedly delayed by structural concerns. Locals avoid it. Estate agents can't sell it. The ground, they say, won't settle properly. The foundations keep shifting, as though something beneath the surface refuses to rest. Sometimes I dream of Rebecca Walsh, not as I imagine she was in her final moments, but as I felt her throughout my time in that flat, watchful, persistent, refusing to be erased. In my dreams, she's trying to tell me something, her mouth moving soundlessly behind the wall. I wake always at the same time, 3:17 a.m., the time the police determined she died. I don't believe in ghosts. What haunted 16B Cold Harbour Lane wasn't supernatural, but the most natural thing of all, the human capacity for evil, passed down through blood, hidden behind fresh paint and new carpets, and a caretaker's smile. The true horror isn't that monsters exist, it's that they look just like us, hold keys to our homes, and wait patiently for decades to continue family traditions. The journal was never recovered, somewhere in the ruins of Cold Harbour Lane. Rebecca's final evidence remains buried. Martin Ellis will die in prison. But I sometimes wonder about the broader family tree, about cousins and distant relatives who might maintain other properties in other cities, about family traditions that span generations, about the weight of blood and history, and how some stains can never truly be painted over. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself researching property ownership records, tracking surnames connected to the Ellis family, mapping disappearances across decades and locations, building my own version of Rebecca's research. I don't know what I'll do with this information, whether I'll publish it, share it with authorities, or simply keep it as insurance against the day I might encounter another building manager with too many keys and a smile that never reaches his eyes. I've moved 3 times since leaving London, each time to newer buildings with professional management companies and electronic security. Each time researching the history extensively before signing anything. My current flat is in a converted industrial building, all exposed brick and steel beams, no hidden spaces, no room for secrets. Yet still I wake at 3:17 a.m., convinced someone is watching me through the walls. Check your walls, know your landlord, and remember, the most dangerous predators are those who hold the keys to the places we consider safe. I've tried writing this so many times I've lost count. Every time, I get a few paragraphs in before I close the laptop and tell myself I'll do it later, when I have the right words, when it doesn't feel like I'm tearing something open inside my chest. But there are no right words, and honestly, I remember everything too well. That's the problem. My brain won't let me forget a single detail. Every conversation, every decision, every moment I chose to keep going when I should have stopped. It's all there, sharp and clear, like it happened yesterday. I'm not writing this to make you feel sorry for me. I'm not asking you to understand. I already know what people will say, that I was broke, desperate, scared. Sure, that's all true, but that's not why I kept doing it. That's the easy explanation, the one that lets me off the hook. The real reason is harder to say out loud, because it means admitting I could turn off parts of myself I didn't know could be switched off. that I could compartmentalize my behavior to a degree that still unsettles me, even now, even after everything. 18 months ago, my life was ordinary, boring even, the kind of boring that other people probably envied. I worked at a marketing agency in Manchester, one of those mid-sized firms that handles accounts nobody's ever heard of, but that somehow keep the lights on. I split rent on a flat with my girlfriend Sarah and convinced myself this was what being an adult looked like. Wake up, go to work, come home, watch something on Netflix, repeat. The job wasn't exciting, but it paid on time, every time. I'd learned to measure happiness by how predictable things were, how stable. Excitement was for people who hadn't yet realized that stability was the real prize. Sarah and I had been together long enough that our routines had merged. We knew each other's schedules, split the bills without arguing about it, had our spots on the sofa. It wasn't passionate anymore, but I told myself that was normal. That passion was just the opening act, and what we had was the sustainable version, the real thing. Looking back, I wonder if I was already trying to convince myself of things I didn't quite believe. The redundancy meeting was surreal in how scripted it felt. I was called in on a Wednesday afternoon, and the moment I saw my manager sitting with someone from HR, I knew. Everyone in that room had already processed what was about to happen to me. They'd had their meetings, made their decisions, prepared their talking points. The company was downsizing. My role was non-essential. Budget cuts, market conditions. They thanked me for my contributions, said they appreciated my work, handed me a folder explaining my final pay and notice period. The whole thing took maybe 15 minutes. I nodded through the whole thing, not because I agreed, but because my brain couldn't catch up. There was this weird disconnect between what I was hearing and what I was processing, like watching something happen to someone else. I even said thank you as I left the room. Thank you. For what? For destroying the stability I'd built my entire identity around. At first, unemployment felt temporary. I treated it like a gap between jobs rather than an ending. I updated my CV, spent hours tweaking the wording, sent out applications. I told Sarah not to worry. Something would come up quickly. Manchester was full of agencies. I had experience, good references. There was no reason to think I'd struggle as much as I eventually did. Except I did. Weeks turned into months. The interviews I did get never led anywhere. I'd spend days preparing, researching the company, practicing answers. And then I'd sit in reception, waiting rooms, feeling my confidence drain away before anyone even spoke to me. The rejections came in waves, all saying the same thing in slightly different language. We've decided to move forward with other candidates. Your experience doesn't quite match what we're looking for. We had a very strong field of applicants. The structure of my days began to collapse. I started waking up later because there was no reason to get up early. I'd make coffee and check my email obsessively, refreshing every few minutes even though I already knew nothing would be there. The flat became smaller somehow, the walls closer. I'd spend hours online scrolling through job sites, telling myself I was being productive when really I was just avoiding the growing panic. Sarah tried to be supportive at first. She'd ask how the job search was going in this carefully neutral tone, like she was afraid of setting me off. She'd tell me something would come up, that I just had to keep trying. But there's a difference between patience and faith, and I could feel the latter calcifying into something harder. She stopped talking about the future, holidays we might take, places we might move to, started focusing on immediate costs instead. Did we really need Netflix and Spotify? Should we switch to a cheaper phone plan? Could we cut back on takeaways? She never directly accused me of anything, but the unspoken anxiety settled into the flat all the same, hovering in every conversation about money. I felt it in the way she'd look at me when I was still on the sofa at 2 in the afternoon, in the way her face would tighten when another rejection email came through. We stopped having sex, stopped really talking, just existed in parallel, waiting for something to change. When she eventually said she needed space, it came without drama. No shouting, no thrown accusations. She just sat down one evening and explained, very calmly, that she felt like everything had stalled, that she couldn't live in this suspended state anymore, not knowing when or if things would improve. She said she still cared about me, but that she needed to think about her own future. I didn't argue. How could I? She was right. I understood her point far too well to pretend otherwise. She moved out in December, a week before Christmas, took her stuff over 3 trips in a hired van, and each time she came back for another load, the flat looked more wrong. After she left for the last time, I walked through the rooms and realized how much of what made the place feel like home had been hers. Not just physical things, but the rhythm of daily life, the routines that had been keeping me anchored. After that, the flat felt strangely hollow, not empty. All my stuff was still there, but hollow, like a shell. Days stretched in uncomfortable ways. I'd lose track of time, look up from my laptop, and realize it was dark outside and I hadn't eaten. Nights became longer than they had any right to be. I'd lie awake listening to the pipes click and the radiators clank, and the distant traffic hum outside, aware that time was passing but unable to measure it properly. 3 in the morning felt the same as midnight, felt the same as 5 a.m. It was during those nights that I started spending more time online, not doing anything in particular, just scrolling. Reddit mostly, Twitter, YouTube. It gave my thoughts somewhere else to sit, something to focus on besides the growing certainty that I'd fucked up my life beyond repair. I've always been comfortable with computers, the sort of competence that comes from familiarity rather than talent. I'm not a programmer or anything, but I understood how information connected, how people left traces of themselves behind without realizing, how easy it was to build a picture of someone's life if you knew where to look. Social media, public records, cross-referencing details. At the time, that knowledge felt harmless, academic even. Something I'd never imagined using outside of work. The idea came to me one night in late January, while scrolling through Reddit, half asleep, in a thread about alternative ways of making money online. Most of the suggestions were predictable and useless. Match betting, dropshipping, taking surveys for pennies. But one comment stood out precisely because it didn't try to sell anything. The person mentioned, very casually, that there were research opportunities on the dark web for people who were good at gathering information. They said it with such matter-of-fact certainty that I found myself reading it again and again. They'd included a link, not directly to anything illegal, just instructions on how to access hidden services. I told myself I was only curious when I clicked it. Told myself the same thing as I read the instructions, downloaded Tor, and spent an hour figuring out how to navigate to a site that looked disappointingly normal. Plain, text-heavy, functional, like a really bad version of Craigslist from 2004. The pages were stripped down, lacking any visual noise. Forums dominated most of the space, filled with long threads discussing services and reputations in tones that were unsettlingly professional. It didn't feel like a criminal underworld, more like a parallel bureaucracy, governed by its own rules and expectations. People talked about vendors the way you talk about contractors, rating their reliability, their communication, how quickly they delivered. I spent several nights just reading, telling myself that observation didn't count as participation, that I was just curious about how this world worked. Eventually, I came across a listing looking for what they called a data coordinator. The description was vague, but not mysterious. They needed someone to collect publicly available information about named individuals and compile it into clear, organized reports. Basic research skills required. Attention to detail, discretion. What made me stop and really consider it was one phrase: publicly available information. That detail became the hinge on which all my justifications rested. I told myself that if I wasn't hacking or breaking into anything, then it wasn't really wrong. I'd just be organizing data that already existed. The digital equivalent of putting scattered papers into a folder. Anyone could do this if they knew where to look. I'd just be doing it more efficiently. The pay was reasonable, but not extravagant. A few £100s per report. That made it feel legitimate somehow, like a real job rather than something shady. I spent several nights deliberating, checking my bank account, looking at the bills piling up. Then, around 3 in the morning on a Tuesday, I applied. 2 days later, I received my first request. It came through an encrypted message, just a name and a general location in Leeds. Nothing else. No context, no explanation of why they wanted the information. I remember staring at it for a long time, expecting to feel a sense of alarm that never came. The work itself unfolded with surprising ease. Social media provided an outline of the man's life. LinkedIn showed where he worked. Public records filled in the gaps. Electoral roll. Company's house. Land registry. With enough patience, routines began to emerge naturally. Patterns that were invisible in isolation but obvious when viewed together. He went to the same gym 3 times a week, had lunch at the same cafe on Fridays, posted about football on Twitter every weekend. When I finished, I'd assembled a detailed portrait of a stranger's life, where he lived, where he worked, how he spent his time, what car he drove, who his friends were. I sent the report through the same encrypted channel and waited, feeling a knot of anxiety in my stomach. What if it wasn't good enough? What if I'd missed something obvious? What if they decided I wasn't up to the task? The payment arrived the next day. Bitcoin, converted to pounds and deposited into my account. The relief I felt was immediate and overwhelming. Not just about the money, though that mattered. It was about feeling useful again, competent, like I still had value, like I could still do something well. For the first time since losing my job, I felt like I could breathe properly, like maybe I wasn't completely worthless. More requests followed quickly, 1 or 2 a week at first, then more. I developed templates, checklists, shortcuts. The work became routine, methodical rather than improvisational. I could complete a basic profile in a few hours now, a detailed one in a day. The people I researched stopped being individuals and became just data points, collections of habits and timestamps, numbers on a spreadsheet. I didn't let myself think about what the information might be used for. Debt collection maybe, private investigators, background checks. I told myself it was probably nothing sinister, just boring commercial stuff. And even if it wasn't, well, I was only gathering information that was already public. I wasn't doing anything illegal. Not technically. By March, it had become my primary income. I was making more than I had at the agency, working from home in my pajamas. I stopped sending out job applications, stopped checking recruitment sites. This was working. Why go back to a 9 to 5 when I could do this? The first disruption came in late April. I received a request marked as urgent, accompanied by a payment significantly higher than usual. Double my normal rate, transferred up front. The name was Emma Hartley. The location was Stockport. That was it. No other details. No explanation for the urgency or the premium. I noticed both things, the urgency, the money, and still I chose not to ask why. Curiosity had already been replaced by necessity, or maybe I just didn't want to know. Emma's digital footprint was extensive in a way that now feels painfully intimate to recall. She was a nurse, worked night shifts at Stepping Hill Hospital. Her Instagram was public, full of selfies and pictures of her morning runs. Fitness apps revealed her exact running routes, the times she went, how long each run took. Facebook showed her shift patterns. She'd post about having a rough night at work, about looking forward to days off. Location tags placed her at specific cafes, specific parks, specific pubs. By the time I finished the report, I knew her routines with a familiarity that felt wrong even as I was compiling it. I knew she ran at 6 in the morning on her days off, that she stopped at the same Starbucks afterward, that she lived alone in a ground floor flat, that her car was parked on the street because the building didn't have dedicated spaces, that she usually worked Tuesday through Thursday nights and had her phone on Do Not Disturb during the day because she needed to sleep. I sent the report and told myself not to think about it, tried to push it out of my mind. But something felt different this time. The amount of detail I'd gathered, the precision of her patterns, the fact that someone had paid double to get this information quickly. 3 weeks later, I was drinking coffee and half watching TV when I opened the Manchester Evening News on my phone. The headline hit me like a punch to the stomach. Stockport nurse missing after night shift. There was a photo. Emma Hartley, the same face I'd been staring at for hours while building her profile. I read the article 3 times, 4 times. She'd left work at 7:30 in the morning. Her car was still in the hospital car park. She hadn't answered calls or messages. Colleagues were worried. Police were investigating. The details aligned too closely with what I'd documented. The hospital, the shift pattern, the usual time she'd leave. I told myself it was coincidence. Had to be. People go missing all the time. It didn't mean anything, couldn't mean anything, because admitting otherwise would have meant confronting a responsibility I was not prepared to face. Would have meant acknowledging that I'd helped someone do something terrible. I avoided my computer for several days. Didn't check messages. Didn't take any new requests. But financial reality eventually pushed me back to work, because fear alone doesn't stop bills from arriving. And I had rent due, council tax, electricity. I couldn't afford to stop. The message that followed didn't come through the usual system. It arrived directly, somehow, in my regular email, which should have been impossible. I'd been careful about keeping things separate, used different devices, different networks, but there it was, in my inbox, with no sender name. Just a subject line. Excellent work. The message praised my discretion and attention to detail. Said they had a special project that required someone with my particular skills. 5 individuals across the Northwest, profiles needed within a week. The figure attached was more than I'd earned in the previous 2 months combined. Before I could even respond, before I could think about whether to accept, half the payment transferred into my account. That was when I understood, fully and clearly, that whatever legitimacy I'd imagined no longer existed. This wasn't debt collection or background checks. This was something else entirely. Something I should walk away from, should go to the police about, should refuse absolutely. I accepted anyway. The task involved 5 people, 3 in Manchester, 1 in Liverpool, 1 in Bolton. Each profile required a level of detail that went far beyond my previous work. Not just routines and locations, but vulnerabilities, security systems, household layouts, family members, financial situations. I spent that week in near isolation, barely sleeping, working obsessively, accessing databases I should never have seen, combining information in ways that made me increasingly uneasy. I knew what I was doing by then, couldn't pretend otherwise, but I kept going because I'd already taken half the payment and because stopping would have meant admitting to myself what I'd already become. When I sent the final report, the remaining payments arrived within minutes. Looking at my bank balance, I felt briefly untouchable, like I'd gotten away with something, like I was smarter than everyone else. That feeling lasted less than a week. News reports started appearing. A break-in in Didsbury, fraud case in Liverpool, an assault in Bolton. Each one aligned too closely with the profiles I'd created to dismiss as coincidence. The break-in happened at exactly the time I'd identified as optimal, when the residents were at their weekly evening class. The fraud-targeted accounts I'd specifically noted were vulnerable. The assault victim was attacked on the route I'd mapped as isolated and poorly lit. I stopped reading after the third incident. By then, denial felt more dishonest than knowing. I tried to stopped responding to messages, stopped checking the encrypted channels, told myself I was done, that I'd made enough money to last a few months, that I could go back to looking for legitimate work, that I could pretend the last few months hadn't happened. Then things got strange. My account started behaving oddly. Emails disappeared from my inbox. Ones I'd definitely received. Ones I'd read multiple times. My phone started doing things I couldn't explain. Opening apps on its own. The camera light coming on when I wasn't using it. Messages I'd sent vanishing from my conversation history. Then came the message, short and direct. You are either an asset or a liability. Choose wisely. The photograph arrived the next morning. It showed me sitting at my desk, face illuminated by my laptop screen, taken from outside the flat, through the window, at night. The angle suggested it was taken from the street, maybe from a car. The timestamp was from 2 nights earlier. I'd been alone in the flat, thought I was safe, thought I was anonymous. Seeing myself from that perspective made something inside me collapse, because it demonstrated, with brutal clarity, how easily the same techniques I'd used on others could be applied to me. I knew my own patterns, knew my routines, knew exactly how vulnerable I was. And now someone else knew them too. I went to the police the next day, walked into the nearest station and told them I needed to report a crime. When they asked what had happened, I said I wanted to report myself. They arrested me that afternoon, took my laptop, my phone, everything. Interviewed me for hours across multiple days. I told them everything. Every request I'd taken, every profile I'd built, every piece of information I'd gathered. Showed them how to access the forums, how the payment system worked, everything I knew about the people I'd worked for, which wasn't much. I cooperated completely, not because I expected leniency, but because I no longer believed in the possibility of undoing what I'd already set in motion. They charged me with multiple offenses: conspiracy, computer misuse, data protection violations. The solicitor they assigned me said I'd probably get prison time. Said cooperation would help, but wouldn't erase what I'd done. I told him I understood. Now I'm waiting for my court date. Still in the same flat, still going through the same routines, but watching them with an awareness that didn't exist before. The police reassure me that the people I worked for are unlikely to pursue me further, that reporting them was the right thing to do, that I'll be safe. But reassurance doesn't erase knowledge. I know how these profiles are built. Know how much information exists about any given person if you know where to look. Know how patterns emerge from seemingly innocuous details. Know how easy it is to map someone's entire life if you're patient enough. I know how patient the people who use this information can be, how they can wait weeks, months, for exactly the right moment, how they think in longer timescales than normal people do. And I know that somewhere, it's entirely possible that my life exists as a document, neatly organized, comprehensively detailed, created using the same methods I once relied upon. Someone knows where I live, where I shop, what time I usually go to sleep, which window doesn't lock properly, which neighbors are home during the day, when the police patrol this street. That knowledge doesn't fade with time. You'd think it would. You'd hope that eventually you'd stop checking over your shoulder, stop flinching at unexpected noises, stop analyzing every stranger who walks past your building. But it doesn't work that way. It just sinks deeper, becomes part of you. Sits there in the dark where you can't quite see it, but you always know it's there. Every time I hear footsteps in the hallway, every time a car idles outside for too long, every time my phone does something unexpected, every time I'm alone in the flat late at night, waiting, always waiting. I remember it like it was yesterday, though it's been 8 months since I found the laptop hidden behind the water tank in our loft and discovered that the man I'd been married to for 6 years wasn't who I thought he was. David and I had what everyone considered a stable relationship. We'd met through mutual friends in Manchester, moved in together after about a year, got married 3 years later in a small ceremony that felt perfect for both of us. He worked in logistics for a mid-sized company. I taught primary school. Ordinary jobs, ordinary lives, the sort of comfortable domesticity that most couples aspire to. We lived in a Victorian terrace in Chorlton that we'd bought together, splitting the mortgage payments and household responsibilities in ways that felt fair and sustainable. David handled most of the practical stuff, bills, maintenance, the technical side of running a household, while I focused on the social aspects like keeping in touch with friends and family. It was a good arrangement that worked well for both our personalities. David was naturally private and preferred dealing with systems rather than people, while I enjoyed the interpersonal side of life that he found draining. We complemented each other in ways that made the relationship feel balanced and secure. The only thing that occasionally bothered me was how secretive David could be about his computer activities. Not suspicious secretive, just protective of his digital space in ways that seemed excessive for someone with nothing to hide. Separate user accounts, passwords I didn't know, laptops that he'd close when I entered the room. He explained it as work-related confidentiality requirements and general preference for privacy, which seemed reasonable enough. I had my own phone and computer for personal use, and it's not like I needed access to his devices for any practical reason. But after 6 years of marriage, the casual secrecy started feeling less like reasonable boundaries and more like active concealment, especially when he'd receive messages at odd hours that would make him immediately reach for his phone with an urgency that seemed disproportionate to routine work communication. The discovery happened by accident while I was looking for Christmas decorations in the loft. David was away for a few days on a work trip, and I decided to get the house ready for the holidays while he was gone. The decorations were stored in boxes near the water tank, and while moving them, I knocked over a small holdall that I'd never seen before. Inside the holdall was a laptop I didn't recognize. Not David's work machine or the personal computer he used downstairs. but a third device that he'd apparently been keeping hidden from me. It was password protected, but David had always been predictable with passwords, variations on dates and names that were significant to our relationship. I shouldn't have tried to access it, should have put it back where I'd found it and pretended I'd never seen it. But curiosity got the better of me, especially when the password turned out to be a combination of our wedding date and my middle name. The desktop contained folders with names that immediately made me uncomfortable. Video files, streaming software, communication applications I'd never heard of. Nothing obviously illegal at first glance, but arranged in ways that suggested activities David had never mentioned to me. One folder contained what appeared to be technical documentation for broadcast equipment, cameras, lighting, audio recording devices. Professional quality gear that would cost thousands of pounds and wasn't the sort of thing David had ever shown interest in owning. Another folder contained correspondence with people using usernames rather than real names, discussing technical aspects of streaming and content creation. The conversations were carefully worded, but clearly referred to activities that weren't entirely legal or socially acceptable. The third folder contained video files that made my hands shake as I scrolled through the list. Recordings of what appeared to be live streams, showing dark rooms with industrial equipment and bound figures, the sort of content that explained why David had been keeping this laptop hidden. I opened one of the files and immediately understood that I was looking at something David had created rather than just downloaded. The camera work was deliberate and professional. The lighting was carefully arranged, and in the background I could hear David's voice giving instructions to someone off camera. The video showed a basement space that I'd never seen before, but with architectural details that suggested it was local rather than foreign. British electrical fittings, building materials that were common in the UK, background sounds that seemed typically Manchester. Most disturbing was the casual way David spoke during the recording. Not the voice of someone being forced to participate in criminal activity, but someone who was clearly in control and experienced with this type of content creation. I closed the file and sat in the loft trying to process what I'd discovered. The man I'd been married to for 6 years, who taught me to drive and remembered my birthday and helped me mark schoolwork in the evenings, was apparently creating violent content for audiences on hidden parts of the internet. Over the next few hours, I went through more of the files and correspondence on the laptop. The scope of David's activities was larger than I'd initially realized. Multiple locations, regular scheduling, sophisticated technical setup. This wasn't occasional dabbling in extreme content. It was a substantial ongoing activity that he'd been maintaining throughout our relationship. Some of the correspondence included references to participants and locations that made it clear David wasn't working alone. He was part of a group that shared resources and expertise. Though the communications were careful never to use real names or specific geographic details, what bothered me most wasn't just the criminal nature of what David was doing, but the systematic way he'd been concealing it from me. Separate bank accounts I'd never known about, rental agreements for properties I'd never visited, equipment purchases that hadn't appeared on our joint financial statements. He'd been living a completely separate life that required significant time, money, and planning. The sort of elaborate deception that takes years to establish and maintain without detection. I put the laptop back where I'd found it and spent the rest of the day trying to decide what to do with what I'd discovered. Reporting David to the police would destroy our marriage and probably result in serious criminal charges. But continuing to live with someone who created violent content felt impossible now that I knew what he was capable of. When David returned from his work trip, I tried to act normally while observing him more carefully than I'd ever done before, looking for signs of the person I'd seen in those recordings, trying to reconcile the loving husband I thought I knew with someone who spent his free time creating content that most people would find horrifying. He seemed exactly the same as always, affectionate, considerate, interested in my work and our shared plans for the future. If I hadn't seen the evidence myself, I'd never have suspected he was involved in anything more disturbing than occasional overtime at his logistics job. But I found myself paying attention to details I'd previously ignored. The times when he worked late or went out for drinks with colleagues whose names he never mentioned. The phone calls he'd take in another room. The messages that arrived at unusual hours. Most unsettling was realizing how much of our life together had been structured around David's hidden activities without me recognizing it. Weekends, when he'd encourage me to visit friends or family while he stayed home to catch up on work. Evening plans that would be cancelled at short notice because something urgent had come up. I'd always assumed he was just busy with legitimate work responsibilities. Now I understood that he'd been managing our relationship around his criminal activities, ensuring I wouldn't be present when he needed to focus on content creation. About 2 weeks after discovering the laptop, I decided to follow David when he said he was going out for drinks with work colleagues. Not because I wanted to confront him, but because I needed to understand the scale of what he was involved in. He drove to an industrial area on the outskirts of Manchester, parking outside a warehouse that looked abandoned from the road. But there were other cars in the car park and lights visible through windows that had been covered from inside. I watched from a distance as David let himself into the building with his own key, suggesting he had regular access to the property. Other people arrived over the next hour, all entering the same way, all behaving like they were attending a routine business meeting. That's when I realized David wasn't just creating violent content. He was running some kind of organized activity that involved multiple people and significant infrastructure. The warehouse, the equipment, the regular schedule suggested something much more substantial than I'd initially understood. I drove home and spent the evening researching what I could find online about the type of content David was creating. Most sources dismissed Red Rooms as internet mythology, but a few seemed to have genuine knowledge about how such activities might function in practice. The technical requirements, legal risks, and financial resources needed to maintain live violent streaming were considerable. David would need partners with complementary skills, multiple secure locations, and sophisticated methods for avoiding detection by law enforcement, which meant the mild-mannered logistics worker I'd been married to was actually involved in running what amounted to a criminal enterprise, with all the risks and complications that implied for anyone connected to him. Over the next few weeks, I found myself becoming increasingly paranoid about our safety and my own legal liability. If David's activities were discovered by police, would I be considered an accomplice for having lived with him? Would our shared finances implicate me in funding criminal activities? More immediately, I was worried about what David might do if he discovered that I knew about his hidden life. The violence I'd seen in those recordings demonstrated he was capable of extreme actions when the situation required it. I started making preparations to leave without telling David directly what I'd discovered. Opening my own bank account, researching rental properties, making excuses to spend more time away from home, building the foundation for escape while trying to maintain the appearance of normal married life. But David wasn't stupid, and after 6 years of marriage, he knew my habits well enough to notice changes in my behavior. He started asking questions about why I seemed distracted, whether something was bothering me, if there were problems with work or our relationship. I tried to deflect his concerns with vague references to stress and tiredness, but his questions became more specific and persistent. as if he suspected I'd discovered something that explained my change in attitude, but wasn't sure exactly what I knew. One evening, he mentioned that he'd been thinking about making some changes to his work situation, maybe taking on different responsibilities that would require less travel and evening commitments, spending more time at home with me. The conversation felt like a test to see how I'd react to the prospect of David being around more often, whether I'd welcome the increased time together or seem uncomfortable with the idea of closer observation. I tried to respond positively while internally panicking about what it would mean to have David monitoring my activities more closely while I was planning to leave him. That night, I couldn't sleep for thinking about the trapped feeling of being married to someone who created violent content for entertainment and who might become violent himself if he felt threatened by exposure. The next morning, I found that the laptop in the loft had been moved, not obviously disturbed, just positioned slightly differently than I'd left it after my initial discovery, as if someone had checked to see whether it had been accessed recently, which meant David knew I'd found it, knew I'd seen the evidence of his activities, and was now deciding what to do about my knowledge. I called in sick to work and spent the day researching emergency accommodation and legal advice for people in dangerous domestic situations. But how do you explain to support services that your husband isn't physically abusive, but creates content that demonstrates he's capable of extreme violence against strangers? That evening, David came home with flowers and suggestions for a weekend away together. A romantic trip to the Lake District, just the two of us, no distractions from work or technology. The offer felt like an ultimatum disguised as a romantic gesture. Either accept that our marriage would continue as if nothing had changed, or face consequences that I wasn't prepared to contemplate. I told him the weekend away sounded lovely and started planning how to disappear before we were supposed to leave together. But I'm still here, 8 months later, sleeping next to someone who smiles when he kisses me goodnight and creates violent content in hidden locations during his free time, because leaving would mean acknowledging what I know, and acknowledging what I know would mean accepting that the last 6 years of my life were built on foundations I never understood. And because I'm not sure someone who's invested this much time and effort in maintaining a secret life would simply let me walk away with knowledge that could destroy everything he's built. There's a reason most people never go past the first few search results when they're looking for something disturbing online. Sometimes what you find in the deeper corners of the internet finds you back. I was 17 and in my final year at sixth form when I got invited to the group chat that changed everything. Not that I thought of it that way at the time, of course. Back then, it just seemed like another place where people shared content that was too extreme for mainstream platforms, the sort of thing that gets removed from social media within hours of being posted. The invitation came from someone I'd met on a forum dedicated to banned films and censored documentaries. He went by the username Deep Diver and seemed to know about obscure content that most people had never heard of. After a few weeks of exchanging messages about hard-to-find footage, he asked if I wanted to join a more private discussion group. I should probably have asked more questions about what exactly they discussed in this private group, but I was curious and figured it couldn't be worse than some of the content I'd already encountered online. Plus, being invited to something exclusive felt like validation that I was serious about this stuff, rather than just another casual browser. The group used an encrypted messaging app that automatically deleted messages after a few hours. There were maybe 15 or 20 regular participants, all using pseudonyms discussing everything from leaked police footage to underground documentaries that had never seen official release. Most of the conversation was fairly mundane. People sharing links, discussing whether particular videos were authentic, debating the ethics of viewing certain types of content. The sort of academic discussion you might expect from film students, except focusing on material that would never appear on any university syllabus. But occasionally, someone would mention red rooms. For those who don't know, red rooms are supposedly live streams hidden on the dark web, where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most people dismiss them as urban legend, technically impossible to maintain and too risky for anyone to actually operate. The group participants seemed split on whether they actually existed. Some claimed to have accessed genuine streams. Others insisted it was all elaborate fiction designed to waste people's time and money. The debates could go on for hours without reaching any conclusion. What made me pay attention was how knowledgeable some of the participants seemed about the technical aspects. They discussed hosting infrastructure, streaming protocols, and audience management with the sort of detail that suggested real familiarity rather than theoretical speculation. One participant, who called himself Streamwatcher, claimed to have documented evidence of multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He offered to share recordings and screenshots with serious researchers who could prove their legitimate interest in the subject. I was skeptical initially. Half the people online claimed to have exclusive access to rare content, and most turned out to be attention seekers or scammers. But Streamwatcher's approach was different, more cautious, more professional, focused on documentation rather than sensationalism. After several weeks of proving my interest through detailed discussions about other extreme content, Streamwatcher finally offered to share some of his archive material. Not direct access to live streams, but recordings and evidence that would allow me to evaluate whether red rooms were genuine phenomena or elaborate hoaxes. The files he sent were disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been genuine documentation of real events, or sophisticated fiction created by someone with considerable technical skills and resources. What convinced me the material might be authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating fiction. Background sounds that suggested urban environments, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times when cross-referenced with other sources. Streamwatcher explained that accessing live streams required considerably more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services hosting red rooms changed locations frequently, required personal recommendations to access, and operated on schedules that weren't publicly advertised. But if I was serious about documenting whether red rooms were real or fictional, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. Viewing recordings of questionable content was one thing, but participating in a live stream felt like crossing a line into more serious territory. But I was curious, and Streamwatcher assured me that observation didn't require any participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software to download, rotating access codes, designated connection times. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with genuine research interests. When I finally connected to the live stream, the interface was surprisingly ordinary. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a basement or warehouse space, with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed a concrete room with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal chair, and restrained in that chair was a man who appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. He was conscious, but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, though English appeared to be the primary language for communication. People were making suggestions, placing bets on various outcomes, treating the situation like entertainment. I watched for about 40 minutes before anything significant occurred. The man in the chair would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available through the stream. The chat maintained a running commentary, with participants displaying varying degrees of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary clothes, jeans, plain shirt, nothing theatrical or costume-like, no mask or distinctive features, though the camera positioning meant I never got a clear view of their face. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. What followed was methodical preparation. The figure arranged tools on a nearby surface, adjusted camera equipment, checked various pieces of apparatus that weren't fully visible in the main video feed. They moved with the practiced efficiency of someone following a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as the preparations continued. People were making requests in multiple languages, sharing previous experiences, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching the stream. I realized I needed to stop watching before the situation escalated further. Whatever was about to happen would cross ethical boundaries that no amount of academic curiosity could justify. I was about to close the browser when something in the video made me pause. The camera had shifted slightly, revealing more of the room's background. On the wall behind the chair was a poster, a promotional image for a local music festival that had taken place in Birmingham the previous summer. I recognized that poster because I'd been to the festival, had the same promotional image saved on my phone from when I'd posted about it on social media. It was distinctive enough that there couldn't be any mistake about what I was seeing, which meant this stream was being broadcast from somewhere near Birmingham, possibly from Birmingham itself. I took screenshots of the background details and compared them to images I could find online. The poster was definitely from the Birmingham Festival, but there were other details too. A section of brick wall with a particular pattern. Fluorescent lighting fixtures that looked like standard commercial installation. The combination of elements suggested an industrial or commercial space rather than a residential property. Somewhere with concrete floors, basic lighting, and walls where someone could put up posters without worrying about damage to decorative surfaces. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the Birmingham connection, looking at maps of industrial areas, checking property listings for commercial spaces, trying to identify locations that matched what I'd seen in the stream. The other group chat participants seemed impressed that I'd spotted local details in the background. Streamwatcher in particular was interested in my analysis, asking detailed questions about the Birmingham area and whether I recognized any other elements from the video. His questions made me uncomfortable. Rather than being pleased that I'd provided useful information, he seemed focused on how much I knew about local geography and whether I spent time in industrial areas of the city. That's when I started to wonder whether my invitation to the group chat had been as random as I'd initially assumed. I went back through our early conversations, looking for anything that might have revealed my location or personal details. I'd been careful not to share identifying information, but there were probably enough clues in my posts for someone determined to work out roughly where I lived. My concerns increased when Streamwatcher offered to share access to another live stream, this one specifically described as being broadcast from the Midlands. He seemed particularly interested in whether I'd be able to identify the location from background details. Instead of accepting the offer, I decided to test whether the group participants knew more about me than they should. I posted a message mentioning that I was planning to visit London the following weekend, then watched to see if anyone reacted to the false information. Within a few hours, Streamwatcher had sent a private message asking about my London plans and suggesting places I might find interesting to visit. His recommendations were specific enough to suggest he knew the city well, but generic enough that they could apply to any tourist. But then he mentioned a particular bookshop in Camden that specialized in rare and unusual publications, the sort of place that someone interested in extreme content might find appealing, but not somewhere you'd recommend to a casual visitor. I'd never mentioned any interest in books, or Camden specifically. The recommendation felt like someone demonstrating knowledge they shouldn't have about my interests and preferences. That night, I noticed a car parked outside my house that I hadn't seen before. Nothing particularly suspicious about it, just an ordinary family saloon with local number plates. But it was positioned where the driver would have a clear view of my bedroom window. I watched from behind my curtains for about an hour, but no one approached the car or gave any indication of what they were doing there. Eventually, I convinced myself I was being paranoid and went to bed. The car was gone the next morning, but I found myself checking for it every time I looked outside. Over the next week, I started noticing other small things that individually meant nothing, but collectively suggested someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. Post delivered slightly later than usual, as if someone had intercepted and then replaced it. Items in my room that seemed to have been moved minutely from where I'd left them. The sort of details that could easily be imagination or coincidence, but which felt more significant in the context of my growing suspicions about the group chat. I decided to test my theory by posting false information about my weekend plans, claiming I was visiting relatives in Manchester when I actually intended to stay home. Then I watched to see if anyone showed unusual interest in my supposed absence. On Saturday morning, while I was supposedly in Manchester, someone knocked on our front door. I watched from my bedroom window as a man in ordinary clothes had a brief conversation with my mother, showing her what appeared to be some kind of identification. From the distance, I couldn't hear what they were discussing, but my mother seemed to be answering questions rather than just providing directions or information. After about 5 minutes, the man left and my mother returned inside. When I went downstairs later, I asked her who had been at the door. She said it was someone from the council asking about planning applications for the street, checking which properties might be affected by proposed development work. Nothing unusual about the conversation, though she mentioned that he'd seemed particularly interested in which rooms faced the rear garden. That evening, I received a private message from Streamwatcher asking how my Manchester trip had gone and whether I'd found anything interesting to do there. I hadn't mentioned Manchester specifically in the group chat. I'd said relatives in the northwest, but the specific city had only appeared in a private conversation with one other participant who'd asked for more details about my travel plans, which meant either that participant had shared my information with Streamwatcher, or Streamwatcher was monitoring my private conversations more closely than the group's security protocol should have allowed. I stopped participating in the group chat after that. Didn't make any dramatic announcement or explain my concerns, just gradually reduced my posting frequency until I was effectively lurking rather than contributing. But the messages from Streamwatcher continued. Not threatening or obviously suspicious, just casual check-ins asking about my interests and activities. The sort of friendly contact that would seem normal from someone you'd met through shared hobbies. Except for the increasing specificity of his questions about my local area and daily routine. 2 weeks after I'd stopped participating in the group chat, I found a USB stick in my college bag. Not obviously placed there, just loose in the bottom of the bag like it had fallen out of a textbook, or been forgotten after borrowing someone's laptop. The sort of thing that happens regularly in college environments where everyone's constantly sharing equipment and files. But I couldn't remember putting it there, and it didn't belong to any of my course mates when I asked around. The USB contained a single video file with no identifying information about its source or creation date. When I opened it, I found myself watching footage of my own bedroom. Not recent footage. The timestamp showed it had been recorded several months earlier before I'd rearranged my furniture and redecorated. But it was definitely my room, filmed from an angle that suggested the camera had been positioned near my window. The recording showed me sleeping, completely unaware that I was being watched and documented. Several hours of footage covering an entire night, edited down to highlight moments when I'd moved or changed position. At the end of the recording was a title card with a single line of text and a date 1 week in the future. Next episode, live. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. Going to the police would require explaining how I got involved with the group chat in the first place, and I'm not sure they'd believe a story about being targeted through discussions of extreme online content. Moving away isn't realistic when I'm still in sixth form and living with my parents, and I'm not convinced it would help anyway if these people have been planning this for months. The date from the USB stick is tomorrow night. I don't know whether that means another recording will be made, or something worse. But I do know that I should have been more careful about who I trusted online, and what information I shared with people whose real identities I never bothered to verify. There's a reason most people never go past the first few search results when they're looking for disturbing content. Sometimes the most disturbing thing you'll find is that it was looking for you all along.